But yeah, no, for real. Like, have they are they just done trying to improve curved water, or that must be it? Guess this hill of water argument's been working.
I don't know. What's Waterhill?
CP, do you see that picture what I posted?
Yeah.
That is in Croatia 12 years ago.
Damn.
But I was not, I was not measuring the horizon. I was only making pictures. And that island, I will find out how long is that island there. But I think it's a far away. I think it's for sure 10 miles. And even more.
You said that was 12 years ago?
Yeah. I have when I watched my old pictures from holidays, there are so many black swans there that I cannot believe. Because I like to make pictures of nature, of sea.
Well, that's what's interesting. I'm sure lots of people have pictures similar in their phones. If you ask them if anyone has any pictures of curvature.
Look at this one. This is, I think, 2009. There is nothing to see objects, but there is a horizon flat, and I made only that photo. Like it was nice. I don't know, nothing. But there is so many places that you can see one part from another. And this is in Italy. This is not in Croatia. Even if I made research before, but I didn't find any more that photo. There is some photographers saying that from that Venice part, they can see the Croatian mountains, and that it's something like, I will tell you a lie now, something like 80, 90 miles. Ah, that water.
Look at that. Your arms are almost perfectly horizontal with that water. That vestibular system.
Yeah, what's with that? Like, people say, "Oh, you can't feel anything but acceleration." It's like, are you guys just numb? Like, because last time I checked, I turned my head. Like, pretty sure I can feel that.
No. Are there a bunch of people out there that just don't feel like motion, like anywhere?
There's a bunch of numb zombies.
I think so.
You don't feel anything in a car. It's like, what?
Oh my God. You feel yourself bouncing around. Put your head up next to the window and see if you don't feel anything.
You don't feel anything in an airplane. It's like, dude, you guys are just...
Okay, next person that says that, strap them to the outside of the airplane.
See, you're not accelerating, so you should be able to feel it.
Yeah, so your face shouldn't be ripping off right now. While approach 458 miles an hour.
It's just a big excuse. It's like, well, my house is like the car and the plane and the train. Is it?
Yep. And I went around the block. That means the block is round.
You guys
That's
just
like-
don't understand relative motion. Einstein explained all that. Duh.
To Hokep, okay. You going to show us an example of still water that's not level? Okay. Okay, well, you could DM it to me or anyone else here, and we'll post it upon review.
Hey, Sonny. How are you, buddy?
Pretty good, thanks. How are you, God Rockin'?
Good, thank you.
You got very cold weather out there, don't you?
Yes, we do. It's snowing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's still like
Everywhere.
a foot of snow on the ground down in the valley still, and in the mountains, I have no idea how much is there. It just keeps piling up, just more and more and more. It snowed like every day almost for the last week, just slightly, but snowed, just lightly for a few hours, but every day almost.
Yeah. Here's my speculation. I don't know where I got this. I heard some of this somewhere, but I think what they're going to do next is they're going to build up all those snowpacks, because the snowpack here in California is like at 180%. And so, like all those other areas where you are, that's a lot of snowpack, all those higher elevation areas.
Yeah,
And
it's like 160% of normal.
then I think they're going to melt it all and flood a bunch of areers. So watch this summer. I bet there's going to be flooding. Watch
Yeah,
my word.
they've already warned everybody about flooding. So yeah, you're probably right.
They're probably creating it all. Too.
Yeah, they've warned everyone that lives up the canyons and stuff. There's a couple of canyons. Well, mainly Ogden Canyon is. It's got a big reservoir, right? So you go up the canyon. It's like an 8-mile long canyon, and when you get right to the top, there's this big, huge reservoir right there. And I think if the snow melts so quick that it fills the reservoir and then fills over the spillway, like because they can't let enough out of the bottom, through the
Right.
through the whatever the pipes or whatever they let it out normally. If it gets so full that it pours over the spillway, then that means they are not able to let enough out out of the bottom of the pipes.
Mm-hmm.
You can't keep up with the flow coming down off the mountains, and then it comes over the spillway. And when it comes over the spillway, then that means that the river's going to, probably end up flooding as well at that point. The canyon. There's a lot of houses that are built right alongside the river going up the canyon. There's little, not subdivisions, but little, like, I don't know, there's like a bridge that goes, the road goes up the canyon on the right side of the river. Most of the homes are on the left side until you get up higher. And you have to go over a little bridge and then go up and around to these houses and whatnot, and back over the bridge to get back on the canyon road. But, yeah, some of those houses are like built right on like their deck. Some of their houses, the deck actually goes out over the river or right to it. And so, yeah, it could be bad for some of them homes if the water gets too high, for sure. Yeah, and they already warned us to be ready for some flooding this spring. I don't know how you get ready. I suppose that the smart thing to do for those people that live in the canyon would be to start sandbagging around their house right now. I mean, what? Don't wait for the flood. You know what I mean? Don't wait till it's already.
Yeah. So a lot of times they set up those the places where the water flows through those areas, like set it up for like 100 or 200 year event. You know what I mean? But they're not expecting a 500 or 1,000 year event, which will happen, and they have no record of what happens during those periods other than geology itself.
Right. Evidence that there's flood, whatnot. Yeah, check check the ground. Look at the sides of the canyon walls or whatever, or the canyon riverbeds or whatever.
See where it was washed out before, hundreds of years ago. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Same thing. They do the same thing with like the volcanic flows from like not Mount St. Helens, Mount Rainier. That's just east of Seattle, and some of those flows covered the entire town of Tacoma, which is like 60 miles away or something.
Wow.
So if that ever happened 100 times, it would cover the whole entire city of Seattle and all the way to Tacoma.
Wow. With lava?
Yep. They have flows going all the way, covering the whole place.
So they built the city on top of an ancient lava flow?
Close to it. One of the largest active volcanoes in North America, Mount Rainier. Yeah, it's still active.
Yeah. Wow.
But it hasn't blown in I don't even know if they know how many years.
Right. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, they can speculate, but yeah. The fact of the matter is that it's part of the Ring of Fire, and that Ring of Fire's got all kinds of volcanoes that are like acting up right now.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, all the way up the Asia, all the way up across the Pacific Ocean. The Ring of Fire goes all the way up through Japan and then up around to Alaska and then down through Canada and down to Northern California, and all the way down to Mexico. There's volcanoes on that whole entire ring. I don't know how many of them there are, but there's probably 100. Probably at least
all the way down South America too, and then it crosses over. Apparently, or supposedly, it crosses over the Pacific over that way.
Right, and that's probably part where that one at Tonga, or that one that went off in the ocean. It's probably part of the Ring of Fire as well. Yeah,
I'm sure it is. How far? I wonder how far that is from Krakatoa in Indonesia.
I don't think it's that far. I mean, it's obviously, hundreds of miles or whatever, but I'm not sure. You could probably Google that or whatever, but figure that out. But is Krakatoa part of the Ring of Fire? Is it? It probably is.
I imagine it is. Indonesia, yeah, it's a hot area in Indonesia.
Yeah, if it's in Indonesia, yeah, it's part of the Ring of Fire. Yeah,
Sumatra, yeah, those areas.
yeah, yep. Craziness. We got some crazy times coming. Seems like, sure feels like it. I mean, I'm not trying to make any claims or anything, but my gut feeling says we got some troubled times coming. You know, with
Could be.
whatever. Could be floods, could be volcanoes, could be both, could be, earthquakes, could be whatever, could be a multitude of things. Who knows?
Tonga Tapu.
I heard when that Krakatoa one went off that there was boats in the ocean that were 500 miles away from it, and it was so loud that there was a boat somewhere out in the ocean that it was so loud that it broke the eardrums of every single person on the ship. They all had blood coming out of their ears.
Wow.
Yeah, like 500 people or something like that were on this big, huge boat. I mean, maybe not that many people. But there was a lot. I can't remember how many. Maybe 500 seemed a bit much for an older sailboat like that. But surely over 100 people. You know, I know that it was a lot. I can't remember. I guess I shouldn't have said 500 because I really don't know. But I know that they claimed that every single person on the boat eardrums were broken, and they all had blood coming out of their ears, and they were all deaf from that moment on. They never. I mean, maybe some of them got some of their hearing back, but basically said it deafened. You know, they all became deaf because of it, and they were 500 miles away. Can you imagine how loud that must have been to cause that kind of damage at 500 miles away, to bust everyone's eardrums? I mean, that's just like, wow, that's almost unbelievable.
What is the argument behind that picture they posted in the live stream? Sorry. Creation Bear maybe can answer.
Sorry, I'm just geeking out in the chat. What was that?
What is the argument behind that picture he posted?
Oh,
the table?
God. I'm sure you've seen it before, right?
This is the first time I see it, but I don't
Really?
get the arguments.
Wow. This is old school. Godrock, you got to turn your speaker down a little bit. So just looping back into the microphone.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so these goofballs go up on this cliff. They've got this jaggedy ass, cliff edge, some rickety table. They set up, here, I'll repost the original one. I mean, that's a hell of a setup there, boys. Basically, they take this image and then compress it. And they go, see, there's the curve. It's like, what?
Yeah,
it doesn't. It's half retarded. But then you just point out how look at the table's curved. I said it to this guy in the chat, and he's like, no, it's not curved. And now he's explaining why it is curved. So it's not even a valid, a coherent argument.
Are any of their arguments coherent?
No, I don't think so. I mean, let's just look at the basis of what they're saying here. We went on to the top of a cliff. We set up this shitty table, and we edited the image, and now you can see the curve. Huh? What? So you didn't see it to begin with. You had to edit the image first. Got it.
Got it. Yeah, you faked it. Yeah, we understand. Thank you. How ridiculous.
Oh, it's that picture. Yeah, I've seen that. I didn't see the edited one, though. Man, at least you're not dishonest people. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah, they're just...
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible. They just lie for the sake of lying, I think.
Well, I mean, just look at what the dude said in the chat. I mean, his first answer was... I'll just repost it here. So first thing I always say, is the table curved? Why is the table curved, bro? Like, What are
Yeah,
we
why
doing?
why would a flat table show a curve? I mean, really, why? Obviously, because you manipulated the photo. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
The other person who argued this with me before, I think we were in like DMs or a private call or something. He was too scared to come and talk about it in front of you guys. He was like, "Yeah, no, the tables are curved." Yeah, I'm like, what is going on, man? Like,
Tables and curves.
what table? I can't. Is there a table in your house that's curved? Yeah, they all are.
Yeah, is that what he said?
What is that? That's how far you have to take it to defend this argument.
Oh my gosh.
So
Even though you build it, you go out and you build it perfectly flat. It's flat. There's just no way it's curving. And they take a picture of it and say, no, it's curving. When you just got done building it 10 minutes ago using, a level or, just whatever to make a flat table. I mean, I've made tables before. Pretty easy to make them flat. I mean, naturally they become flat because the wood you use is, flat. You use flat pieces of wood and you laminate them together or, whatever. And you just use one big flat piece of plywood or whatever. But the lumber and whatever you use, and even if you poured a concrete, tabletop, it would level out on its own just like water does. I mean, you could screed it off and, whatever. And I don't know. It just makes no sense to me where they can even suggest that it would be curving. I mean, it's just bizarre. I mean, to me, you can't even suggest it, let alone say that it is. So stupid.
So in the original image, you can clearly see level horizontal line. And then someone compressed it and says it's curving now.
here we go. Here we go. Perfect. So this is the same exact hop, skip, and dance around the same argument. You point out the table's curved, and now they have to backpedal and say, well, no table is flat. Right.
And how does that happen? Can they explain how a table becomes curved when you build it with a level or with a flat piece of lumber? Then after you manufacture it, build the table, it becomes curved? By what means? Oh, I already know. I can tell you. It's gravity, of course. Fuck. How stupid.
This is where it gets crazy, folks. They don't even know what flat means anymore. Like, oh, it's not 100% flat. What do you think that means? Okay, I'm gonna pull up some pictures here. He's not even in the VC, folks, but I've got some pictures for anyone out there that's confused about what flat means in this context. Let me just post a picture of this wall here.
Oh, they know what it means. They know. They're just lying. They're just lying. It's that simple. Everyone's known their whole life that your kitchen table is flat, your coffee table is flat. I mean, it's been that way for hundreds or even thousands of years. People build tables, they build them flat, and that's that. Period. There's no deviation from that. I mean, no. Sorry, but no. Not hearing it.
So I told him to go find a curved table in his house and then post it, send pics, because I want to see this. So I just posted 2 pictures of a wall and a table that are both flat, not curved.
Wait, that Glober you're talking to? That's not him in his little profile picture avatar, is it?
I hope not.
He looks like he's about 10, 12 max. And if it's not, then why would he be posting pics of like his children or any child for that matter on the internet?
Yeah, exactly. He needs to be. He's doing foolish stuff like that. You know, obviously he needs to be banned. Probably. I don't know.
Globe troller.
Yeah, well, we just. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think we should have time for it anymore. Just don't entertain it. They come off with that bullshit. Just boot them. Say, get the hell out of here. You're lying. We're done. We're done with you. I'm not going to put up with it. There's no reason to put up with it. It's a lie. I mean, come on. Just sorry. I'm not going to tolerate you posting lies. And one time's enough to say bye.
Yep.
That's just my opinion. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not a mod. Don't want to be a mod, but yeah, if they're posting lies, there's no reason for them to be here, be anywhere for that matter.
No, you're right. At a certain point, you can determine who's being just an absolute fool and just coming at you with pure foolishness. And there's many proverbs in a book of wisdom in the Bible that advises us like not to even entertain foolish ideas or foolish people. So, but
Right.
Proverbs 26:4 being one of them, I'll post it.
That's very, very, very good to do to host, Proverbs or whatever like that. To let people know that they don't have to put up with that kind of stuff. It's just there's no reason for it. I mean, it's a lie and it's not right, and they shouldn't be propagating, lies on the internet or on the servers. Ridiculous. You're right. Nobody should have to put up with that or entertain it. Makes no sense at all.
Anyway, now that we're done with that goofball, we'll take a look at the panel. See who all's out there. Sonny's been rocking with us. We got Cut Off the Knees, our boy Cuddy. Catch him in the chat. We might have some theme music for him. You already know. So we have Zarek. Been here since May of 2020. So pay your respects. Coming up on our 3-year anniversary. Timbo from Down Under. Recently Gold Plus. So make sure you respect your elders. We have our Super Spinning Monkey Ball. Welcome back. Long time no see. There's Sasha, best baker on the flat earth. We have Rayon, just joined last month. So warm welcome. We have Rebel Abalon, has been hanging with us. We have Quetz, always got some grub when he's here. And been here since December of 21. We have Plat Chat Torb, listening pass. Huh. Let us know if you want to chat. We can always upgrade you to a VC pass if you want to speak here. We have Mike Power Swan. He's been hanging with us this morning. Been here since 2019. Impressive. We have Michael Gleason. He's a surfer, grower, flat earth realist. Been here since September 21. God Rockin', welcome back. Haven't heard from you in a while. OG.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. We have Effie Batman, also Down Under.
Wait, that reminds me. Some Globers will say the Gleason map, the patent of the Gleason map, is claimed to be a projection of the globe model. Is there any truth to that?
No, I don't think any maps are projections of the globe. They're all flat, pictures of flat, all pieced together. I don't think there's. I've never heard of any picture of the globe used to make a map. I mean, it's just the opposite. They use flat pieces of maps to wrap around globes.
Correct.
So it's kind of just the opposite of what you said.
Right,
as
God rockin'.
far as I know.
The globe would be the middleman in that case. So if they're saying, yeah, it would have stemmed from a flat Earth. Then you make, you start wrapping stuff around a globe, and then you can do whatever from there.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you guys. But then the other criticism about the like the AE sort of Gleason's map is they'll say like towards the southern outer extremity of it, like it's sort of distorted, so things aren't to scale. Like they'll say like Australia doesn't actually like look like that, or is longer than it is wider. So is there anything true about that?
I posted in the chat the which map meme that I made, and someone in the server helped me put together. But if someone starts asking like, "Oh, well, where's your map, and how come this map shows distorted this and that and the other?" I would just turn to them and say, "Well, which one is the one true globe Earth map?" And I mean, what would you say? What would you say to that, Rebel? Looking at the one that I posted 57 minutes past the hour, if you had to pick one of those, which one's the one true map where there are no distortions, the one that represents the globe perfectly? Do they have one?
Oh, I've never seen anything like this before. I saw one that says bacon. What is it? Where did you get this from? Is this like legit? Like, do people actually?
Yeah, these are real. These are real maps. These are real maps of the world. I mean, the file was just called Maps of the World. It was a high-res image that I had. Let me grab the other link. We just reformatted it because it was really elongated. Give me a second. I'll post the original one. But yeah, I mean, these are just maps of the world. If you zoom in on this original file here, you should be able to see the names of them, and then you can research the name of that map to see if it's legit. But they're not like fake maps or made by flat earthers or anything like that. And this might look small, but you should be able to open this up in a browser and zoom in if you're on a PC or whatever. But I mean, there's some funky looking maps in there for sure. And I would say that there isn't one of them that this is the one true globe Earth map type of thing. In the same way that there's no one true flat Earth map. And so if people start asking like, well, how come this map shows distortion over here? And it's like, well, show me the map of the globe that doesn't have that. And they won't, no one's going to be able to show you that. I mean, look at some of these maps. I'm posting some more now. Look at some of these, dude. Right?
Wow.
So they don't have one map that is like, this is the one.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of different ways to present something in the same way that, say you and I started up like a business and we wanted to sell food or whatever. We wanted to create a menu. We could present that menu in many different ways, just like they've presented this globe Earth in tons of different ways. It's like what is it? A PowerPoint presentation. You can have different themes and all that. It's how are you presenting it? But these are just representations. They're not the thing itself. And that's what people often get hooked up on. It's like when you go to a restaurant, you don't eat the menu. You don't eat the representation. You eat the meal. So but people get confused with the real thing and the representation. Yeah, go ahead, Mimas. What's up?
Said you do if you're a glober.
Yeah, they come in and start nibbling on the menu. Show me a map. I want the representation. Give me the toy. I want a model. When instead they could have the meal, the real thing. It's like if I was... I have so many analogies for this, but it's like, you grow really good grapes and you make wine in your backyard, but someone's like, well, I need a brand name. Can you give me a label? Like, what does the label look like? I don't need one. First of all, don't have a brand name. It's just you can either drink the wine and experience it or get lost. There's no model. There's no You don't even get what does it say? You can't get buzzed off of licking the label of a wine bottle. The experience is in the thing. In the same way that the Earth, you don't walk around a map, you walk on the terrain of the Earth. So just people just don't seem to be able to differentiate the two. Hopefully that answers your question about like the distorted maps. So if someone starts asking, well, how come this map shows distortion? I would just say all of them do, because there isn't one map that's the map of the Earth.
In fact, all of them do show a lot of distortion. Indio and I, years ago, went over the survey of the United States, where they've got the elevations close, but when it comes to like scaling is actually way off. And in some places, it was like 3 to 10% off. So that road that looks like it's that says it's 130 miles long on the map, it's 130 miles, but on the map, if you like were to sit there and try and scale it out, it wouldn't be that. It's 130 miles in real life, but on the map, it's just a representational line. This is the road. So, but the smaller maps you get, like the more localized area, the more accurate your maps get, which is why we use charts when we're out at sea. And they're only 300 miles.
Well, there's this misconception. There's this idea. You'll hear a globe earther say, well, if it was flat, then you should be able to perfectly make a model or a map to scale. No. Sorry. And like Nima said, we have charts. But as we touched on earlier, not like 100% of the Earth has been explored. So it's like, how am I going to tell you, oh, well, over here it does this, that, and the other, and if no one's been there? So, yeah, no, there's no perfect map of the world. Doesn't matter what team you're on.
It's like ants on an anthill, wondering, and the other ant, one ant says, I think there's more than just the anthill. And the other ant says, well, where's your map? Where's your model? There's nothing but the anthill unless you give me a model of what's outside the anthill. Yeah, I need a map. I know we haven't been there, but I need a map of it.
Right. Yeah. Mimas, that's a really good analogy. I'm gonna have to work on that in my mind a little. But yeah, I mean that's
Feel free to steal it. Feel free to steal it. I just came up with it, so it's public property now.
It's brilliant. That's essentially what they're after. They're not even really trying to go outside and explore. They just want to, like, you hand them a little toy and, well, here, play with this and figure it out. Well, no. You got to rub your brain cells together. You have to go outside and figure some of this stuff out. We're not going to just provide you a brochure with a little map. Here's how everything works. We figured it all out. Even if someone did do that, you should go check everything on that list. Go ahead.
Right. I was just saying, do you know the allegory of the cave? I'm sure you do.
Yeah. Plato's Cave.
Yeah. Like somebody's telling everybody else, hey, what you're seeing is not the real world. Hey, what you're seeing is not the real world. And the other people are like, no, that's exactly what it is. And then, like, it even gets to the extreme where, like, you show them the real world and those other people get mad at you for showing it to them. Like, I can't believe you showed this to me. And they crucify you for it. They won't, like, literally kill you for it, but they'll crucify your character for it. Just for showing them the truth. So just go out there and experience the real world. Don't take our word for it. Like, we're telling you to go do it. It would be in your best interest to go and see it for yourself. Just to experience it.
Yep. A lot of roadblocks, though, that's preventing people. They think that there's plenty of smart people out there that would have figured it out before them. But they don't really realize they're just in the same camp as everyone else. Believers. They're stuck on auto-believe mode. And I think that's what a lot of us have done is we turned off our auto belief and started looking into things. Yeah. That's why you can turn on the news or like just go to Google News or whatever. And the headlines, I'll just post something I saw today. That's why they're believed, because they're just, everyone's stuck on auto believe mode. So they can just say anything at this
Yeah.
Yeah, this one was from this morning. Astronauts just came back from a 5-month space vacation. So, yeah, I mean, it only works if people are, like I said, stuck on autopilot, auto believe mode. There's whatever's presented, that's what it is.
Hey, Rebel, do you have a mic? Is Rebel in here?
Yeah, what's up?
You said you believe YouTube conspiracy theorists that spew lies for subscribers. I don't believe any of those people.
Wait, no, I was being what's the word? Not satirical, but
Facetious.
What's the other word? I was being sarcastic. Sorry, I was mocking what Globers would say.
Okay, so that's not sarcastic. That's facetious.
Facetious. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's all I was doing.
Yeah, I was just going to tell you I only believe measurements. Okay, never mind then.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Would that even be a belief, though, Mimus? Like if
Well, according to Aristotle, it would be a justified true belief, which is what we
God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was how he differentiated between belief and knowledge. Was knowledge is a justified true belief. In other words, you still have to believe something that is true. In other words, you have to accept. That's that acceptance part.
Do you subscribe to that?
I think it's convenience of language that we use the words we use.
Okay.
A justified true belief would be like going from a hypothesis to a theory after you validate a truth in nature. See, to me, I would want to call it like reality truth or the truth of nature or something like that, because for me, knowledge deals with truth.
Yeah.
To have knowledge, you have to believe something that is true, and Aristotle calls it a justified true belief. So, either or, I think it works. It's okay to say belief as long as you preface that with true belief.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely heard that a lot from the ballers, but I felt like we've tried to get away from that word believe anyway, right? We know.
Yeah, that's what I do. Is I just say I know.
Yeah.
But I mean, like between us, whenever we talk, I'll say belief quite often.
Okay.
Because it's just like the convenience of language.
A justified true belief. Yeah, I mean, it's always from the type of guys that have like all these variable, the 99%ers type of. But I'm more of the team that's like, well, we know 2 + 2 is 4, and verify that. So it's like, I would say that what's the belief involved? Like your measurement. How tall do you believe you are? Well, I know how tall I am, so I just measured it.
Well,
so
a lot of them don't understand that there's more than one way that the scientific method isn't all there is. There's more than one way to find out the truth. But what kind of truth are we talking about? We talking about a scientific truth? Are we talking about a logical truth, a philosophical truth, a mathematical truth? And with those different types of truth, you find in those fields the method to arrive at those truths. So with logic, you start with logical chains of evidence starting from an axiom. You arrive at truth. In philosophy, you have an internally consistent formula of reasoning, leads you to truth. Mathematics, that's pretty obvious in math. And so with the scientific method, you arrive at the truth of nature, right? Your knowledge of nature. But like a scientific truth or a scientific method will never prove a mathematical, a philosophical, or a logical proof, because those are different fields.
I get that. It's just funny when pretty sure there was a guy like yesterday or the other day who was saying things like, "Oh, a monkey puts his hand in a fire, and that's science."
And that's an experiment, right? Yeah, he said that was an experiment because he was talking to me, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, I think
Yeah,
you
yeah.
did that.
I always bring the idiocy out of them. But yeah,
It's just like their idea is that any knowing things is science.
yeah.
What?
Part of psi means to know, right? And so they think knowledge equals science, and it's like that's not what that means. It means through science, it is the act of knowing. The act of knowing is to discover a truth, so that you know. So you need a method to gain knowledge, and that's the scientific method. That's what they don't understand. That's why they call everything science, which makes nothing science.
Right. Well, I could just bypass the scientific method and just stick my hand in this here fire.
It's kind of like how the postmodernists say that there's anything can be defined as art. Like, no, it can't. Like even in the wacko academic schools, they don't define anything as art.
Okay.
They
Yeah, I mean that's like part of the new mind virus. Is just we can just redefine things as other things. Oh,
Yeah.
curved level? Yeah, it's curved now.
Yeah, and the higher art academic courses, though, they are essentially, at its core, still teaching that art is art and not something other than art. Because they know at that level that that nothing's subjective, that there's objective standards.
Even in art, huh? Wow.
Oh yeah, there's objectivity in art. Now, how art makes you feel is subjective, right?
Right.
When you look at something, how it touches you, how much soul you get from it, that is subjective. But that's the subjective part of art. The objective part of art is the art itself.
Take notes, ballers. They're trying to live in this subjective world. If the artist can even make out, objectivity, why can't you guys?
Right. If a chaotic artist like me understands objectivity, why can't they?
Yeah, they just want everything to be subjective. You have your truth, I have my truth. You live on your flat earth, I live on my globe. No, we don't do that. Sorry. But we're just dealing with children who have imaginary friends. I don't have kids or anything, and I don't know if I had a lot of friends who had imaginary friends when I was young, but I know the meme, the idea. Some girl wants to play Tea Party with, her 3 pals, and they're not really there. It's like that's what we're dealing with the Glober. They got gravity in the room and other things with them.
That's got to be God rocking.
What?
You were hot micing.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
No, I haven't said a word. I haven't done anything. Just sitting here.
Okay, I heard a bunch of scuffling around.
Oh, it wasn't me.
It was because your face kept lighting up, buddy.
I what?
You
Your
were like,
face kept lighting up.
Oh, well.
So the noise wasn't coming from wherever your mic
all right.
hitting something on.
All right. I'll fix it.
But yes, even in art, there's objective standards.
I'm still trying to figure out who my favorite type of globe earther is. They all irk me. It's like you have the different types, the different archetypes. You've got the 14-year-old, just heard about it on TikTok last week. A little spastic. You get the college course guys in college taking classes. He's the type that's the 99%er. Uses lots of variables.
Okay, these so far, I'm going to call these names so far. So, first classification, we're going to call Zoomer.
Zoomer, yeah.
Okay, second one, we're going to call, would you say college guy?
Yeah, kind of the college level. They're in classes. They,
Call me
they think they
Unilat.
can flex.
Unilat.
Okay. Then you
Uni.
have you have like, the not maybe not so coming from an educational standpoint, but the ones that are like, oh, I'm just here for an interview. I just have questions. Those types of guys. We get those
Yes.
a lot.
Get a lot of curious people who are
But I don't know how many of them are really sincere when they say they're just here for questions, like an interview, because those are the type of people you start getting, to the point, and they start defending a position. It's like, well, hold up, because last time I checked, if you're a good interviewer, you're supposed to be.
But they already had that urge to go into the apostate church to go and ask questions, which you're not supposed to do. They already had that urge. That's why I'm still going to call them curious.
Okay. Yeah, I think they're covering their intentions with, oh, I'm just here for,
Yeah.
I've just got a microphone. I'm just doing an interview. Like, we see that a lot, I feel like. So,
Yeah.
I've
You've got
seen
the
through that.
Anti-flat earthers, which are the top. I don't know if I'd call them top tier. They're definitely the low tier, but top tier of antagonist.
Yeah. There are definitely our top antagonists for sure. Our arch.
Where would you put Matthew Learns?
Yeah, I was
Matthew
going to say he's in there somewhere.
Frenemy.
Frenemy. There, that's a good one.
Yeah, he's a friendly enemy, and that's fine. I appreciate those kind of. A lot of people hate him because he just won't listen. It's like, guys, everybody's on their own journey, and if he wants to help you sharpen your knowledge, let him.
Yeah, man. Pokemon wouldn't be a great show if there wasn't Team Rocket, at every corner, getting blasted away. You need an enemy. You need a rival, and it's
exactly a decade younger than me. I swear. Because I'm not Pokemon. You lost me there. You've got to be at least a decade younger than me.
Yeah. Well, Team Rocket. They're always around the corner. They're always looking, trying to.
They're the villains, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're always getting blast off. Team Rocket blast off again.
Elite villains.
Yes, so we need those types of people to, like you said, sharpen our sword, someone to spar against every now and again. I can appreciate Matthew for what he does.
I can appreciate Danny 57.
Danny, yeah. I missed that conversation. I had to jet and run some errands.
It was fast. I pointed out that it was a wave and showed him how it's a wave. And then he buggered off after that.
Yeah, I would say that Danny's in an interesting camp too. Maybe in a similar camp with Matthew. I'm sorry to cut you off, Jedi, but just quickly, like the educators, the older guys. Not to take any shots, but usually a little older. Bob, Matthew, Phil. I mean, would you put them in the anti-flat earther rager camp, or I feel like there's a separate branch off of them?
Okay, let me think. There's anti-flat earthers, but there's different types. So you've got the rager,
yeah,
and which are just the absolute. They're stupid, ridiculous. They hate us. They're undisguised about it. Then you've got the what's his name? He talks like this and comes in here a lot. He's from California, man. Well, God, what's his name? He was on American Gladiators. Christ's sake, what's his name?
Anti-flat earther?
God. Zanuck. What?
Zanuck. Yeah.
Yeah, Zanuck.
Oh,
yeah.
Zanuck and me and Veach, to an extent, are friendly with each other outside the arena.
Yeah.
They would be guys I could have a beer with easily outside this.
Right.
But they turn into goofballs over this.
Yeah.
We'll just call them goofballs. The guys who are just tilted at the idea that this is true. They're tilted. That's what it is. They're off-center because, oh my God, this could be true. I got to fight it.
Yeah, I think Matthew falls into that camp for sure. There's not that many archetypes. Is basically what I'm getting after. There's only a select few.
Yeah, did you ever see Matthew's documentary about Flat Earth?
No.
He's very respectful. No name calling, no condescension.
He just does the role playing, right?
Well, I think he works at a Christian college, like Viola University. It's a big Christian college.
Yeah.
So he like.
Is it Christian?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
No, the college that he goes to. Sorry.
Yeah, Viola.
As in, well,
oh, hold on, Jedi. The robot's got you.
he lectures. It's like
The robots are getting you, Jedi.
Christians.
Jedi. Is he breaking up for you?
Yeah, he is.
College.
Radio check.
Jedi. There's no satellites over the UK, Jedi. We can't. Jedi.
So who of the guys would be called gatekeepers then? Isn't that Matthew and the other?
Gatekeepers.
I wouldn't call
Gatekeepers.
He's not really a gatekeeper. A gatekeeper is like Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's a gatekeeper.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone who holds the keys between us and the public. So Susan Wachowski was a check, whatever her name is. YouTube, that'd be a gatekeeper. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a gatekeeper.
Yeah.
Bill Nye is a gatekeeper. Those guys are the communicators, the science communicators. Those are who the gatekeepers are. The people we argue with, none of them are gatekeepers. I don't care if it's a college professor or anything. The gatekeeper is someone who stands between us and the ability to communicate with the public by their insertion of themselves as the communicator to the public.
Right. Those guys, the anti-flat, they're all within our gate. Wouldn't you say?
Yes,
like they're trying to do battle within.
Yeah,
within our territory.
Yeah, they're the barbarians inside the gate. We're the barbarians outside the gate. Jedi, have you got a satellite?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, everything you said was lost, all of it.
I can't. Yeah, don't ask me to repeat it, mate. I can't remember. I'm doing like 3 different things at once at the moment, mate. So you're good. I remember that. It was just interesting to me that Matthew Learns is a Christian teaching specifically at a Christian college. I find that interesting.
Yeah. Viola's a very good university also.
Okay.
That's where William Lane Craig, that's where his philosophy class is.
Oh, okay.
If you want to learn how to debate, go watch some William Lane Craig. Man is a master.
There was a guy we were debating in here the other day that just was an ultimate contrarian. If he said yes, he's saying no. 100%. Can't remember his name. Well, I don't even know if it was the same guy that we talked to.
So there was a mod here. I think he's semi-retired right now. And he went over to, I think, Jim Panda's server. And he started taking up the official line of the Kennedy assassination. Right? You know, those mongrels started supporting the conspiracy just because it was him.
Oh, you're talking about Crack Villain.
Crack Villain, yeah.
I remember this.
Okay, yeah, he went over there. He was telling them that that JFK was killed by a single gunman. Here's how the bullet worked. And all of them were like, no, that's not it. That's not it. No, you're wrong. It was Jim Panda who had to set all those boys right. Jim Panda, of all people. You're all only gainsaying him because he's a flat earther.
Right.
That's my impersonation of Jim Panda. Because he has this kind of scratchily, hateful British voice.
Nice impression, man.
Not fair. Yeah. That's my Jim Panda.
That's pretty good.
I've gotten along with Jim Panda. It's Jim Panda is like the band Tool, right?
Yeah.
It's not Tool that's the problem. It's the Tool fans that are the problem.
I get that. Yeah, what you described though with crack villain is what I've dubbed the everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. And
Yeah.
obviously those are only that syndrome is if you're a globe earther, right? You just can't
Right.
stand what a flat earther says, even if they're like quoting something, sorting something, citing something, giving you a source. It's just got to be wrong. You
You're
saw that
taking
in
it
real
out of
time.
context.
Yeah, and that's where like the globe whisperers come in. Oh, well, what they were saying wasn't really what they were saying. What they meant was, Neil deGrasse Tyson didn't really say it looks flat. What he meant is,
They're
It looks like
they're like the religious interpolators, not interpreters, but interpolators, who are trying to fit some scripture from like the Quran or the Bible into something, and like going through all this nuance. And if you think back to this and this and this, and they're putting all this different context into it, and slowly trying to create this pathway to fit it in to what they want it to fit into. So they're interpolating indirectly and going all these different directions to say why that doesn't mean what it says. That's what they're doing with their gatekeepers. That's not what Neil meant.
I find it really funny because those are supposed to be the guys, like you said, that are communicating to the majority of people, just the layman person. So they're just speaking plain English. They're not really saying anything complex. But when a flat earther gets a hold of that, holds it to the fire, oh, you just didn't understand properly.
Well, see, you didn't understand what Neil meant when he says you can't see curve at that height. He meant you specifically. Because you can't go up that high, and only authorized members of the government can go up that high. That's what Neil was talking about. Don't you understand that, dum-dum?
Right.
See, I'd make a good Uber. If they would hire me, I could defeat the flat earth. Just through rhetoric. Just through rhetoric, no facts, no logic, nothing. Because that's the only way to do it.
That'd be a tough angle to take an approach. So like literally attempt to go back and play a Glover. Like how am I gonna like it would be brain hurting.
You would know all the arguments though. You would know every single thing to say to evoke emotion. You would never appeal to facts or logic, so you don't even have to worry about that. You'd know what all the arguments are already. You could just appeal to emotion and every fallacy in a very subtle way.
You said this is you going back in time and then starting over, but just kind of trolling along?
No, I mean, like if I ever wanted to switch sides or something, I would know all the stuff to do. I would know how to hit people, and I would never go after facts or anything like that. I'd go for emotions every time.
Yeah,
that's how people think. Like something like 80% of people just think with their emotions.
Yeah. I think honestly more of us could work on our Glober, your baller role, your baller hat. It's, number one, it's not easy. Going for longer than a few minutes is pretty challenging, I would say. I mean,
although, you'd be amazed at how many passionate arguments I have gotten in with flat earthers when they start using fallacies as well. They may be right, but they're using fallacies.
Mm-hmm.
And so all I do is I bust them. I'm not going to let a flat earther use a fallacy either. I hate fallacies more than I hate the globe earth.
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
Yeah, because a fallacy means you're acting in a contradiction, and you have to know you're acting in a contradiction, which means on some level you have to know that it's not an honest position. Every fallacy is an indication of a bad faith argument.
Yeah.
Speaking of fallacies, Austin Wishett seems to be a master of calling them out. But no, I was going to ask, what do you guys think, if you're familiar with it? His little idea of I forgot what he called it exactly, but he's recently come up with this idea about like auditing NASA. He wants to like get a group together of volunteers that go around to different like
Pointless.
Yeah.
Pointless. Honestly,
Yeah,
pointless.
right. Like it won't actually like achieve anything or go anywhere. Okay.
Not only will it not achieve anything, but you'll find out that NASA funds almost all the new R&D for a lot of the new cool shit we get. It'll exonerate NASA. They'll be like, oh, wow, NASA funded all these different programs through MIT and Berkeley and Lockheed Martin. Yep. Because that's what they do. Like, people think that money is just going into people's pockets. It's not. It's going to their R&D programs. So, I mean, it's like, look, if you try and audit the government, you're going to lose. You don't audit the government audits you.
Have you seen some of the YouTubers that go around and quote unquote, because it's not a proper audit, quote unquote audit government buildings? What they do is they go around into communal spaces that are freely accessible by people, and just kind of express their rights within that common space. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Anything they're allowed to look at, they will fucking look at, and if anybody kind of challenges them, they'll kind of put that point across. There's a few of them around England as well at the moment that go around to, say, council buildings and read signs on walls and that type of thing. I think that's what it's trying to do.
Yeah, okay. I'd be terrified trying an audit in England. Like that?
Yeah.
Okay, so when someone says audit, I don't typically think of like the people auditing the police or auditing like public buildings or anything like that. I typically think of lobbying to get their funds made transparent, like through FOIA or something.
Yeah, no, it's not that. I mean, I'd be very surprised if Witsit was doing that, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he's just going around to making a nuisance of himself in common spaces, exerting his rights, so to speak.
Right.
I've seen those videos. So you're saying there's people that want to go out and do that to NASA?
Well, yeah, but this is what it's reminding me of. Without Austin actually coming in and tell me what the fuck he's actually doing, this is what it's reminding me of.
Yeah, I've seen those videos. People get pissed. You know, you just like bring a camera in somewhere and just start recording. They're like, "What are you doing? Why are you recording?" It's like, well, dude, I'm just exercising my rights here. Okay, jeez, relax. The first couple cops show up, give everyone, give them a hard time, and then the sheriff or the supervisor shows up and they're like, "Yeah, they're fine." It works like that almost every time. But it would be funny to do that at NASA, actually.
I'd have to find out
what
it's not subject to laws. Well, I'm looking up the y'all talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I don't know what it's going to achieve without knowing exactly what type of audit, because there's many types of audit, right? I've worked in businesses before where we get auditors that come around and check every single piece of paperwork, right? Everything. Now, that's scary. But this type of audit where you just go around and exert your rights in common spaces and read signs and make sure signs are correctly, the correct signage, and yeah, without exactly knowing what he's trying to do, I don't know what he's actually trying to achieve.
I think you're trying to ask for more transparency or something like that, but of course they will only give him what they've allocated that they can give to the public anyway. So say if they going up to the wherever and they cut that bit of film and it's only this long, he wants the raw footage. He wants everything that is taxpayers. That's where he's coming from. We've paid for it. We want to see what we're paying for. So it's a good thing. I basically told him what Meme just said, which is it's pointless. But if it gets him a lot of attention, then that's the best he's going to get out of it. But I mean, these people he's messing with, they they could make his life a misery. I mean, they could put him in so much debt. They could put him in a room with no windows forever. Because they created this system. I mean, it's essentially a mafia. It's a protection scam, you know. It's the same thing.
That'd be the merciful prison. The real prison would be destroying you publicly.
Oh yeah, that's basic. That's fucking what. That's basic for these people. That's nothing.
One lady asked someone, I forget who it was, or said jokingly, I guess Australia isn't real. What happened for years?
That's how it started?
Yeah, it was on Facebook, and some lady just said, I guess Australia isn't real. She was just joking. Like, because they were all making fun of flat earthers. Like, I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson posted something. Or it was like, flat earthers explain this. I don't remember what it was, but it was just some lady's comment on Facebook where she was sarcastically saying, I guess Australia doesn't exist. And that's where it came from. One comment. Now, somebody goes, makes a huge embarrassment of themselves at NASA. Do the math.
Yeah, I think it could come good in end. It's difficult to say. It really is. Because it reminded me of David Icke, bless him. He went on this TV show back in the, I think it was like Wogan or something like that. It was like basically a talk show. And he made this announcement that he was Jesus Christ. And there's some wild...
You're Jesus Christ as well.
Yeah,
he
so
said he was sent
basically...
by God to tell us the truth.
Yeah, the amount of ridicule he received from that, and it lasted for years. You can imagine. Everybody that saw him on the street just laughed at him. And he really... I think he still carries it on his shoulder. What he really needed were a hug, to be honest, instead of all that ridicule.
He needed not to wear a turquoise tracksuit is what he needed, not to.
That's exactly it, you know.
Yeah, that wasn't so good either, but anyway.
What do you mean, dude? Turquoise casts away the archons.
Really?
It's not making it easier.
Yeah, dude.
Favorite colors?
But yeah, it's really easy. Like, every single movement destroys itself. It's not every single one. So, just saying. I think there's a lot better ways, and I think just spreading wildfires in the mind of people is the best way.
Yeah, that's why I said if he gets a lot of attention from it, then that's about the best he can hope for, really.
Yeah, it is, and I think ultimately in the end, just the rabble-rousing and the rumor spreading that we do, I think that's going to be more valuable than any kind of public activism. Public activism doesn't work in 2023. This is a digital world.
Right.
People look at you. People think it's lunatic to go out, right? They think it's lunatic. And I'm not saying it is.
I mean, you would get more traffic online than you would on your corner. So,
Yes.
I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying.
If I was to make a YouTube channel, I'd do much better on YouTube than going and sitting on a corner playing a game hoping people will come up and watch me, right?
Right.
You got to go where the people are. And I just don't think there's eyes there. And how the news will frame it is they'll go there, they'll take a low a tight angle shot of one guy. They'll show a terrible picture of him and give him 2.5 minutes, maybe 1.5 minutes on camera, while Neil deGrasse Tyson is
tweets
talking about how we're retards.
Yeah.
That is exactly how it would happen. It would be a blip, and no one will remember it.
That's all they want. They want that. They're waiting for, yep, see, look, another stupid flat earther. I mean, you have to be real careful, I think. That's why this forum, Miggy's always talking about, being careful about how we present things on this forum. If you want to speculate, we'll do it on Sundays type of thing.
Yeah.
Like I said, it only takes one comment. So.
Yeah. Oh, there's been people have pulled stuff years ago. They were pulling stuff from the chat room, from the from this server. They were recording and clipping people saying wild, stupid stuff. Ugh. That's why we're the little Stalinist that we are now.
Yeah, and I feel bad maybe for
On
these people that
Sunday.
don't quite get it. Yeah. It must be like, well, why are you guys censoring? Like, you should be free speech. It's like, well, you just don't understand.
Yeah, and I'm also not falling on my sword. I'm not having this server fall on somebody's personal topic sword.
Yeah.
Right? No, this is the most important topic of all time because people stayed home, man.
Right.
It's like, okay, everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows now. There are people who didn't know that now know, and people who were totally blue-pilled about it 3 weeks ago who know now. And it's like, okay, good. I'm glad I didn't sacrifice our server for that because everybody's to it now.
Right. Can you imagine if we did? Like, no, we need everyone to wake up and see the truth. And
no, man, they need people stay home, man.
Right.
Shut up.
Next thing you know, our server's deleted, and then everyone else has already figured it out. It wasn't because of us.
At least we died for our principles, bro.
Look, yeah, fuck off with your principles.
Yeah, look. A principle may be worth killing for, but it's not worth dying for, I promise.
I don't
I'll talk about that.
What are we talking about?
Go somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Go literally anywhere else.
Go to a server you don't like and talk about it there.
Right. See how they like it.
Yeah. What are you guys doing? Ban them, quick! Yeah. Oh man, I can't tell you how many people hate us because we aren't free speech. It's like, okay.
Mm-hmm. Flat Earthers even. I've seen Flat Earthers jump off this
That's
server.
who's doing it. That's mostly who's doing it because it's this kind of in for a penny, in for a pound. There's no nuance anywhere. If you're not 100% on board with everything, then you're part of the problem. It's like, okay. I think that's fallacious thinking. And I know me and Miggy have talked about that, how a lot of flat earthers are like, they commit, what's the fallacy where it's all or nothing? The all or nothing fallacy, right?
Yeah.
Fallacy, yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, you can't be like that. It's the same reason that I disbelieve 95% of all conspiracy theories. I disbelieve. I'm not saying they're not true. I disbelieve them.
Wait, I kind of have a question. Might be a bit unrelated, but just popped in my head. Well, I think I sort of have an idea, especially considering the cult origins of NASA and how the Apollo moon mission astronauts were admitted to be like Freemasons and high degree ones at that. But like with these modern like actonauts and astronauts, like where do you guys think these space agencies are getting them from? Like, because their ties to Freemasonry aren't as obvious nowadays. And then obviously we know that they're in on the lie, like being in front of that camera, messing with green screens and blue screens and augmented reality, whatever tricks they have up their sleeve. Like, what's the psychology behind these astronauts who get in front of the camera and have absolutely no problem like deceiving the entire world about space travel? And like, are they psychopaths, sociopaths?
No.
Like, do they feel any sort of guilt whatsoever to what they're doing?
No, what they're doing is what they believe to be true and right.
What? Wait, who said that? Really?
What they're doing, they believe to be true and right.
Was that Memius? Was that?
Yes, that was me.
Wait,
let me ask you this, Rebel.
They actually think you're going to space? What do you mean by that?
No, what they're doing in perpetuating the mythology. That's what they're doing. They're perpetuating the mythos. It is their story. They believe that it's the noble lie, and they believe what they're doing is true and right and justifiable. They don't look at it like you're looking at it through the lens of good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
When really, what is good and evil?
Well, there is right and wrong, right? At least there's like objective.
Believe me. I do believe there's right and wrong. But what is good and evil?
Then it's right.
Yeah.
You can wrong
What is good and evil?
right or wrong.
Have you ever lied to somebody to protect their feelings?
Yep. See, you're evil.
Mm.
I get what you're saying.
Remember that all or nothing fallacy we were just talking about?
Right.
Like, nah, baby, you haven't gained weight.
Next time they ask you why would they lie, because they didn't think you could handle the truth.
Yeah. That's one of the things I take. Maybe they're lying because in their mind they're protecting us. Why do we always assign evil motives?
Mm-hmm.
What if their motives are altruistic from their point of view?
Well, I was going to throw up the financial motive too, Rebel. I mean, how much money, even knowing what you know now today, what's the dollar amount? How much could I line your pockets to go and tell some lies? I mean, I'm sure there's a dollar amount where you would, like, all right, you know what, a couple milli or whatever, sure. So you gotta take that into account as well. People have families and lives and stuff. This is what they're getting paid to do. So I don't think they're willing to. We had a guy that came on who had 50 Twitch subscribers, and he was saying, "Yeah, I kind of agree with you guys, but I just don't want my Twitch followers to know. I don't want to lose my Twitch follower, my 50 Twitch followers."
50 according to Twitch is a lot. They say that's like.
So if some random goofball in the chat doesn't want to lose his Twitch followers, you think some guy wants to lose his $150,000 salary? Don't think so.
Yeah, and it could just be, you know what, honestly, it could just be that. It's that they're all part of the same mythology. What do? We just keep going with it because all of us were born into this. And this is like, it's not just my money, it's my livelihood, my culture. My belief system, the belief system of everyone around me. Should I shatter that?
Right.
There are so many what I would consider altruistic reasons why they would lie.
I mean, we saw just in the last couple of years how people will just go along with the thing easily. Yeah. Not everyone's built like you and me. I'm willing to say, nope, I'm not going to do this thing. I don't care if it makes me lose these things. Right. And I don't think other people have that same type of gusto, especially people who've been working for NASA. They probably aren't willing to just throw that all away for maybe like a little slice of truth. They'd rather just keep their everything going.
My grandpa worked on Apollo 17 and didn't believe we went to the moon.
Yeah, based.
What I'm most curious about is like maybe it's not that important, but like the logistics or mechanisms of like the recruiting process of these like charlatan astronauts. Like, okay, like say they start out as Globers. Like, at what point are they recruited and hired and like given an orientation of like the process it needs to become?
Well, I can tell you that it's usually generational military service.
Okay.
They don't recruit from like the Mason Halls or anything like that. What they're recruiting from is usually generational military service. Like someone who's had a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather, and they've all been in the military. They all were distinguished. This person is also. And he comes from a family that follows orders, a family that understands the program, so to speak. And that's who they've always recruited from.
Okay, that makes sense for the space agencies because a lot of them do say they have military background, like being the Air Force and stuff. So yeah. I can see that. But how about, what would you say? Would you say the same logic for like those, what seemingly, at least at the surface, were like random people chosen to go up on like the private space trips, like with Jeff Bezos and the guys from Virgin Mobile?
So where Jeff Bezos and William Shatner went was up to the stratosphere. And they were up there for a couple hours and then came down, and to them, that was space. That's all that happened.
Let me try to answer that question.
Yeah.
I think you're getting at, like, how do they decide who? Well, dude, I just for the life of me, I cannot think of the Q&A session that this was from. But there was a certain person maybe slightly on the spectrum. They were really excited to ask an astronaut or whoever it was a question. They were kind of clapping and they're like excited, like, "What did you think of your trip to blah blah blah?" And it's like there's certain people you can tell that are going to be down for something, if you know what I mean. It's called like reading the room. Like I've been a waiter before. You know who's going to drink wine. You go after those people to sell them the wine. So it's like in the same way that you would recruit a certain officer, recruit police officers. They look for certain things in the police officer. I would imagine when it comes to like having an astronaut be a part of your team, they've got to have these certain qualities. Just look at Don Pettit. You don't just find random guys like that off the street. But if you do, and he's passionate about your program, yeah, bring him on in.
I mean, okay. Well, I was gonna bring up that example of like dude, wasn't it like dude something? Like remember like he has like a big dude perfect, yeah. And I guess maybe I already answered my own question because he has like millions and millions of subscribers on YouTube. So maybe that wasn't such a like organic thing to happen. But like I mean, he's somewhat like random. Besides the fact that he has a bunch of subscribers, like how could someone like him like just willingly deceive the world about going to space?
He went into the stratosphere, right?
I guess. I mean, but
he goes up. He goes up. What happens? No matter what time of day you go up to 15 miles, and the sky is black, and you see stars.
But do you start floating weightlessly at that elevation too?
If you go into a
parabolic.
Yeah. Parabolic dive.
Mm-hmm. But so then, if he knows that the cause of the weightlessness happens to be one of those vomit comet planes, then he would have to be in on the conspiracy, right?
If he knows.
I
mean, for all we know, he's strapped in the entire time, and they're always going to be telling him, "You're always going to feel microgravity. We can't take you 256 miles up, obviously." Right?
Have you ever? Sorry, man. I was just going to ask if you've ever seen. Sorry, it's probably just me, man. I'm just lagging. I do apologize.
Here's your mic. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and I was just going to ask the gentleman if he's ever seen the video from YouTube that's boldly going nowhere. 2005, I think it was made. I'll see if I can find it for you. It will show you how easily people can be fooled when they're told they're going to space. So these people were told they were going to space. They didn't fucking go anywhere. They just stayed in a film studio. It's really easy to manipulate people, especially if they've got a pre-bias into space exists. And I'm all excited about it. And I trust the people that are taking me. It's not hard to fool people.
Vision history. Channel 4, is that it?
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, you're going to post it for y'all. I've never seen that.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see. But I mean, like considering the level of fame and popularity and wealth, even people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and the other guy, like the Richard guy, who's also like a multi-billionaire that owns Virgin Mobile. I mean, considering their level of wealth and popularity in pop culture, I mean, what it wouldn't be so far-fetched for them to like know that the space travel and the globe is a lie, right? And actually know that the Earth is flat.
I used to believe that. I don't anymore.
Really?
I think I believe that they're actually just completely normal people like us.
Wait, even Elon Musk, whose name was like almost prophetically prophesied in that book.
He doesn't run a space program.
Elon Musk is just an AI himself. I don't even think he's real people. Just saying.
I have a friend who knows him because he's on the list to get an internship there as a doctor. So I mean, Elon Musk is real.
I have a friend
he's a real guy
who worked for Tesla and SpaceX. He met Elon. Says he's just as weird as.
I'll tell you this though. Elon Musk doesn't run SpaceX. NASA runs SpaceX. A lot of people don't know that. Elon Musk is just the face of SpaceX.
The face, yeah.
I know that. I'm glad you brought that up.
So what is it with him about him saying that he owns the company, and like where is his money actually from then?
Profits.
Profits of what though?
Well, his first profits were PayPal. He was one of the creators of PayPal.
Okay, yeah, but other than that, like,
I mean, I'll tell you this: you get profits from PayPal, you don't need an other than that ever again,
I
because
know,
you've got more money than Crassus.
There's like no one who hasn't heard of PayPal, right? So
Yeah. There's a little kid in the middle of Africa who's never seen a computer who knows what PayPal is.
But like then again, I mean, I saw a video of some lady saying that like Bill Gates didn't really do, there was other people that did things for him that built up stuff, and he was just a face. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's more common.
I would believe that's absolutely true about Bill Gates. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that is because what's his name from Apple said that.
Steve Jobs?
Yeah, Steve Jobs.
Okay, wait. How about like who you guys brought up earlier as the so-called gatekeepers? Like the cult science communicators we see on TV that everyone kind of goes back to, like your Neil deGrasse Tysons, your Lawrence Krauses, even atheists like Richard Dawkins or Brian Cox, Brian Greene. I mean, wouldn't you guys say that they absolutely know the truth of the nature of our cosmology, but they're just like purposeful? They're just like professional bullshitters.
There's no reason.
Yeah, they haven't got a clue. They just are sold on the lie that they're already telling you.
Yeah, it's like, seriously? Yeah, I'll tell you why. I will tell you why, and this will make perfect sense once I tell you. Have you ever noticed that you can't show someone a fact or a proof to change their mind?
Oh, I mean, yeah, with the militant globers and anti-flat earthers, yes, but they're not.
Well, no. But let's just deal with them. It doesn't matter if you show them something that is absolutely 100% true, and you are showing them pictures of it. They don't believe it, do they?
No, but I think maybe in their situation they've been like properly brainwashed, indoctrinated with dogma.
Well, here's what it is. Let's say one day you woke up, right? You wake up. That's when you start hearing information. That's when you are able to see the truth. And nothing wakes you up. Something in your spirit wakes up. You internally wake up. It's not something from the outside. Someone doesn't convince you. Someone doesn't show you something. What happens is, at some point you woke up, and then someone showed you information, and that's when you realized the truth. And that's the way all these people are, because the moment someone wakes up, it's completely impossible to hide anything from them from that point
it's
on.
over. It's over at that point. There's no going
So
back.
what it is Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these other guys, they're just not awake, and they just believe in what they're doing. And in a sense, it doesn't even matter that they have all the evidence that it's flat, because they don't believe it.
Mimus, would you say there's a small percentage of people that may know the truth but are still in that camp of being communicators, whatever?
I mean, yeah, because there's always exceptions to the rule, right?
Because I agree with you. I think that the way you described it is exactly how I was and how I tell other people. They're like, oh, well, how could they be lying? They're not. They just believe it like I did, and you do, and everyone else does. But I think what this gentleman's asking is he's trying to get at, like, well, what about the people that may know but haven't spoke up about it? I'm sure there's a silent minority.
What if
maybe even a silent majority? Who knows?
What if the trickster is God?
Yeah, I'm down for that.
What about that, Rebel? Have you thought about that? What if the trickster is God?
No, that's definitely within the realm of possibility, because in 2 Thessalonians it says that God will send them a strong delusion, for they didn't have a love of the truth but would rather believe a lie instead.
Yeah, so what if all these people really do genuinely actually believe everything?
Yeah.
And God is the trickster and nothing is going on.
Yeah, that's certainly possible in my mind.
I don't understand why it's like hard to believe. Because ultimately, if you're a curious child and you want to know everything about everything, you're just going to go to universities where they teach you this shit. And because it's a university, because you rely on this authority to give you these facts, and you're not going to question these facts, you're just going to turn around to other people and repeat those facts as truth. So
Yes.
I don't understand how it's hard to believe this. People believe they have the truth, and they're just going to turn around and re-educate us with it. So Brian Cox, yeah, I'm not saying 100%, but yeah, he just believes this to be true because he believes this to be true. That's it.
Yeah, there's no rationality, no logic. It's a belief. And a belief is stronger than anything else.
What if your all work, your studies, your life is based on, let's say, heliocentrism, that you have books about that, and now you figure out that there is a truth, now you will say, okay, I will throw up this all in garbage.
I'm sure it's happened, but I'm sure they don't go public.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, I'm sure they don't.
there's a lot of Christians who are in like genetics who keep their mouth shut
Like
about
Matthew
a creator.
Matthew learns, if he's professor, I can understand it. You cannot go now in his school and say, look at people, the earth is flat, you are all totally wrong.
Yeah. Well, see, that turns into another claim too. We really shouldn't even be teaching that in school, period.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter what the earth shape is to life. It makes no difference. Tomorrow, it's flat, and it makes no difference to me because I got all the same shit I got to do. And it'll never enter into my mind to think about this thing being flat or round, ever.
Everyone's a realm earther at birth.
The what?
The realm earther.
Yeah, that's what I am. I live in a realm. This is where I exist, and I got bills to pay. I got a business to run, and I got kids to feed.
Wait, but Mr. Meme, you don't think there's a purposeful, like actively working deception used to like propagate the heliocentric globe model? Like, you don't think there's a purpose behind it?
It's us collectively. Collectively, we are deceiving. We are the deceivers. Collectively, we've done this. Collectively, we built it. We built it over the course of 400 years, too. I mean, it was a willingness to believe on everybody's part that did this.
I mean,
what, since the 1600s?
Yeah, it was. It's seductive, and it's so seductive that people wanted to believe it. And so it is us that perpetuated this. It's not some far-off elite. The people we have to look for who are responsible for all of this being perpetuated are in the mirror. So you can't fix the world. You can only fix that person in the mirror. And eventually, enough people will do that to where others will feel safe about doing it. But it's not the first time this has happened either, right? I mean, there have been arguments over cosmology in different disappeared civilizations, and it's just going to be our turn pretty soon to disappear. And then we'll start over, and then maybe 2,000 or 3,000 years later, we're going to have the same argument again.
That's certainly an interesting worldview of like hyper responsibility and accountability almost, it seems. But I don't know, from what I've seen, I can tie it back to like, you know, the globe, the heliocentric globe being tied back to the Jesuits during the Catholic Reformation. Beautifully demonstrated in that documentary called History.
Sorry, that's us.
What?
Yeah, that's us too. That's us too.
We're Jesuits?
That's
what do
us.
you mean? What are you talking about? We're Jesuits?
No. Hold tight. It doesn't matter about his ideology or Catholic. That it's us. People getting themselves into a situation where they've got an idea and they're just going to fucking lie. It means just talking about the ubiquitous us, humans as humans. This is what we've done. Now, yes, you can point to the Jesuits. Yes, you can point to the Catholics and say this is where it begun, but it's just a group of people that came out of a fucking lie.
Yeah. The question is, why was it so seductive to the rest of us?
And there's the next part of it. We
Because
wanted
of
to believe in this.
something in us. Go ahead, Jedi. Sorry.
No, I was just backing you up, buddy. That's us as well.
Yeah.
We wanted to believe this. We wanted this because what? We're smart. We're smarter than the dog. Yeah. So we can know everything, right? Yeah, it's us.
Well, I'm not.
God
Me
tells you
personally-
about this as well, right in the beginning of the Bible.
Me personally, I'm not sure.
First
If,
lie of the time.
it was never, at least for as far as I can remember, it was never necessarily quote seductive for me personally, because I mean I'll never forget this day. Like it's still very vivid in my memory. It was one day, I think maybe we even went to the we had a field trip to the local planetarium, which is funny, by the way, right? It's like a dome with the stars fixed to it, just like the firmament. But anyway, so and it was basically it was a day it was a science focused day on like astronomy and cosmology, so we had the whole heliocentric model out, and we learned about that. And I remember them telling us the speeds that the Earth is traveling through space, and I'll never forget, after that day I got off the bus to go back home, and I just sort of took a moment, like before I walked in my door, I was like outside in my sidewalk, and I was like, I just kind of closed my eyes and tried to imagine what they were like, just like teaching us in school, and it was such a mind fuck. I could not believe that we were going at these pun intended, like astronomical speeds of thousands and thousands of miles per hour, right? So even as a little kid, so even besides that, I never like the whole idea of like people standing like sideways and upside down, like in different orientation on a globe. Even that didn't make sense to me as a child. So like in hindsight, I was a flat earther since a little kid, right? So I wouldn't necessarily say like this whole globe model is I don't think it would be fair to describe it as quote seductive. Like I think it only worked because it was indoctrinated and brainwashed through a very diligent dogmatic process.
Well,
I got a
but
question for you.
that takes away our autonomy, though. Like that's to say, like we're not victims by choice. Like we allowed it to happen. It's kind of like when the emperor had no clothes. Was it the emperor who was the idiot, or was it all the people? It's all the people. All the people. Every single person in that crowd was responsible for that emperor being able to lie. Every single person in that crowd. It wasn't on the emperor.
Yeah, and who's the one who pointed out that he was naked? It was a little boy.
Yeah.
Who pointed out that the Earth feels stationary? It was a little boy.
Boy. But yeah, I do think it's seductive because it gives us an archetype that we're missing, and that is the archetype of exploration and the unknown. That is what space fulfills the need for. That's what the heliocentric model fulfills the need for. This kind of longing for the cosmic, longing for like the external world, a longing to escape.
Fantastical. Right?
Yes, the fantastical. Yes.
So science fiction, all of the stories everybody's seen on TV and the movies. Yeah, that's the bit. That's how they get the majority of people. It's not through the education system. It's not because you got to sit down in class. It's because of Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's because of comic books. It's because of fantasy.
Yep, that's it.
I agree. I can see that aspect of it, like the whole space travel thing. People are absolutely fascinated with this whole idea of like cosmos and stuff like that. Especially with like Carl Sagan's series of the Cosmos that Neil deGrasse Tyson ended up taking over. But to me to me, especially from my biblical worldview, that just seems like a satanic distortion of what is actually just a glimpse into heaven, which is the spiritual realm of God, right?
Well, like I said, that's why it's seductive, because it fulfills that. It fulfills that desire to see into cosmos, into the great cosm, into heaven.
Remember the first lie. You can be like gods. Well, that means all-knowing and all-powerful, right? So, shit. Men are smart. There you
and
go.
we got our wish.
There's your pride.
Yes.
And it also leaves you with the feeling that you know everything and that there isn't anything that's unknown, which is quite seductive within itself.
Yeah. And that is why every once in a while we get to this level and destroy ourselves because it's built in. Like I said, God's a trickster. He's a little troll. He loves his irony, and he loves destroying people in irony. Or he loves for irony to be someone's final exit. Like the king who had to fall on his own sword.
There's certainly, I do agree, God certainly within his character and nature does have a sense of poetic justice to him. I do agree with that. But I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I think I can kind of answer based off what you've been saying. But, you know, when Globers or atheists or whoever asks me, like, you know, why would they lie about this? Who's to gain? You know, my sort of answer is like, I think at the deepest level, of course, there's money involved, hiding maybe like you know, secret lands or energies from the ether.
Don't forget all the good reasons they may have.
All the what?
Don't forget all the good reasons they may have. Might not all be bad reasons.
Okay,
Yeah, there might be reasons that you don't know about yet. That could be good reason.
No, that's okay. That's all fine and well. But to me, I always say it's like at the deepest level, it's spiritual warfare headed by Satan to make people distracted away from the simple truth of God's creation, and to know the one true living God who created the heavens and the earth, and that the Bible is the true word of God, which would ultimately prevent them from having salvation, which will lead their soul to damnation and
you
being
come at
thrown in the lake of fire.
Since you come at this from a biblical perspective, let me ask you this question: whose number is 666?
I mean, that's sort of like eschatological question about the mark of the beast in Revelation 13.
I know, but whose number is it?
I don't know. It says whoever has wisdom, let him calculate the number of
the beast.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
But what
Just
kind
the
of
number
number?
of a man, isn't it?
It's the number of a man.
Right. Okay.
Right. And do you know the difference between daemon and demon?
No, I mean, I know that there's like there's an etymology relation to it, but yeah,
right.
Go ahead.
So daemon is a spirit, a demon is a shade, right? So the Bible says that the human is demonic, that the demonic forces are us.
Wait a minute, where does it say that?
That, yes, where it equates human with demonic. It does.
Are you talking about the 666 or somewhere else?
No, I'm talking about other places. I can't call it up in my head right now. I've read through my Bible 6 times. So it's like all mixed up in my head. But yes, it says it's the human, the demonic, the earthly. All things that are earthly or terrestrial, temporal, that's demonic. It is described as demonic. We are described as demonic.
Oof.
Because our souls, our spirits, are separated from the Creator right now.
It's the devil inside of you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you got to watch out for, because that's the wicked spirit forces, plural.
Okay.
Yes. So we are the creators of our own hell here on earth, separated from God. It's all us. It's our fault. And the only thing you can do is fix yourself and help those you know and those you love fix themselves too.
So then let me ask you this. Do you have any sense of or idea of what would happen to a human spirit or soul or body after they die? What's next?
Well, I don't want to talk about religion in here. We have another room for that. And I mean, I could give you my opinion. I'm a Christian and I believe in salvation.
Wait, you believe the Bible to be the true word of God, but you think it says humans are demons?
It does say that.
even though Christ himself is found to be casting demons out of people?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That's not contradictory. That's not contradictory either. Because there other demons from the past that exist. Right? There's the fallen angels, there's the demons after the flood, and then there's humans. Who are the demons after the flood?
Raphaim, to be clear.
Yes, there we go.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because the
Remember, we're
demons aren't.
separate.
Go ahead, Jedi.
Please, me finish. No, I was just going to say, we are separated from God. You've got to remember that. That's what Meme's trying to elucidate, right? It's just a different definition, but the demons have been separated also because they have no place within, God's creation. But ultimately, we are separated from God. Remember that first line.
I understand there's a strong distinction and distinguishment you can make between creator and the creation, just like with everything else. I would never say this computer I'm using is the engineer that built it. But I mean, that just reminds me, it popped in my head just now. I mean, in Genesis 1:27 or whatever, it says, "Let us make man in our image," and that means God's image. Are you suggesting God is a demon now because he made it?
No, but that was before mankind fell.
What?
Who's our? Who's that? Because that's not God.
Hold on. That was before man. Isn't that before? Wasn't man created before he fell?
Yep.
And what did he fall from? He fell from grace. And grace is what? That's the divinity.
Presence of God.
Yes, the presence of God.
So without the presence of God,
my opinion, only this is my opinion. I think that creation of the people will have nothing to do. Sorry.
I mean, you get what I'm saying, Rebel. Nothing I'm saying is contradicting the Bible at all. It's all in there.
I mean, I don't know. I get maybe you have to show me some examples.
We could go over it some other time.
Yeah,
and that's cool. And I'll show you all the places I got this from. It's not from YouTube videos or like edgy zeitgeist people. Don't worry. This is all actually from existing theology that you would learn in seminary, or if you took a theology course. Like you would learn that that God also created a pantheon, and that there were many gods. Yes, even in Christianity. And
I agree.
Yeah, it's called the congregation of the Elohim, and that's where all the gods came from. It's just
I've said that before, that there's a council of gods. Like God is the highest, and then there's like gods, like his, the ones below him, if you will.
Do you mean angels? That would just be angels, wouldn't it?
Well, no. We named them angels.
Right.
God called them the Elohim, which Elohim, that's a god.
Right.
That is literally a word for God.
Yeah.
So when you have them in the plural, it's the plurality of the Elohim. That is when the gods gather in the heavens.
So when it says, "Let us make man in our own image," that implies that there was more than one person creating.
Yes.
To me, that was just God the Father, who I think's name is a lot of people call him Yahweh. I think it's Yahuwah, and I just. To me, our, which is of course is plural, like you guys are saying, but to me, it's just like in my theology, at least, it's just like two people: God the Father, and then Yeshua the Messiah, the Son of God. That's
actually, Yeshua is wrong. It would be Jesus. That's the original Greek.
Okay, right, but he was the Hebrew Israelite. He wasn't a Greek.
But Yeshua isn't a real Hebrew word. That was made up. That was made up in America.
Okay, but for example, I don't think his disciples were like going around calling him Jesus either.
Anywhere he met a Greek, they were calling him Jesus.
Maybe the Greeks.
The closest transliteration of his name in English is Jesus.
I think it was.
It really is. It really is. It really is. I promise. I have gone over this with the Hebrew roots people a million times. We've shown them where they're wrong. We've shown them the original pronunciations, everything. Like they don't even know exactly how this was pronounced in Hebrew, but we definitely know how it would have been pronounced in Greek. And it was phonetic. And so the Greeks were saying Jesus. And so that's what the Hebrews would have called him, was Jesus.
Okay. Well,
because phonetically that was his name.
To me, a more proper transliteration, I think, would have been Joshua. But
Well, that's Joshua, and that doesn't mean the salvation name. So
like, what do you think? Like, like the book of Joshua, like the guy who took over after Moses for leading the Israelites out of Exodus. I mean, what do you think his original Hebrew name was? Certainly wasn't Joshua.
no, but nobody knows.
Nobody
would know.
knows.
Yeah, ancient Hebrew is dead.
It's
Ancient Hebrew does not exist as a language.
You're talking about
Or the
Paleo?
words exist. The words exist. The pronunciation doesn't. Nobody would know how to say any of the names from the Old Testament today. Today, even your most expert Hebrew scholar is not sure that he's saying ancient Hebrew correctly, because there's ancient Hebrew and then there's modern Hebrew.
Right.
Because all of that was wiped out by the Romans. They wiped it out. Gone.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I wonder what you would say to, like, for example, I have this book right here. It's called The Ancient Hebrew Language and Alphabet. The author's Jeff A. Benner. If you said that to his face, I mean, I wonder what kind of reaction
He would say, yeah, there's a lot of questions. He would be honest with me probably and say, yeah, we're not 100% sure how it's pronounced. Like ancient people who study ancient Mayan and have the ancient Mayan language written down. They don't know exactly how it sounded though. Like even if you watch these debates with the Hebrew scholars, there will be these debates where they're talking about the language and how they say certain things. Is this way? Is this that way? The debate is still quite alive and well.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm just saying, a lot of people get hung up on the pronunciation when the rest of the world knows him as Jesus.
Right. But for example, I've got a book or version of the Bible. It's called the Sefer, and the publisher is Dr. Stephen Pigeon, and he uses the name, like, he, at least to his to his belief or whatever, his knowledge, he's replaced all the English names like Isaiah and Ezekiel with the original Hebrew ones, and then instead of Jesus Christ, it'll say like Yahushua HaMashiach instead.
Yeah, like he can't justify where he got that name from, though.
He might.
He can't. I guarantee you.
I mean, clearly he didn't pull out of his ass, though, right? Like
he may have. He may have. I don't know. I just know that in the oldest existing documents or oldest existing epistles, it's Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the 1611 King James. Yeah, I know.
No, I'm talking about the epistles, the one that go back to the 2nd century, way older than that. I'm talking about things that were seen by the apostles, parchment.
Wait, you haven't heard about the Gospels being found written in Hebrew or Aramaic?
The oldest transcripts are in Greek.
Okay, there might be some debate about that.
Well, there's not. Literally the oldest transcript is in Greek, and then the Aramaic and the Hebrew were copied from that Greek one, because it was the Greek congregations that had the epistles, because the other ones were destroyed.
Oh, I'll specifically talk about the Synoptic Gospels, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
I mean, my assumption is that's what it is. I mean, when they say it's the oldest, or the oldest gospel is from the 2nd century, oldest copy is from the 2nd century, and it's in Greek.
Gotcha. All right. Well, yeah, I don't want to make this delve into a full-on theology discussion, but anyway, I gotta go, guys. It was nice chatting with y'all. I'll catch you.
Yeah, come on back.
All right. Thanks, man. See ya.
Yeah, Zarek is correct. Oldest Torah is in Greek. Yeah. Everything's in Greek.
Yeah, you're not wrong. A lot of Bible scholars, they go and look for the Greek lexicon, translation when picking apart the Bible. So, yeah, I don't think you're wrong there, Mimus. I think you're pretty on point with that.
Yeah, that's what you want to go with is the Greek, because everything that you're going to find in Hebrew and Aramaic was copied from the Greek. It's what the copywriters, that's what they did. They copied it from the Greek. So the Greek is the oldest manuscript. And they only had the phonetic form of Jesus as Jesus. I think I'm saying that right in Greek. But they just wrote it down how it sounded. The Greeks did. That's what they would have done. They would have written his name how it sounded. Jesus.
Which makes it a more direct translation to look at the Greek. And I tell people that all the time. I'm like, you really want to understand? Go look through the Greek.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, that makes the English transliteration Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and which makes a lot of sense. Jesus, Jesus.
Yeah. I don't know what the obsession was with the Hebrew roots people to try and like start confusing everything. Like, let's all just throw every bit of complicated nonsense at this to try and confuse everybody.
Look, we can get deep into that, but I don't. This isn't the server for that.
No. I took care of that here. But anyway, where were we? We were talking about motives, right?
I believe so. I'm sitting here looking at different moons and just laughing about how all of these different planets have special names for their moons, but our moon is just called Moon. How lame.
Actually, the moon has a name.
Luna.
Luna.
I was going to say Luna. It's
Luna.
We call it Luna.
And the name of the sun is
Helios or
Sol.
Sol. Okay, yeah, Sol. That makes sense. Yeah.
Sol and Luna. The man and wife. It's Sol and Luna.
I bring about that man and wife thing with the sun and the moon all the time. I'm like, so sun is, hot plasma light, right? But moon is rock. How is sun hot plasma light, but moon is rock? Shouldn't it be, the equal / opposite counterpart of the sun? Which couldn't the moon be a cold plasma light?
Luna Rock would be a cool band name, though.
Oh yeah. The first song would be called Cold Plasma Light.
Oh God, no. I hate all activist music, period.
Look, I like some of the flat earth tunes that I
can't stand any of them. I almost generally can't stand all of them, but people get to have their fun. It's fine. I like my music.
I got a question about that. What about the song "I'm Fixing to Die Rag" about the Vietnam War? Do you like that song?
By the Who?
It's been so many years. I can't remember. I can't remember who made the song. I'm fixing to die rag. Just listen to that song. I'm sure it'll come up if you type it into YouTube or some search engine.
Oh, okay. I will have to look that up. If it's activist music, if I know it's activism, if it's so like on the nose, that's when I don't like it. If it's subtle and like has hidden language in it, that's when I like it. Like if I don't know I'm listening to activist music and it's an activist song, I'm fine with that. But like things that are
I would say that this song doesn't fall under either of those categories. It kind of falls under a category of its own. Neither of those two.
Yeah. just like I hate anti-war movies, but Saving Private Ryan is a great movie. Even it's not anti-war and it's not pro-war, but if you watch it, you'd be like, I don't want to go to war. So subtlety always passes a better message along. Activist music is just made for people already in the club.
I can maybe remember part of it. It's been a long time since I've heard it, but it's like, come on, all you big, strong men, come on, get your... damn, I can't remember. It's like, it has funny lyrics like, be the first one on your block to have your boy come home in a box. It has like lyrics like that.
Oh, yeah. It's funny, though. I do love Rage Against the Machine, even though I think they're a bunch of communist morons. I like it because it's got that like violent feel to it, which I love that.
1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me. I don't give a damn. Next stop is Vietnam.
Oh God!
And
Hippie trash. Oh,
hold on. Let me just for a second. 5, 6, 7, 8. Open up the pearly gate. There ain't no reason. Whoopee! Wrong. I can't believe I can remember that.
Hey, man, we're gonna go sit on the steps of the government, man.
Yeah, what happened to all those numpties?
Ugh.
It's a silly song, but it's a fun song.
They're all elected Democrats now and very pro-war.
Yeah, and then they just go to war with every. Yeah, they just have more bombs dropped than any other party. Great.
Yeah.
Hey, there's even a more recent example of that. The Iraq War. They're like, "Oh, this is terrible. The Iraq War is terrible." And then Obama gets into office, and they're like, "Yeah, let's bomb those motherfuckers."
Looks like we're going to be stuck between Iraq and a hard place. Quite a while. Yeah, there's a lot of mistakes people make in their activism.
Think about that. I was alive during every single one of those things. Well, not every single, but yeah, most of all of it. Like
it's
from Vietnam.
About time, isn't it? It's about time.
About time for what? Did I miss the point?
I'm being a smartass. I'm saying you're old.
No, I'm not.
Bro, I'm 42 and was born in 1980.
That's crazy, man. I was sailing to Martinique in 1980.
Yeah.
It was 1979, 1980. The Contour War was full action. Lots going on. Mount St. Helens blew in 1980. The Shah of Iran had to flee.
Yep.
Wild stuff.
Yes. Good time.
Yep. Who was in charge of Nicaragua? What's that guy's name? They eventually went in and got him. Forgot. No, that's amazing.
I don't remember.
Remember the big bad guy that was in Central America? They had to go in. Where did they?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember his name.
Anyway, yep.
He had death groups. They were the Sandinistas, right?
I think, was that his group? I think so.
Let me look this up. The Sandinistas. The party is named after Augusto Cesar Sandino, who led the Nicaraguan resistance. Daniel Ortega. See.
Noriega, unless somebody said it already.
Noriega? Was it Noriega?
Noriega.
That's on, and he was in Panama, wasn't he? We actually invaded Panama.
Panama. Yep. Anyway.
Yeah, we went and took him out.
Construction of the Georgia Guidestones, if anybody cares.
Wait a minute. What'd you say about the Guidestones?
That's when they were put up in 1980, I believe.
Wow.
What date were they?
Who got on dope? What Californians? What are you talking about? Did Truther get banned? I mean, muted. I'm sorry, I didn't. Wrong word.
Did he?
He's muted. Wonder what happened. Maybe he was hot micing. I don't know.
All right, let me unmute him. Where is he? There he is. Here we go.
Wait, that's not Truther. That's Truether.
Truether. Truether, are you there?
Maybe it's True Ether.
True Ether. Or True Earther. Ooh, I like that. I think I'll go with that. What are you? True Earther? You know what? When someone says flat Earth, like let's say you start talking to people, we had this conversation earlier, kind of a tail end to that, dovetail on that is when you're having a conversation, start with things like whenever I've done it, I start with things that I don't say flat Earth, and then they end up saying flat Earth. Then you have to ask them, well, what do you mean by flat Earth? And you have to get to, because we know they all have these straw man ideas of what flat Earth is. So then you get to what they're.
But True Earther sounds corny as shit, though.
It does sound pretty fucking corny, huh?
No, maybe that's real one, because true for the earth is what it is, and then you are true earth itself.
Yeah, it's on point. It's on point, but you probably don't recognize because you're used to different languages, Sasha. It just sounds corny, like it sounds like something.
Okay. That means this is false earther with the true earther name.
It's just a problem with you have. I mean, some things just sound corny, and even though they seem logical to say, you just can't say it because it sounds corny as shit.
Yeah,
applies to
a lot of those words, like truther, has been weaponized. Also, like people think that just means you're just a conspiracy theorist.
Well, yeah, but even that term within itself, that term itself is corny as shit. Like, that's worth pointing out. That term itself, truther, is corny as shit as well.
It is. You're right.
People come at me like, "Are you one of those truthers?" And they're already triggered, and I was like, "What?"
It's like you would think, like one of these used car salesmen from Orange County, like, "I'm Truther Cars. Come on in." Truther used automobiles.
I honestly cringe every time I hear someone say the word truther. I cringe.
See?
Okay, this is something offensive.
Might work for the used car salesman. You never know.
It's not that it's offensive. It's an annoying. You got to understand, offensive means one thing, and annoying means another thing. It's annoying.
Yeah.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy terrorist. Oh, no. My 15-year-old cousin calls me that. It's pretty funny.
Congratulations.
But he knows about the Earth, though. So.
But isn't conspiracy theory that you have some kind of theory and now you're making conspiracy around that theory?
Well, the word conspiracy just means a plot or nefarious plan against a group of people. And so the theory of conspiracy means, we have theorized that there is this, and this that are being plotted against us.
Actually,
the CIA coined that term, to try to throw people off the trail.
That term is like a trap because it's saying theory of conspiracy. Like it's telling you immediately that conspiracy cannot happen in any time.
Guys, it's a joke. It's a joke
I'm
that is
conspiracy realist.
It's a joke because theory is a confirmed fact.
Right.
A hypothesis is an idea. So when they coined the term conspiracy theory, what does that mean? That means fact, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just agree with someone when they say it's a conspiracy theory. You're right.
Oh, yeah, I do. And I lay out the definitions.
By definition, they're right.
I just tell them, you're right. It has been confirmed. And then I let them go, what do you mean? Then I tell them the definition as if they were stupid. Everything's a trap.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of these words have been turned into traps against us.
The term is conspiracy theory, not conspiracy colloquial theory.
But what is conspiracy then?
A conspiracy is a plan between two persons or more, conducted in private, usually criminal.
Okay.
Yep. And like a nefarious plot or plan against a person or groups of people.
Well, I mean, just legally.
Evidence.
Legally, if you plan something illegal in private, that's it. That's a conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have evidence for that, then it's starting to be theory of the conspiracy.
No, then it'd be a hypothesis.
Yeah, but
if you call it a theory, that means it's confirmed as being true.
Well, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Everyone forgets theory is a validated scientific experiment.
So wait,
hypothesis, experiment, then you get your theory after that.
Just to clarify how to properly or improperly use the word conspire in that form. Like if I were to say I'm conspiring with my friends to set up a surprise birthday party for another friend, am I misusing that word?
No, because that's the colloquial use.
Okay.
Right, so it's an informal use of a word. I'm sure that it originated as someone jokingly saying, I'm conspiring to set up a birthday party. And now we just use it.
And so what's the Big Bang Theory?
Well, they call things theories that aren't scientific too. Yeah. So it's a very bastardized word.
I agree. So it should be called the Big Bang hypothesis.
And the evolutionary hypothesis, even though neither of those have observed phenomena and don't even qualify as hypothesis.
Right.
Right. They aren't actually theories. That's the name of the paradigm of thinking. Evolutionary theory is the name of a paradigm. It's not evolution, it's evolutionary theory. It's not the Big Bang, it's Big Bang theory.
Theory, yeah.
Yeah, so those are like their titles. But that's all they are. They're honorifics. They're not actual theories.
It's not gravity, it's theory of gravity.
Yeah, the theory of gravity.
It's like trying to validate something in all of its incredulity.
Good luck.
Flat Plains Drifter, you got me cracking up, man. I'm glad we're on the same page. That's funny.
And then you have theory of the level water.
But my curving water. You can't take my curvy water from me.
Hello.
That means the curving water is idea only.
Yeah, curving water because of gravity is nothing more than an idea. It's got absolutely no proof behind it. Just a bunch of hypothetical mathematic calculations that don't mean anything to the physical world. Someone gonna say hello? Hello?
So I got a funny story to tell. It's another one of these, handing out cards funny stories. So like the other day, last, I don't know, a few days ago or something, I was hanging out with some friends, and it was like last Sunday, and one of my friends gets hungry, and I'm just like seeing him spend so much money, like ordering all this food to my apartment, like everything was hanging out here. I'm like, dude, you're just wasting so much money. Like I got a car, man. I got a plug-in hybrid. Like for a few pennies, I can just drive you down the street wherever you want. You don't have to spend odd number of dollars to waste money, paying people to bring this damn food to you, So we're just going over to Chick-fil-A, we're like wasting a bunch of time in the Chick-fil-A line. It's so long because people are just craving these chicken sandwiches. Anyway, we're like going there and getting his food or whatever, and then I'm just taking one of these cards, these Flat Earth Discord cards, and like putting it on the table between me and this chick with the headset or whatever. I'm just telling her the Earth is flat and stationary. Oh, by the way, the Earth is flat and stationary. Before I drive off, and like me and my friend Rena, like we look at her face and her reaction. She doesn't say anything, but she just looks at the card and looks at me and just looks at me with this expression on her face, like I just tore off a stray jacket and I just escaped from an insane asylum, and I'm holding a stray jacket in my hand that's all ripped up, and I'm like saying something nutty to her. And she's like giving me that look, like that kind of look, but not saying anything. And I say, have a nice night, and I drive off. And just my friend was just laughing his ass off, and I was too. I just thought the look on her face was just so funny, just how truly crazy she thought I was, just in a split second. I just think it's funny.
Well, I talk about Orion how the only thing that she's finding repulsive in that is her own ideas about what she thinks a flat Earth would be. That's what I find funny. They project ideas in their mind, and they're like, well, I don't like that. Seems stupid. He must think that. It's like, no, those are your ideas, weirdo.
It's there's also the factor of it just being out of the norm, like the first time anyone ever told me the Earth was flat, it wasn't the first time I had a long conversation with anyone about it. It was actually after having a political conversation, and they were basically saying this to me at the end of it, just as a matter of fact, in case you want to know thing. And I remember asking them, I don't know, something like, what about, where are these UFOs coming from? And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I don't know. And then another guy, he says it to me at the end of a conversation, at the end of a political conversation, and he says it to me as he's walking away. This is many years ago. So he doesn't want to have the conversation with me because he doesn't want me to say to him, hey, you're a crazy flat earther, but he wants to convey the message to me without having to deal with that. So instead of saying goodbye to me, he says, the Earth is flat. He turns around and walks away. And right after he begins to turn around and walks away, he says loudly so I can hear it, the Earth is flat. And I'm like, I turn around and I look the other direction and I see that the Earth is flat, and I turn towards him and I say, what are you talking? What do you mean? What do you mean? But at the same time, while I'm saying that, I'm feeling so silly inside my head. I'm asking myself, what do you mean? What do you mean? The Earth is flat. He just said it's flat. What else does that mean? So in my own head, while I'm asking that question, I'm saying to myself, gosh, I feel so silly even asking this.
Well, it's just kind of nice. Good.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the expression on her face was disgust, though. I'd say I've seen that sort of on other people. It's not disgust. It's really just more like she was just looking at me like I was crazy, just plainly like that. And it just humored me, and especially humored my friend quite a lot.
Orion, that's good, man. Just sprinkle that truth out there. As awkward and cringy as it may seem to her, dude, you're doing something, right? Throw it out there, man.
Yeah, I'd say entertainment wise, at this point, it basically serves a purpose entertainment wise at about the same capacity as watching stand up comedy.
Orion, on a side note, of course you got a plug-in hybrid out of Portland, Oregon.
You know something funny about that is I put the paperwork in for the $2,500 rebate subsidy, whatever you want to call it. I forget what the term is for that. The tax incentive, that you get for buying used one of those. It never went through to me. I never got that money. But at the same time, I'm like kind of thinking to myself, I don't know. I'm almost kind of glad it didn't. Like if I get if the money were to show up, the paperwork were to go through, I'd probably accept it. But I'm kind of glad it didn't because it almost seemed kind of like ever so slightly immoral, just because I, as a libertarian, am actually against that policy. Like I don't think there should be any subsidies for gas powered or electric powered cars, neither. So whatever. But it doesn't matter, But anyway, I'm just saying, like I bought it for economical reasons, not because of any other reason. Well, also because I like, that it's less vibration as you drive and less noise. But mainly because I just don't want to spend a lot of money on gas. I don't have a lot of money. And I also don't want to spend a large amount of money on a large set of batteries, which I would have to do if I bought a used fully electric car of the same year.
Quiet today, eh? Sunday afternoon. Jenna, you're pretty articulate, eh? You got a lot of insight about everything.
I do.
You question the mainstream narrative. How long have you been a flat earther?
About 5 years now.
Okay.
I guess for like the better part of it, I was like an on the fence earther, you know. But it's come, full circle, and I'm just like, wow, yeah, there's no freaking way that water can be curving if physics dictates that it's going to be level. Bodies of water are going to be level on the surface, and the water takes the, wait for it, shape of the container that it's in.
That's right.
Oh, there's some idiot in the comments on YouTube on my channel, and he's talking about how there's been millions of evidences that prove a globe. I'm like, oh, millions? Just show me like 5 of your millions of pieces of evidence, please.
Because the funny thing is that all it would take is one of definite evidence, but they don't have any definite evidence, because the only definite evidence that they could ever have as far as the geometric claim would be a direct measurement demonstrating the Earth to be curved. No, they don't have that.
I got another guy in here who thinks I'm a freaking clown because I was like, there's this video about these books. I mean, they're giant books. They're massive freaking books. Like, you need a couple of people to pick these books up to get them onto a table. And, like, this guy's not understanding. I'm like, so, like, giant books that literally dwarf people our size in comparison to the books. But I'm the clown for being like, yo, this indicates that there were bigger people, like far bigger people, that made these books. They're freaking huge.
Yeah,
but, like, if they're a globe believer,
the Aztecs, and the Mayans had like really big books where they pretty much used like a wooden board as the cover and back cover, and then they had paper in between, and these things were like 2 feet tall and 1 foot wide, like, but those people were shorter than most white people, You know, like typically your South Americans, your Central Americans are typically a good few inches shorter than most Europeans. So, like, I'm just saying, like, just because they had bigger books doesn't mean they were bigger people.
I mean, these books in particular are, I mean, they're freaking huge. Like I said, it takes a couple of people just to lift a book to put it on the table, to open it. Why would anybody our size, like, how would anybody our size, you know, make a book that you can't even pull off the shelf yourself?
So how big are you even talking about?
I mean, freaking huge, man. I mean, like as big as my coffee table.
So, like, how many feet by how many feet we're talking about? A wooden cover and a wooden back cover, or what?
I'm not sure what the covers are made out of, but I mean, these books are probably a good 1.5 feet thick. You know, every bit as big as you know your average coffee table.
Well, all right. So like your average coffee table, like what, 3 feet wide, 4 feet
Yeah,
tall?
like a 2 by 3, like 3 foot by 2 foot, like a huge book.
Oh, hold on. It's 2 feet by 3 feet. That's a book I could read. I'm 5'10".
I get that, but the weight of that book, dude. Can you imagine having to manipulate all that?
Well, how heavy are we talking about? 200 pounds or what? Or less than that or what? It sounds like a book I could lift.
I mean, if you lift, bro.
Well, no, it sounds like it's less than 50 pounds. And honestly, what you're describing sounds like it weighs less than 50 pounds. And yes, I can lift 50 pounds easily.
I don't know, because I've never touched the books, tried to move them myself. I'm just like looking at the size going, damn.
Well, yeah, some people just make big books.
Like the giant Tartarian books?
No, just some people just make big books. Like, take for instance the example I gave you, the Mayans and the Aztecs. They made big books.
Mm-hmm.
Small people that made big books. They had thousands of them.
But I also think that at the same time, big people have also made big books.
No, but that doesn't mean that big people made the big books.
I'm not saying that that's what that strictly means. Sasha, don't mix vacuum with drugs. What is going on? Yeah, Toby, if they're big people, if they're huge people, then that's like a normal sized book. Right, big to us, normal size to them, whoever they were. But I mean, look at the size of that book. Like, it's bigger than those people. Did they make that? Did they just, like, make a book? Like, I understand that small people can make big things. There's, like, you know, world records of, like, the biggest cookie ever made, or the biggest pizza, or whatever. But that's a book, man. That's a big
all I can say is people have done crazier things. Like, if that was a big book made by ordinary sized people, all I can say is people have done crazier things.
I know, but okay, so, like, here's another question. Do you believe that, like, people have always been, like, the average size, or do you think that there were bigger people, like, way, way back?
I don't believe it any particular way. As far as I can guess, I just guess people are just all relatively the same size as they are now. But it all just boils down to what can you demonstrate with absolute definity.
Ooh,
like,
okay.
I'll give you an example. Like, I've heard theories, rumors, just rumors, kind of like the rumors of Bigfoot almost, however much water those things carry. That I've heard rumors that there are still giants in existence, that there are giants in existence, in remote places in the world, like Afghanistan, take for instance. But these are just rumors. I mean, it's just a rumor. That doesn't mean it's true. It could just be it's just a fairy tale to me at the moment. But if someone can ever demonstrate it to be true, like I'll give you an example. If someone can ever go to Afghanistan and shoot a tranquilizer dart or two into a giant and then put him in a cage and then bring him back to the United States, and I can go and witness this giant in a cage with my own two eyes, well then yes, I would acknowledge their existence. And that would be definite evidence that we, in fact, may have even or whatever. Sometime in the past, these things may have been more commonplace. But until then, it's just fairy tales and stories, and nothing more, nothing less.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from on that. Just the fact that there's legends. Okay, there's legends from different cultures about giants. Okay, giant people, titans, whatever you want to call them. Why would this legend exist in almost every friggin' culture?
Because people are very limited with their imaginations.
That doesn't seem like a limited imagination thing, though.
It does to me. Maybe to you, but that's an opinion. You gotta understand. You're just putting your opinion against mine, and this, just keep in mind, this isn't a forum for opinions.
Oh, I understand that. That's why, I drop little proofs in the chat here. I got the rocks were alive, all of the legends about, the fallen titans. Complicated rock. The moon is a complicated rock, Sasha. Remember?
Well, there are people who are complicated rocks. I don't know. They are claiming that, at least.
No, wait a second.
I understand that some things in nature are pareidolia.
With this thing that you just posted, are you guessing, or are you insinuating or whatever that's actually a giant? That's actually the remains of a giant, that mountain?
I'm just going to say that some things are pareidolia and other things are exactly what they look like. And using discernment is important.
Wait, can you answer my question directly, though? Because I asked you a yes or no question.
What?
So, do you actually believe that mountain there is the remains of an upright bipedal creature at one point in time?
I mean, yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, I understand it. No, hold on right there. I understand. See, right there, when you say it looks like it, I will agree with you that far. Yeah, no shit. It looks like it, but I've seen clouds that look like bunny rabbits. That doesn't mean that the cloud came from a bunny rabbit.
I understand that. What you're explaining is something called pareidolia, okay? When things look like something that they're not, and I understand that. I've actually been through this video that was like an hour and a half long showing what are examples of pareidolia and what are things that are exactly what they look like. And what a coincidence it is that there's so freaking many of these rock formations that coincidentally look like just petrified giants.
So wait, can you say that again? The sentence you said about coincidences, like you're just basically asking why are there so many coincidentally looking like this? Is that what you're asking? I mean, it seems like an unanswerable question. Or it's all your perspective, really. Like you can.
I mean, it's been documented that there were giants in the earth. It's been documented.
Well, hold on. That logic goes the other. That logic is fallacious because you can just send it the other direction. I can say to you, "Oh, well, hey, I've seen thousands upon thousands of rocks with my own eyes, and this is true. This isn't even sarcastic, technically. But I've seen thousands of rocks that don't look anything like people. So, is that just a coincidence? Or is it that rocks aren't people and we're never people?" Yeah, you see, it doesn't work. Like what I'm trying to say is your logic, it doesn't work because it goes both ways.
Hey, I gotta mute out real quick, guys. Hold on.
But effect it's the same like with the clouds. Only these things. These are there's a shape of the rocks, and clouds are the shape of the let's say water or whatever. But the effect is the same. We have mountains even in pictures. All mountain look like an animal or something like that. They are not only humans. They are also animals, and you can watch. And if you are watching, it's the same effect like a cloud. You will find in stones also some other things for sure, because of shade, because of angle, because of everything. That doesn't mean they're giant.
Orion, this is good that you're putting Jenna's feet to the fire, questioning everything. Hold on a sec. Like how far does that go, Orion? Like, do you actually have to see the physical proof of a giant? Like, you got to see a giant? You got to touch a giant?
Well, the same logic applies to the Pacific Northwest where I live, and the friends of mine, close friends of mine, multiple close friends of mine and acquaintances I've met through the years that have claimed to have seen and come and had contact with these Bigfoot creatures. So I don't believe that Bigfoot really exists or that there are Bigfoot creatures out there. I'm just waiting until I can see a Bigfoot in a cage in front of me, and then I will acknowledge his existence or the existence of these creatures. But until then, it's just a mere blind belief on anyone's part that hasn't seen one of these firsthand that they exist. And the same thing goes with anything else, with any other extraordinary cryptic creature, whether you're talking about giants, Bigfoots, or the Loch Ness monster, or any damn thing, or the rumors of these giant spiders in the Congo or various other jungles, like spiders the size of dogs or whatever they say. There's just all sorts of rumors of creatures, but until you see a creature alive in a cage yourself, it's just it's ridiculous. I mean, pointing at a bunch of rock formations and saying that, it looks like the creature died there and those are the remains of it. I mean, it's kind of like the Globers, pointing at the horizon and saying, I think I see the curvature of the Earth, and it's just a thought. It's not like an actual demonstration.
Yeah, that's all well and good, but it's kind of silly in one way. It's like what, like for example, remember the black and white bears that they had in China for 5,000 years? The Chinese they had these black and white bears. What it was that 125 years ago, we finally said, okay, you know what, we found them, and we're gonna name them pandas. Now it's official; they exist. Yeah, but what about 5,000 years prior to us finding them? They were still in existence. You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to measure a panda to say that it exists, or take or pet it, or comb it, or whatever, keep it in a zoo. That's what I mean with the West, right? That you got the native legends; they've seen them for hundreds of years. For example, you're talking about Sasquatch. My wife is actually from Salem, Oregon. Her parents still live there, so I'm well aware of all the eyewitness reports of Sasquatch, Bigfoot. I'm not going to write it off because I haven't actually seen one. In fact, I'm going to say, you know what? You obviously saw something, Native Americans, to the point where you've made, I don't know, legends out of it, passed it down generation after generation.
Look, hold on. You're using the word obviously incorrect. They're not obviously have seen something, because if they had obviously had seen something, they would have put it in a cage and shown it to you. That would be obvious. It's just that they're saying they've seen something. That's the difference.
Okay, so they're planting their gardens of maize, and they see a Sasquatch. Like, to make that real, they just saw something. They saw a Sasquatch walk across their garden, their acreage, 500 years ago. So the only way to make it legit is if it was in a cage for you to see, or for me to see, or for any of us to see. I guess it's kind of our white man condescending, not even condescending, sort of, man.
White man thing. What the hell are you talking about, dude? We're talking about critically thinking here. Critically thinking has nothing to do with the color of your skin, dude.
Yeah, dude, I understand that, obviously, but I'm saying Western white man came over here, took over for North America. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, it's nothing to do with the color of the skin. It was the Spanish, it was the English, it was the French, all that stuff. It's not the color of the skin. It's a foreign. Doesn't make it less legit that they saw, they experienced whatever in life for hundreds of years, because I haven't seen it in a zoo. Or my guys, my scientists, my biologists, all that stuff didn't confirm it.
I'm just wondering, like, how many pieces of evidence how many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop,
Only one. Answer, only one.
Only one. Crunch.
So in regards to Bigfoot, that would be a Bigfoot in a cage that I can observe. And in regards to giants, that would be a giant in a cage that I can observe.
Oh, so you want like a living giant in a cage? So you want a living giant in a cage so that you could fucking see what it looks like, bro? I'm sorry.
And anything less than that would involve mere blind belief on my part. And keep in mind, none of us, or most of us here, don't like to blindly believe that the Earth is a ball for a similar reason, because we would need a direct measurement of curvature, which would be direct evidence, the best kind of evidence, definite evidence. So
by that, it's like
evidence.
It's like, we can't, by that logic, we can't possibly know or believe what shape the Earth is because it's not in a cage in front of us.
No, that's completely false. No, that is completely false. I observe the Earth is flat. To the best of my knowledge, it's flat.
Same.
What is wrong with what I just said?
You want a giant, like a living giant in a cage, for it to be proof that giants existed?
So let me phrase this to help you. So, to the best of my knowledge, Bigfoot does not exist. There are no Bigfoot creatures. To the best of my knowledge, giants do not exist and never existed, to the best of my knowledge. Now, if you can demonstrate otherwise, I'm all for that.
I posted some demonstrations up in the chat.
Oh, okay.
So did Toby Dog.
So do you have a giant in a cage somewhere, or a giant not in a cage somewhere that I can go and meet? Do you have that?
What about...
No, let her answer. Hold on.
That's what you want?
Excuse me. Let her answer the question. I would like her to answer that.
You want a giant in a cage? I mean...
Or not in a cage. Just a giant that I can see with my own two eyes in person. Can you show me that? Question mark. Yes or no?
Oh, do you want it to be like a living giant?
Yes, it has to be alive.
It has to be alive for you to believe the giants existed.
Because you can fake a dead body. You can make a dead body out of fucking paper mache.
It could be a dead. It could be a dead one with a big old hole blowed out.
No, it has to be fucking alive.
Jenna, one question. That what you posted, what you think that are giants. How do you know that was alive?
Repeat that again, Sasha.
That what you posted, that video, what it looks like a giants, like a people. How do you know that was alive?
How do I know that it was alive? Look at it.
How do you know what?
Look at
Look
it. It's
at
got,
it. I'm
got
looking.
some, like this one right
Jenna,
here.
Jenna, listen. I'm looking at that. It's stone.
Is it a statue or is it like a fallen petrified man?
I don't know even that. Did you make something? How we realize that it was a live thing?
Do you see what looks like the iron coming out of it?
I know
like
how
blood?
it looks like, but I'm not looking. I'm looking in the stone. I cannot say that was alive for sure. I don't know if that was alive.
There's a lot of iron deposit. There's been a guy, his name is Roger, and he is a chemist. He takes a lot of his samples to labs. He gets them scanned.
Yeah.
He gets them tested, and he's finding.
Did you know that the same way we know the same way what you are now describing, we discovered the dinosaurs.
Yeah, that was a cover up for giants, wasn't it?
No, but I'm telling you how we discovered with the science, with the carbon dating, what is bullshit.
Carbon dating is bullshit.
And what dating we have that this stone was alive? What proof we have for that?
What proof do we have that it was? It looks dead now.
It looks like a stone. I'm still telling you what is proof that thing was alive.
I mean, we don't have like full evidence or proof that it was alive. But the point is, we have multiple pieces of evidence of these things that look just like fallen humans. They're huge.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That means that they only look like humans.
That's a really good one. When you have evidence of.
But when you're able to look at biology, if you understand biology, and you can look at the freaking rocks around you and go, holy crap, that matches patterns in biology. And it's petrified in rock. It's like putting 2 and 2 together makes a fucking goldfish.
But look at the sun. It's the plasma, Jenna. It's a burning fire. Look at it.
Yeah, look at the sun. It's 93 million miles away, isn't it? Like, it's just an assertion, Jenna. It's just an assertion.
And it's spherical.
If you cannot look at biology and understand biology, and then look at the rocks and understand how these rocks look like petrified, exactly like petrified biology. How are you seeing the same patterns in geology as you're seeing in biology, and not putting 2 and 2 together to go, wow, this is clearly a petrified past?
I'm only saying, Jenna, you have no proof for that.
There's plenty of proof, Sasha.
No, that is only how it looks like. You don't have proof for that was a live thing. Oh my God. You cannot say biology. That is like the same gravity in the same case now.
I like Stellium's work, Toby Dog. He's got some good stuff. Those giant petrified organ stones, those are cool. The heart stones that he's been finding.
Hey, Jenna, is it possible that giants existed at one point in time, but none of the things that you're showing us are evidence for them? They're just rocks that just happen to be shaped that way. Is that possible?
What?
Is it possible that in the past, giants existed and that they were very real, but they're not commonplace today, and they're not really existent today, but the things that you're showing us just all happen to be simultaneously just rocks that happen to be shaped like giants? Is that possible?
You cut out there at the end. I'm sorry.
Is it possible that, forget about the giants part, is it possible that the rocks that you're showing us just happen to be shaped like people?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you're not a coincidence theorist?
Like,
wait,
it's
what's
just a coincidence, man.
what
It's
does
just
that
a
mean?
coincidence.
Wait. Yeah. So I'm saying that. It's a coincidence. But now I'm just wondering what is a coincidence theorist? What does that even mean?
Yeah, I don't know what a coincidence theorist is.
It sounds like a joke term that's meaningless. But anyway, I'm just saying I think it's a coincidence.
I just wonder how many coincidences, how many of these before
Is it now?
it's really mathematically impossible.
Is it now correlation causation?
Wait, hold on. I want to answer a question, Sasha. So wait, ask your question, Jenna.
I guess what I was saying is, like, how many coincidences before, like, it's completely incalculable?
Oh, I'll tell you. An unlimited amount. Unlimited. And I'll tell you exactly why. Because my standard of evidence lies at the level of I need to see one in person, in flesh and blood myself, alive, in order for me to acknowledge their existence. That's why. So it could be an unlimited amount.
So if you were say you were studying biology and you wanted to move on to geology and archaeology, and you started finding patterns and things like that,
they're not science, Jenna. They're not science.
What's not science, Sasha?
Every field that you said.
We're just still speculating. I mean, no one's claiming anything. I mean, I'm not.
I like that dancing.
That's what you said. Now, it's you can put them all together with astronomy. Archaeology is the same. Like
I'm claiming I believe there's a mountain that used to be an elephant, and because of that belief, I think it's possible that other things could be other things. Definitely.
Like the what?
Wait. Can you say that last part again? You said you believe a mountain used to be an elephant? You kind of broke up.
I know it sounds absolutely crazy, but yeah, this guy has a list of over 50 things that are identical to the anatomy of an elephant, and it's on a mountain. Up to like the bones in the ear, for God's sakes, and like all the veins are petrified into quartz and stuff. It's crazy.
I've seen that. It's pretty awesome. Also, have you seen
again, it's shaped like that. That does not mean that it ever was
just coincidentally shaped.
Beyond a shape.
Yeah. There are coincidences. Yes, in the real world, there are coincidences. Actually, quite a lot of them, especially since it's a very big world.
All right. Well, I mean, it's just not your. Check it out. If it's not for you, it's not for you.
It's not a question of it's for me or not. It's just that it's a question of what does it demonstrate, and
is it organic? Is it that organic?
It's a rock shaped like that. It demonstrates there's a rock somewhere out there shaped like that. That's all it demonstrates.
With the skeletal structure of an elephant and all the way down to its veins and the fissures in its skull, like even the fissures where the skull are the same exact.
Is the mountain an elephant? Wait, hold on. Is the mountain an elephant? Yes or no?
I'm gonna say yes.
Right now, is it an elephant?
I mean, it's not an elephant anymore. It's petrified rock.
It's like rock now, or whatever. We call
say that, please.
It was an elephant. It's rock now.
Yeah, I'm saying it. Yeah, it more than likely was.
So the answer is no, right? So the answer to my question is no.
Can we say that you think that it was, that you don't know that it was?
Yeah, I don't know for sure. I wasn't around a long time ago. Of course not.
Yeah,
no.
That means that you have no proof that it was for sure. That means that you only think that it was. There is no any proof. There is no any scientific proof that was alive. That thing was alive. Is that true?
No. Not saying there was. There is. I'm just saying there's
okay. There is a scientific. You are saying proof that thing was alive.
Wait, what?
Is it there scientific proof that was the big elephant with the blood living, moving, breathing?
No, I don't think it's scientific proof. I don't even think that's the debate, the conversation point either. We're just speculating, and we're seeing who here has open their eyes to the possibility of a different past, and who here has not.
I
That's
think
it.
it was a robot in the same time because ancient culture was so much how to say advanced, and they make a robot, and they make a war between robots like in Transformers, and then that because of war everything was destructed, and then now we have that we have that.
Interesting. What's your scientific proof?
People start finding shit. The fucking government shuts down
I'm
the
saying
bay.
that was true. That's my opinion. Why your live elephant, big giant elephant, it's more trustful than my robot?
Do you have a list of 50 things that show a robot? That would be like.
Did you see anything showing big giant elephant?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'll post it again. Hold on. I'll post the link again.
Do you
Check it
have
out.
any scientific evidence that thing that
No,
that
we're not going
stone was
scientific
alive?
again. Just with our eyes,
Is
we're looking
biology
at
scientific?
Oh my god!
It's an experiment.
With my eyes, I'm seeing that was a robot.
Cool. That's your camp. Stay with it.
Oh, you cool, dude. That's your camp. Stay with your live creature from the past, giants. Let's have two. Let's have the third one. Somebody will think that it was a statue. Let's have the fourth one. Somebody will think that was a plant. Let's have the fifth one. Let's have the 700,000 assumptions.
It's not a camp you're talking about. It's a cult. Way. I don't mean to be offensive, but technically it is. Like, if you have no definite evidence for it, and it's a mere blind belief on your part, and you're pushing a blind belief, that makes it a cult.
It's not a blind belief, and I'm not pushing anything.
I'm just saying, don't call it a camp.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Don't what?
I'm just saying, calling it a camp just sounds kind of weird. Like, a camp is like,
Gotcha, my bad. I was kind of, yeah.
I don't have with you or something. I'm so emotional because of proving things,
Yeah, there's no way I can personally prove it. I literally just watch YouTube videos, and I thought it was interesting.
I watched them all. I watched all that, also big books and everything. And I don't know who made the big books. Are they made for giants? Are they made because of art? Are they made because of what? I don't know. But I cannot claim that they are made for the giants because I don't know that. And you don't know, nobody knows.
Hell, nobody here knows that.
Yeah, there are only big books. Yeah, that's true also. There are pyramids. There are so many big stones. There are so many other things. What?
Hey, let me ask you something, Toby. So you believe that giants used to exist, right?
I don't know. I guess it's a belief, but it's definitely a thought that I entertain. Yeah, it's interesting to think about.
So do you believe the rumor that I mentioned? The rumor mentioned a few minutes ago that American troops in Afghanistan came across.
Well, not really, because it's been pushed like on YouTube, and I've seen it kind of fly around mainstream. So there's a possibility it's a diversion or a cover up to something else, or it could be nothing at all. But that one, no, I don't jump on board with stuff like that. I like stealing him stuff because he has like a ongoing list of all these things that just don't make any sense to be on a mountain that are supposed to be correlate to an actual elephant. The physical, the whole body of like the heart, it's just weird.
Well, I just wanted to point out that with these rumors being what they are, it almost kind of makes it fall into the category of Bigfoot in the sense of there's going to be people out there that claim that they're still running around out there somewhere. I mean, there's rumors of larger ones in Alaska, giants in Alaska somewhere.
No, there's no Bigfoot, just Bigfoot stuff.
Do you know how many artifacts?
Giants and Bigfoot, but I'm just saying it's what I'm saying is they both fall into the category of there's rumors, but until someone were to ever catch something like that and put it in a cage, it's like what am I supposed to do with the rumor?
Have you guys seen that the old black and white video of from Japan where it looks like that giant's walking down the road?
Yeah, I don't know how real that is.
Videos
yeah, same. I don't know about that one either.
I mean, come on. We live in the year 2023, and we're in the United States. Like, a video people can make videos look like anything.
Why would they make his arm so tiny? That's the weird part about it.
How many examples of flying objects we have in ancient culture? Thousands of them. Thousands of flying objects. Why we don't believe that it was some flying objects in the ancient culture? Because we discovered airplane in 19, I don't know what year. We have thousands of, but I cannot prove that there was a. There is pictures with the flying objects everywhere. Not pictures, how you call that? Artifacts.
How many pieces of evidence does it take to draw a conclusion?
I guess more than 50.
That could be now. What is with gas pressure now? If we have flying objects and they come from the sky, that means that we have maybe planets now.
Let me answer a question directly. The answer is 1. You already asked this question. The answer again is 1. You only need 1 piece of evidence. Do you remember what I told you that 1 piece of evidence was?
It's like the black swan. It's like, you got all the swans are white until you find a black swan, and then you're like, see?
Yeah, it is kind of like that. But do you remember what that was? I told you what it was. Do you remember what it was?
I'm sorry, I don't remember what it was.
It would be a giant alive in a cage or outside of a cage that I can see in flesh and blood with my own eyes. That would be it.
Oh, okay.
That would be the 1 piece of evidence. 1 piece of evidence. Well, I only require 1, not a million, not a bunch of them. Just 1.
Would you consider someone who's like 8 feet tall, like a living person who's like 8 feet tall, to be a giant? Is that considered a giant?
That's a really tall. What? You're no. That's just a really tall man, really tall woman. Okay, like giant. Okay. Like, give me something more than 10 feet tall. Give me a humanoid more than 10 feet tall.
Why does this rock look like a big ass hand? Look at that guy. He's freaking huge.
Because God made it that way. Because God made it that way. That's the answer.
God made it that way.
But then we're back to you got to prove God.
Right. So now you got to try to prove God. That's. I mean, we can look at biology, and we can look at geology, and we can go, "Wow, these things they match. Why does this biology match this geology?"
There is no hypothesis in geology.
You said there's no hypothesis in geology, but I mean, biology is scientific, isn't it?
Only biochemistry, biology itself, no.
I haven't actually seen Attack on the Titan.
You can observe the plant for 20 years. You will not realize anything. You need to go in the chemical construction of the plant to realize what it is. That will be science. The biology itself, no, it's not. It's the same like astronomy.
So, like, the only one of those that I'll ever suggest is the stellium stuff, and it's really weird how I found it because the thumbnail is kind of dumb looking, and I don't normally click on that stuff ever. But like, it got suggested to me like a year or so ago, and I was like, "What is this stupid thing?" And I scrolled past it, and then it got suggested to me again. I was like, "Whatever," and I clicked on it, and it was like the 5th video in the series. Like, I randomly, and I watched it, and I was like, "What the hell?" I went back and watched the first one and watched them all, and it has definitely changed the way I look at a lot of stuff for the better.
I could say I could believe that they existed, but I cannot prove that.
Yeah, something like that. Definitely cannot prove it myself, but I'm not a coincidence theorist either.
Coincidence theorist kind of sounds like a joke. I don't know. The hell is this? That was about Andre the Giant. I mean, yeah, Andre the Giant was a frickin' giant. He was a big dude. Considered him a giant. We all know about him.
A particular kind of disease. I think he actually had a disease that made him that big.
Yep.
Like he died at a very young age because of his I forget the name of the disease he had, but yeah,
Also,
he wasn't as
barrel
healthy.
of wine every day.
You have Tartaria, for example. You have people who build it something, and we don't know who are that people.
So speaking of funny things that we pull out of the ground, I think it's so funny that I'm trying to remember exactly where it is. It's like it's not in Russia, I think, but I think it's like a country next to Russia, like it's like Mongolia or somewhere in the Mongolian Russia area. There's like these native Asian people that live out there out in the ice, and they can legally, since they own this land and then the natives on the land, they can legally do this thing that very few people can do. They can pull out woolly mammoth tusks every once in a while, every few months, from the ice, and then sell them on the ivory market legally. And they like pretty much keep themselves financially afloat by doing this every once in a while. And I just think that's interesting. It's an animal that doesn't even exist anymore, the woolly mammoth. And they're just selling their tusks.
Definitely never seen one of those alive or dead, but it would be interesting.
Yeah, they're trying to bring them back. I don't know if they've done it, but a good 4 or 5 years ago, I heard that they were trying to mess around in a laboratory and combine, I guess, Asian elephant DNA and maybe some other kind of DNA from some other animal, or woolly mammoth DNA they got from like some viable sample. One way or another, for like ecological reasons, there was like a group of people that are trying to bring it back, actually trying to recreate woolly mammoths and have them like feast on a certain kind of plant or something, or like affect the biosphere in an area in a way that's positive.
You know how that started is they found in Siberia, that's the story anyway. They found full frozen mammoths in Siberia, fully frozen, and actually had the plant matter still in their mouths. They were chewing like they were flash frozen. That's how they found them. They actually, I was a kid. They were selling it on high-end markets at high-end restaurants. It was still fresh meat. So that's how they got all this information about them. They found a real one. They found several of them, actually, from what I understand. So that's different. You find a fully living animal just frozen. It's pretty amazing. What else did they find? They probably found a whole bunch of things frozen they're not telling us about.
That must have been a hell of a weather event to just flash freeze you with your food in your mouth still.
Can you imagine that? I said they found the daisies still in their mouths and in their stomachs.
I don't think that's really quite as amazing as most people think, though. I mean, all you need to do is be in, close to 0 degrees Fahrenheit temperatures, and then just have a decent wind gust at the wrong angle, and that could happen to any creature.
But listen, the plants this creature was eating apparently are like spring-like growth. So, okay, I can understand. There's probably been severe weather there. We have no idea. And some of this probably is from this cataclysmic disaster, this destruction or the flooding.
I'm not sure if I'm willing to take their word on that spring-like growth thing. I'm guessing that falls into the pseudoscience category. How much?
No, they get the plants. Okay, go ahead.
No, all right, I'm going to tell you. In order to demonstrate that they know that for sure, they have to take those plants and let them decompose for that period of time, and then demonstrate that they look the same. And they clearly haven't done that, so that's an assertion.
Listen, you're not understanding. They're fresh plants, completely like they were just living. They were just like you stuck them in the freezer, so they know the genus of the plant. It's not plant fragments. It's the whole entire pieces of these daisies. They know what type of flower. All they got to do is take the genus of the flower. They have their actual flower. Flash.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. But
Yeah,
just for an example, like I've seen an example on modern day with modern video camera that like ducks will freeze in Alaska mid-flight and then crash into boats and land on the decks of boats sometimes.
I believe that.
This little thing happens in nature by itself.
Yeah.
They're not wearing a big old fur coat, though.
But there could have been drastic changes in weather that weren't, obviously all those there, from what we know of those animals that existed. That's one thing we know pretty well about those megafauna that lived in North America, because they have a pretty decent record of all of those. For instance, the La Brea tar pits, those animals are just completely entombed, just as they were. Hundreds and hundreds of animals around these water holes that became Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles. La Brea tar pits, an amazing place to go see. And petroleum just bubbling out of the whole underground in that place still. That's what, like, if you see pictures of Los Angeles, the basin of Los Angeles 110, 120 years ago, it was filled with nothing but oil derricks everywhere. A forest of oil derricks. That's what LA used to look like.
I think it's kind of comparable. The people who say that crude oil, comes from broken down plant material and biomaterial. And I'm not even saying that it's not. I think it could even possibly be that. But I'm just saying I don't know that it's that. Crude oil. I don't know that it's that. But I just think it's kind of comparable, comparing that assertion to the assertion that, this mountain over here is shaped like a man, so I'm thinking it used to be a man.
But yeah, about the frost thing 2 minutes ago, just look at what happened in America last year in the winter. Like, that was just like something that pretty much came from hour to hour, and the temperatures dropped drastically. Like, time scale that up maybe 1, 2, 3 times, and then we have something where maybe living animals and humans would just flash freeze to death. So it's not out there in the imaginary, we have to take a huge leap of faith to get to such a conclusion, It is something that we, in our time, have experienced it in a small scale.
Hello, good night.
Good night, man.
So yesterday I did say that I know a physicist, Portuguese physicist. So he did talk to me 23 years ago about they found amber bubbles inside amber. So, and they found that the air inside these bubbles had more oxygen than today. And you can find that information on the internet. It says the air in the amber has 22% oxygen compared to 21 oxygen in today's air. So the conclusion is that the atmosphere then was far richer in oxygen.
Yeah. I mean, if there was more vegetation, that would also mean that more of the carbon would be sucked up, leave more oxygen in the hole.
Yeah, if there's more oxygen, that's proof that there was the more carbon dioxide as well at the same time. So the plants were doing better. And,
again, I just want to repeat myself. He says that's the conclusion. But, in order to prove that with absolute definity, you need a time machine. And you don't have that, unfortunately.
I'm just saying, if this is true, well, we most likely would have a world where there was much more vegetation. So there would be less carbon actually flowing around because that would be soaked up by the vegetation, or the fauna.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there are people that saying that Antarctica. There was a time that was more hot in that place. Yeah. So we don't know this container if it was more bigger or not. So or more larger. So.
But yeah, Ryan is right. To really confirm many of these claims, there we need a time machine. I wouldn't mind a time machine. Go back and see when Dogger Land wasn't sunk, when there was a land passage from Scandinavia to UK.
They actually are talking that there are pyramids underwater that. Okay, so they are, reaching a conclusion that these pyramids may be here, more before the Egyptians. So, who knows? But there are people talking that these pyramids have some kind of electricity. So it was more a device, not a tombstone to some kind of king. So it's a technology that works with electricity, but it's interesting what they are finding out. But at the same time, I know that some archaeologists, when they found something that goes against the mainstream currency, sometimes they just hide that from us, because they found evidences that goes against their narrative, So a lot of things they are hiding from us.
You sound like a conspiracy theorist now, Miguel.
No, I don't use that term, but I enjoy to cross information. Like those guys in the scene. You can call it speculation, but
only on Mondays.
When I have 5 sources talking about the same thing.
Can you please calm down, sir?
something is going on. So I'm like those crazy guys from the CIA. When they cross information, to find out some truths.
Those guys aren't crazy. Those guys are keeping order in the world.
Hey, a voice of reason.
Or keeping lying from us. They have a
I
department.
think you may be spreading misinformation.
They have a department. It's called Zinformation.
They actually shut that down before it was created.
Who knows if he's keep running?
Oh yeah, that is true as well.
Actually, it's easy. When someone talks something, I cross a lot of information. So I did talk about this guy that worked at Antarctica, and he was a glober, but now he's a flat Earth guy. So, and he said, he said they did an interview with him, and the one of the questions was, "What is the shape of the Earth?" I mean, why they ask this? It's to avoid us, people like us, to go there. But not only that, he did said, some things he could say because, a military general there said, "You can talk, but no one will believe you." And he started talking, and then he did talk too much, and they find, he did connect all the dots. So now he's a flat Earth guy, and so he was talking too much. So they send in a military airplane to take this guy to some military facilities, and the reason they didn't, this is he's talking about. The reason he thinks they didn't erase this guy, it was because he has a surname, and it is connected to those 13 families, So, but anyway, that was interesting because they were threatening him, to not talk again. And
of course, they're always going to threaten you, right?
And he was invited to, he is retired, so he was invited to work again with them, and this time to do its information. So he did night, but that is interesting, no? So watching out if something is going on, when people are talking, if they are doing this information or not. I don't, by the way, I did a long time ago, did join this NASA Lies, at Facebook. Then I went to this place, and then I was thinking those guys were flat Earths, but flat Earth guys, most of them were, but those guys in the admins start talking about concave Earth. I mean, I just get out from that because, I don't understand their view. So, but who knows if they are just doing the information, discredit, flat Earth or other things. By the way, there was a video like 2 years ago. A Spanish guy just posted a video in the YouTube, so it was in Spanish. So I did watch that, and so this guy is a friend of. He has a friend in NASA that is an astronaut, and this astronaut did said to him some things. One of them was that he doesn't understand why NASA is hiding, the shape of the Earth from us. Isn't that interesting? And yeah, and he did talk about something about Antarctica too. So there are some guys working there, and they are lying to us, but they don't understand why NASA is keeping hiding the truth from us. Of course, it's not available anymore, but I did save it, and because YouTube likes to censorship many things these days. Even I did learn that about flat Earth, Portuguese discoveries and navigators talking about flat Earth. But if I go to Google search, I don't find any information about that. So in the other day, I did went to the new AI GBT or something like that. So the first thing I did ask about flat Earth, then so I did right, so it gave me some information. Then I said I was thinking you were more smart than that. So, but then I did write something focus on Portuguese writers and discoveries about flat Earth, and it gave me like four or five names from the 1500s until to almost the 1700s. Even there was a Jesuit talking about flat Earth. He did born at Spain, but then he went, he went to Vatican and Portugal to teach in Coimbra, a city at that time, and he was talking about the Earth being stationary and flat.
So what are we talking about on Speculation Sunday?
Well, someone before me was talking about these formations on rocks.
Our petrified past.
Yeah.
You mean like trees and stuff?
There's this picture. There's a foot. 43 minutes the last
Wait,
hour.
hold on. I think there's a miscommunication there. I think when Mimi said trees and stuff, he was talking like regular sized trees, like petrified forest, like how you can walk into Central Oregon and find pieces of petrified wood on the ground, But when you say trees and stuff, when he says trees and stuff, you thought he meant like giant trees.
Oh, no.
Like
right. Okay. That's what I thought they might have been talking about, was like giant trees and stuff.
Yeah, big ones.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's Speculation Sunday. I guess y'all can talk about that if you want to, I guess.
So what kind of diameter are we talking about as far as the tree trunk?
I mean, to me, a big tree would be 35 foot around.
Well, there is the claims that the Devil's Tower would be a tree trunk or a remnant.
But it's made of basalt.
Yeah, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying the people out there is claiming it.
Oh yeah, I know, but I've really looked into that deeply, the whole tree thing, and it's just not the case. They're not set up in rings. They're set up in the basaltic columns,
Yeah.
like the Giant's Cave, and
Oh yeah, there is a different theory because that was actually one of the issues this guy he had with it. So he proposed that it might be something else, like a fungi of some sort, like a big ass mushroom.
oh yeah, but I mean it's still made of basalt. Like
Yeah.
basalt is a tricky stone.
Can I say something on that?
Like minerals derived from granite and basalt can permineralize in things, but nothing permineralizes into granite or basalt.
How do we know that it's basalt, though?
I mean, the Devil's Tower, because like we test it and we go up and look at it and say, hey, that's basalt.
I thought it was the big mushroom that he said was basalt.
Oh no.
No, that was when people started to have problems with the with the rings not being being at the tower. They started to play with this giant mushroom idea because fungi is everywhere, and maybe they had grown big back in the days. Because the tree theory was kind of bunk at that point, but Mimius is making a good point with the basalt.
Yeah, I've never seen a mushroom made out of basalt, and basalt doesn't permineralize. Elements of basalt can permineralize. So, like malachite can permineralize into things, right? And sandstone can permineralize. Bedrock stone can permineralize, which is like a conglomerate concreteous stone. But like granites and basalt and the really crystalline rocks that have lots of crystal in them aren't typically things that can permineralize.
Hey, you're working with your construction and concrete, right?
Yes.
So how come we so all these old structures and stuff are like all like the concrete they use is so much stronger, and they don't supposedly don't know how they made it and stuff. Why can't they grind that up and just like analyze it and then make it?
Well, the reason it's stronger is because they built it in big blocks and didn't put steel in it.
I mean, like the polymer itself, like the actual the mix is stronger.
Oh no, we already do. We call it ancient polymer. It's ancient concrete, and we know we know how to make it and everything. The problem is, we make concrete that is way stronger than theirs for about 60 to 70 years, and then something called detonation happens when the steel inside the concrete loses its alkalinity and becomes acidic and starts the iron starts to rust inside the concrete.
And it makes it crumble. Concrete crumbled.
The rebar, the steel support inside the concrete starts to expand. We call it detonation, and it destroys the concrete structure. So in 1,000 years, most of our concrete will not exist.
And also, it's worth the source of cement and the area, the specific area where you get it from on the Earth, also actually is another. So like take for instance the highest quality that I know of is actually, ironically, right here where I live, Portland, Oregon. It's called Portland cement, and it comes from the Portland Cement Company.
And Portland cement is what I use. It's what every single batch plant in this country uses is Portland cement.
Yeah, and also to illustrate it, in order to make, I don't remember exactly how many stories it is. It's like 60 or 70 stories or something like that. But basically, with your typical, for most countries and their architectural requirements as far as safety goes, in order to legally construct a skyscraper that's roughly above 60 stories or taller, it requires a certain percentage of Portland cement in the mixture. Otherwise, you can't legally even construct it. They don't consider it safe unless it has a certain percentage of Portland cement in it. So yeah, even the cement source is a big factor.
Yeah. But yeah, I've looked into the whole into all the alternative theories about canyons and trees and all this stuff, and I find them to be fantastical, in my opinion.
I can't stop.
You don't like the ancient quarry?
The what?
I like the ancient quarry theory.
Well, the only problem is like the Grand Canyon, you can actually follow the river back up to where it was higher elevation to inland sea, and you can follow that up to the elevation of like the Yellowstone caldera.
Oh yeah, I agree with your fantastical statement. I'm just saying it's a nice theory. It's a nice story, you know.
Oh, I love it as a story. I would totally make it as a story too. It'd be a cool movie.
Yeah,
but like it's totally untrue. But it is a fun story though.
And a lot of these stories and alternative theories about our past, like they are fantastical, and you can deep dive into them, like just like you deep dive into, you know, Game of Thrones world or something like that.
Yeah,
very very captivating. And some of the content creators out there, they're doing a magnificent job at captivating people.
Yeah. I mean, to me, like the one with a lot of evidence is Giants. There's lots of evidence for that. We have armor, we have swords, we have tombs, we have written accounts from thousands of years ago from multiple different cultures. So I think enough evidence exists where you have a sound data set to work from.
I'm curious, what projects do you use the Portland cement on? What do you use that on?
Portland cement is the cement part of the mix for like all the batch plants. So the Portland comes in on trains, and they park it at the batch plants, and the batch plants use Portland cement as their the cementuous part of the mixture. Because we use down here, it's all Smyrna Ready Mix, and they're a Portland. Their contract is with Portland, and if you're doing city work, you have to use like particular batch plants and get it tested too.
What is cement made out of again? I forget.
Cement is made out of. Well, let me think. Made of like lime, calcium. I mean, it's made up of like several different things, but it's mostly like lime and calcium. There's lime, silica, alumina, calcium, iron oxide, magnesia, sulfur, and alkalis, and that is Portland cement. Yeah, I was going to say your two major ingredients are like lime and silica. And the calcium is your that's your go juice. So the rest of it is stuff they've added in after chemical testing to make it stronger. And that's why it all destroys your clothes and burns your eyes and burns your skin.
It only went in a liquid form, right?
No. Well, it's more dangerous. More dangerous in the dry form, because then you can breathe it in, and then it can bond to your skin like that. And if your skin is like oily, it can give you like skin like rashes and stuff. Now, if it's wet, especially if you have like cuts and stuff, if it's wet, you can like wash it off pretty quickly. So, but yeah, I'd rather be in wet cement than dry cement.
So they water this down with like rocks and such before they make it into like.
That's the aggregate. Yeah. So what they do is they'll take the Portland and then they mix it with sand, and then rock, and then add a portion of water to it. And the water is what it's essentially. It's like kind of like a 2-part mix. It's the material and the water. The water is the activator for Portland.
At Brazil, they use that word concrete, but with a O at the end, concreto.
Concreto.
Yeah, so, concreto. And here in Portugal, we use betão. So it's the concrete, but it's a different word, betão.
Mescla?
Betão, I'm going to write. So it is concrete, but different words we use here. But at Brazil, they use the same word, concreto, with the O at the end.
Yeah. Generally, we just call it mud.
Oh, by the way, that word in Portuguese, we say lama, like Dalai Lama.
Lema, like dilemma?
Lama, like...
Lema, that's mud?
Yeah.
Okay, so Brazil, that's derived from Portuguese, right?
Yeah. But,
yeah.
They,
all Mexicans I work with.
You know, the way they talk, you know, with you guys in America do use doing the ink, you know. So even those guys at Brazil, they in Portuguese they do this a lot of time. Different from us here at Europe, you know. UK they have different speaking. And here in Portugal, we don't use too much this ink, but there's a region they do use a lot. It's called Alentejo, this region at Portugal. So it is interesting, you know, the way. So
dialect.
The Brazilians, you know, South America, they speak like you guys at North America.
Right. I got you. In North America, you include Mexico.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like Los Angeles means Los Angeles, the angels, you know, translated to English. Yeah.
Yeah, the angels, City of Angels.
There's a lot of names there.
Yeah. It was the City of Angels 45 years ago.
No, it's not.
Now it is the city of squalor and violence.
Oh,
it's got to be the worst. I'd rather live in Chicago.
More peaceful and more.
No, Chicago's very violent, but like I'd rather live in Chicago than LA.
Okay.
Because I don't know. At least I wouldn't be burning alive at the same time I'm in a violent city if I were in Chicago.
Yeah, but doesn't it get down to 16 Fahrenheit in the wintertime in Chicago?
Yeah, that's way better than 3,000 degrees in LA in the summer.
I guess it depends on the individual. I can take the heat, but I can take the cold.
I can take the heat, but I hate taking the heat. When I retire, it's going to be somewhere cold and lonely.
I kind of like that idea of getting real friendly with a nice old wood burning stove, you know. But but LA is actually built upon an ancient civilization. They haven't told us like if you knew what was just underneath us, I think I'm starting to get a better idea from the investigation I'm kind of on, and I think a lot of us here realize that this place here, this civilization, it's actually an extension of the Roman civilization, is built upon ancient civilizations that they never told us about.
Or that they never knew about.
They never knew about too, but when they discovered them, and a lot of this was happening from the mid 1800s to the early 1900s, and people were reporting on these things. Well, they got shut up.
Well, you'll damage your own mythology.
Yeah, that got taken away. So those groups that go in and confiscate these artifacts, yeah, they have a story to protect.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're doing that. We're doing that with our own history. It's like that show Roots. Like that whole thing was totally false.
It's totally false. Yeah.
Yeah, like even the writer of the books Roots said he wanted to give people a mythology to believe in.
It's the out of Africa myth. The whole thing is out of Africa. That is the myth.
Yeah.
I watched that in public school.
Yeah, they had us watch it, and I was like, this is weird. And then I read Thomas Sowell when I was younger, and I was like, oh, that's why I thought it was weird, because it was a load of crap.
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole thing is just a pack of lies. I'm like, when I found out there were like a bunch of black slave owners, I was like, oh, what? I was shocked.
It's kind of silly when it dawned on me, they tell us in school that when the Mayflower and the other two ships came across, that they barely made it because they had barely enough food and barely enough water for the people on those ships for the 3-month journey. They were almost dead when they came to the on the shore.
Right.
And, those ships were not packed to the brim with people. They were only moderately full. Meanwhile, they're in the same history class. They're going to tell us that a similar 3-month journey across the same damn ocean from another continent, packed to the brim. They say they have enough food and water to keep all these people alive, or more than half of them alive, or something. Like, come on, dude, be real.
Yeah. I like how clay that is only found in Georgia and northern Florida is the blue clay that is used in the Mayan paint in South America.
Oh my God, I got a connector for that one. Hold on. I got a connecting video for just that statement right there about Georgia and the Mayans. Hold on.
Well, another interesting thing about the Mayan, they had a word for they had a word called Michigan, and it's where we get the word Michigan, and it means the same thing.
Uh-huh.
It's the place of many fishes.
And it sure is. Here it is. Mayan site in Georgia. Here it is. It's a 13-minute long video, but
well, we called them the Mayan, but it wasn't really the
that's
Mayan.
not what they called themselves. Yeah.
Well,
no, it was the Mayan. Yeah, it actually is.
The people that the conquistadors found down there were not who built anything down there.
Say it again.
The people that the conquistadors found down, living amongst the ruins, were not the people who built it.
Absolutely not. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So we don't know who those people were exactly. There's tells about the Olmecs and the Toltecs and other ancient people, but they don't actually know who the mound builders were. I think
they say the gods built it.
Obscured.
They said the gods built it.
Yeah, they did. Even the Aztecs, they didn't build Teotihuacan, which are the pyramids the Aztecs said those are built by. But there are stories. There are the Aztec stories of, they said our fathers went and destroyed the giants and came back and settled in this place. That's Puebla in Mexico, Teotihuacan, Valley of the Gods, Valley of the Dead, or whatever you want to call it. Avenida de la
since it's Speculation Sunday, if you were to speculate, what would you speculate they mean when they said the gods? built this.
No, they said our forefathers built our
No,
ancient
Sonny, I'm
fathers.
asking. I was asking him about the Mayans when he said that the Mayans said that they built their structures.
I think that's what they meant is the gods built it, and I think that may be who built it. The gods.
Think the Mayans did, because I think the Mayans were the progenitors of all those other races, including the Egyptians.
Yeah, but Mayan is a word that they used. Like, did the builders of it call themselves the Mayans? I don't think so.
There's ancient American language that those words are in there. Mayak.
There
There
was a monk culture. There was a monk culture that stretched across the entire earth.
Yeah, who did the Egyptians? Hold on. In the origin story of the Egyptians, where did they say their people came from? Who they called gods came from the lands to the west. Where are the lands to the west from Egypt? America.
Yeah.
So the original Atlantis, the Greeks knew about it. They called it Atlantis.
So was that a rumor that like the people that were inhabiting those areas in those cities or whatever, that they were like, cutting each other's hearts out of each other on the top of those pyramids, like into some like ritual? Were they making that up, or did that really happen?
It was real. It was really happening. It was absolutely really happening. There are still cults today that do it.
I just always thought it was such a strange thing. Like the thought I wanted to point out there is that even when they were telling me that story when I was younger, I just thought it was like such a peculiar thing. The idea of people being advanced enough that they could build structures like that, but at the same time primitive and stupid enough that they'd be like, "Oh yeah, we gotta cut out each other's hearts on the top of these things to please the gods."
That's why I say the culture that built the culture, the everything that's down there and here, all the stuff that's destroyed here. It was a culture that was led by the gods, and they were advanced. And they knew about concrete, and they knew about building principles. So I mean, the people of those ancient times did all the work of building it, but it was, they were directed by, others. I'll say. Yeah, I do find it interesting that the one of the centers of like civilization, or the main center of civilization, might have been where the United States is now, because it is where the largest caldera on Earth is, where the largest amount of destruction would have been during the cataclysm, and it has the most of what I would call destroyed and buried ruins that are just under, dozens of feet of silt. And there's less damage across the plain. So, like, that's my speculation on it. But yeah, I don't think there was like magic levitation or anything like that with any of the building. I think it was done with conventional construction techniques. It's just we don't assign that to them back then. Yes, we know less now. It is interesting when they DNA tested the mummies in Egypt, they found, or the Ptolemaic dynasty, it was all Greek. Like the Egyptian kings were all Greek. I mean, Ptolemy was Greek. He was one of Alexander's generals.
By the way, a long time ago, I saw, a movie from 2007, The Pathfinder. And at the beginning, it says 400 years before Columbus, and then a Viking arrives.
Interesting. I didn't know about that movie.
Yeah, so it was interesting, when I was watching that message at the beginning. And at the school, they don't tell this to us about the Vikings discovering America. Now they are discovering at the Amazon. They are discovering, old buildings there, maybe from the Maya time, with the LiDAR technology.
Yeah. Yeah, they're finding lots of stuff, but I always contend that they don't even know the story.
It's a shame that there isn't more like our major governments that waste so much money on so many things. Like, it's a shame that they can't take a small portion of that money that they just blow on war and NASA and whatever the hell else, and put a little of it towards uncovering some of these ancient sites. Like, to the best of my knowledge, Pompeii, take for instance, and this isn't even like something that was really unknown. Like, people knew that it existed for a long time. It's just only recently did people ever bother to actually uncover it. But Pompeii, the city itself, is still largely intact, but half of it's still under 15 to 17 feet of ash and soil. The other half has been uncovered, but it's just that it's a lot of work, and not a lot of people are willing to put in the time, money, and effort to actually uncover the city.
Yeah, they've got teams basically round the clock there, uncovering it, like very slowly, so they don't damage all the. Because if you do it too quick, you pull the paint off the walls, but they're doing it nice and slow, and it leaves all the paint on the walls, and so they can see all these beautiful things that the people painted there.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
But yeah, it's the Italian government is doing it, and they are definitely taking their time doing it. And they have hundreds of people there just with brushes, pebble by pebble by pebble, digging down. Like, at some point, you just need to whip out a shovel. All right, I'll be back later, y'all.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so. Oh.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, yeah, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
No, you don't remember when he's eaten. Or if he has.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon, I guess.
I can prove that.
You can prove it's afternoon or morning.
How big is the jar your brain is?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Hello, hello. Ollie, Ollie, oxen free. Is everybody just listening to the silence?
I'm cleaning the kitchen right now. Everyone's out of town.
I just got back from doing my weekend chores, going to the stores and all that kind of stuff. So I figured I'd jump in here to see what's going on. Heard a music bot of Miggy talking for a couple minutes there, but nothing exciting going on. No Globers coming in to challenge what we live on.
So surprisingly, no, not yet. And we've just been talking about like let's see. For Speculation Sunday, we were going over like giant old trees and things like that, fossilized ancient animals, stuff like that.
Well, it sounds like I missed some interesting stuff. I see Sonny's quiet. Maybe he's busy practicing for next weekend. I'm hoping he'll entertain us.
Or I'll post you a link that gives you the gist of kind of what we were talking about earlier, or at least stuff that I was interested in that I can vouch for.
All right, and I just posted a link for next Saturday's meetup. Hopefully Sonny's going to be there. Flat Earth Dude should be there. Mark Sargent's going to be there. I'm going to be there. I'm bringing my son-in-law and another friend that I just recently met within the past month, who's also into FE. So gonna bring him out and have a good day Saturday. I looked at the weather. It might be cloudy, but it's not supposed to rain, so that's all looking good.
Are you guys meeting at the beach house?
Yes, we are.
Oh, that's too cool.
Yeah, this beach house, actually about 6 months ago, that's where I went from believing in a flat earth to knowing that the earth is not the size that they say it is. I personally met Sonny and met Flat Earth Dude out there, along with the owner of the home, Renee, and he's in the movie, the Mark Sargent movie. What was that? Behind the Curve. He's wearing a straw cowboy hat towards the end of it. and he gives Mark Sargent a flat Earth clock. So that's the person who's hosting this. He's a really cool person. Everybody I met there about 6 months ago was really, really great people. I took my P1000 out to his backyard, which is the Pacific Ocean, and took a video of the Pacific Ocean where you couldn't really see anything on the horizon. I zoomed out far enough, and I caught an oil tower or oil derrick out at sea about 10 miles out. And right next to that oil tower was a little boat, about a 4 or 6 passenger small little boat, just bouncing around in the water and 10 miles away. And I could see the horizon where it was at that oil derrick that I couldn't see without the zoom. So maybe I'll post that up here too.
Don't you know about refraction?
I know what I can see with my eyes. Okay, where are we at? There we go. And boom. This was just about 6 months ago at Renee's house, using my P1000, zooming out at the horizon on the Pacific Ocean and seeing some stuff that I should not have been able to see without that miracle of, refraction and gravity and all that kind of good stuff. So that's my story. Now I'm sticking to it. I'm glad I met you guys and gals. There's been some pretty cool people on this channel. Flat Earth Dude actually came over and told me I needed to come join this channel. So with his invitation, I am here and meeting some really cool people. So
Awesome.
By the way,
welcome.
Well, thank you. I will be bringing my P1000 to this meetup. I've also got a laser thermometer. So if we get any kind of moonshine coming through the clouds, we might even be able to take a look at the difference between moonlight and moon shadow as far as the temperature difference. But that all depends on the cloud cover. We shall see what we shall see, but I will bring it with me anyway.
I have it's like a $25 little handheld one, a laser thermometer. Did you think that's good enough to run that test or whatever you call it?
That's all I've got. I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot. You can. I also brought I got a little magnifying glass on a little stand. So what we can do is we can actually measure, if that is indeed, if we get any moonlight there, we can measure the temperature of the moon shade, the temperature of direct moonlight, and then temperature of magnified moonlight. So I would like to be able to do all three.
I would love, if you guys, take a note of the relative humidity at that time you are doing those tests, observations.
Well, you know what? Let's see. I think I just happen to have a humidity meter with me here. Let's see if it does humidity also.
Yeah, so it was, it is interesting.
I was going to say you could screenshot like a weather app thing, but you'll get varying numbers from different apps.
Oh, cool. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I've got a TAM top. It's a M2000C. And what that is, it measures the particulates in the air, parts per million down to 2.5 and also to 10, as well as the CO2. And it tells the temperature and the humidity percentage.
Awesome.
So I've got that. I'll bring that with me. And
Okay.
I've also got another neat little toy. I don't know how useful this might be where we're at, but it's an EMF meter. I've got a Trifield TF2. So I can go ahead and measure magnetic and electronics and RF waves. So that's something else I've been looking into recently, is frequencies and RF signals and grounding and all that kind of good stuff. Latter-day Saints knows a little bit about grounding, I'm pretty sure, as he always walks around barefoot to stay grounded. I'm hoping he's going to make it. I sent him a couple PMs. I've talked to him. He normally works on the weekend, so I'm not sure if he's going to have a chance to make it or not. But he did say that he wanted to be able to have a chance to meet Mark Sargent, look him eye to eye, to try to figure out if he's, for real or a plant or PSYOP, something like that. I know there's been rumors about that kind of stuff in the past. I've never met Mark, I've corresponded with him several times. It was Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues that originally got me thinking about Flat Earth. And many times saying, he said something to the effect of, don't believe him, try it for yourself. And I spent several years looking into this stuff. And then finally got to the point, I didn't know how to meet anybody that had a P1000. Mark Sargent actually let me know when this meetup at Renee's Beach House 6 months ago, let me know when it was going to happen so I could attend there. And I figured, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and buy my own P1000. I did. I took it there. I saw that the distances just weren't what they were supposed to be. And I know looking at the stars and the space and the moon doesn't tell you what we're living on. However, looking up at the moon, different times when it was a full moon and a partial moon, and looking up at the stars showed me that I don't believe what I've been told about the planet that we live on and the luminaries and things that we see in the sky are not necessarily what we've been told. So, but as Miggy reminded me on my very first time here, what goes on in the sky has nothing to do with where we live. So that is true. But I'm finding more and more fallacies about the reality that I've been told ever since I was a kid. And a lot of the stuff that I thought was common sense, like, asking my teacher in school, how come the water doesn't fall off the ball? And how come we can't feel it move? And becoming a little bit more educated to find out how the Earth is actually spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. My teacher back, 5th or 6th grade, when I asked her about that, she says, oh, well, it's just moving so slow you can't feel it. And I believed her. I didn't know anything about the diameter of the Earth and how fast, it would be spinning around at the equator. But now that I know, I don't live right at the equator. I live in Los Angeles. So even, 500 or 600 miles an hour, I don't feel like we're moving that fast. Let alone going another, 66,000 miles rotating around the sun as the sun's going 500,000 miles an hour through the universe. And I don't feel a bit of motion. And all of this stuff, it all made sense to me, but I had to prove it to myself. So I did. I bought a P1000. I can see that the curvature of the Earth isn't mathematically possible with what I see. Maybe it's a lot bigger. Maybe it's 100 times bigger ball. I don't know. But I know that it can't be what they've been telling us if I can see 10 miles away over a level ocean.
That's great, and I wish you guys, all the best for Saturday. It will be Saturday, yeah. Next.
I have my push to talk button off. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it's going to be next Saturday. There's a number there to call to RSVP. It's going to be a potluck. So, we asked that everybody bring something to eat and we all share food. And I just went to Smart and Final. I picked up some paper plates and napkins and forks and spoons and stuff like that because I know that's usually the first thing that runs out. And
I'll bring the space cakes.
The fake steaks?
I'll bring the space cakes.
Space cakes? What are space cakes?
You don't know space cakes.
They're weed brownies. The weed brownies that contain cannabis.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm very familiar with those, just not the term. So who was that was saying that? That's bringing the space cakes?
It was Orion. I was just saying it as a joke because, it's a flat Earth conference. And so I just thought that bringing some kind of food that involved the word space in the name would be funny.
Oh, okay. Darn. Well, I thought you were going to actually bring some brownies or something like that. Bummer.
Nah, I'm a few hundred miles too far away.
Well, what part of this flat plain do you live on?
Northern Oregon, just outside Portland.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm out here, and I like to call it Lost Angeles, L-O-S-T, because most of the people here do seem to be lost. But yeah, out here watching all the snow melt off the mountains. We're right in the middle of global warming, so we've got the the biggest snow blizzard that has been in the LA area history for like half a century. And I'm 65 years old. I don't ever remember there being as much snow as we've had this last week. So global warming, conspiracy Sunday. So Sonny, where are you hiding at? Whoops. Am I on? Test, yeah. Sonny, where are you hiding at? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm actually I'm trying to get ready to go outside. I promised myself I've been like holed up inside yesterday, so I want to make sure I get outside while the sun's out. So I'm trying to get ready to go right now.
Did it stop raining?
What's that?
Did it stop raining on you guys?
Yeah, it didn't rain. It hasn't rained since like yesterday or something. Yeah.
It's supposed to start raining Tuesday and Wednesday, but looking at the news forecast, looks like Saturday is going to be cloudy, but it doesn't look like we'll have any rain. And I'm very much forward looking to seeing you there, Sonny, and hearing you bring your guitar and play.
Yeah, I'm trying to sell some used vacuum tubes that I have on eBay right now. So I've got most of them listed. I'll have to see how that goes. Like there may be some other things, but I only have 5 days left, so on the sale. But we'll see what happens.
Well, we got we have a members gear for sale category over on my forum. You might want to go up there and post them. We got a lot of people that are into the old tube type amplifiers.
Definitely. All right. Definitely. I have a login and everything. So yeah, but I got to go right now, but nice to hear you.
All right. Good hearing you too, Sonny. If you put them up there, let me know. And I'll go ahead and add a post in there because you're kind of new, but I'll let them know that I know who you are and you're a legitimate person and you're good for your word.
Okay, I'll log in and I'll log in and I'll take a look at that.
All right, cool. And we'll see you next week.
So how are you all doing?
All right.
Hanging in there.
I'm a little hungry.
So I'm here looking at all the icons or the avatars for everybody. And there's quite a few people here. Some of the people I recognize, quite a few I don't. So anybody that's willing to put their microphone on and wants to say where you're at, I'm curious. You don't have to say exactly, but I live in Los Angeles, California, USA. Anybody else want to shout out from where they're from?
I am from Portugal, next to Spain.
Cool. Thank you, Miguel.
I'm from the rainy Pacific Northwest, Portland, Oregon. I grew up in Eugene, though, which is still Oregon and rainy.
So how do you like Oregon there? Is that a healthy place to live? Are you happy there?
It's nice on the eyes. I mean, it's a lot of stuff to do, like nature-wise. It's when you get closer to the big cities, like where I live now, which is in Southwest Portland. It's kind of a little bit of just because of the massive amounts of propaganda that are pumped into city people. It's hard to find people that are like me around here.
Well, I'm looking for some place to move out of California. I want to be close enough to a city that if I have to go get something from a city, I can drive there. But I don't want to be living right in the middle of the city. I live pretty near Pasadena, California, home of the Rose Parade, which you probably ever hear about every New Year's Day. I have to drive right through the middle of downtown Los Angeles and then out to almost to LAX International Airport. And I just have 20 miles of traffic, solid bumper-to-bumper traffic. I hate it. And I'm looking forward to getting away from here.
How long have you been there, did you say?
I'm 65. I've lived here almost all my life. I lived for a couple of years up in Northern California, up in Chico, California. But for most of my life, I've been right out here in Los Angeles County.
You want to know why it's bumper-to-bumper traffic?
Because there's so many people in tall buildings.
No, that's not why. It's because the politicians that take your money for building new roads, they don't spend it on new roads, they just squander it. Those are the Democrats. It's because the Democrats are in control, in case you want to know.
Well, the way I look
Same
at
thing
it,
applies here in Portland.
right wing or left wing, they're all part of the same bird. I call them Republicrats. As far as what they do with the roads, we pay with our taxes to build the freeways, and then they charge us a gasoline tax to go ahead and keep our freeways built. And what they've done out here in Los Angeles, the main arteries, the I-10 freeway, which goes from the Pacific Ocean to downtown Los Angeles out to San Bernardino, they put in toll lanes. They took out 2 of the regular lanes, actually 3 of the regular lanes, so they could have 2 toll lanes with an extra wide gap in between them. And you have to pay to go ahead and get on these toll lanes. And so what happens is they took lanes away, so they made more traffic, so now you have to pay to get into these toll lanes. And, that's... If they just got rid of the toll lanes, we wouldn't have so much problem with all the traffic in the other lanes. And,
right, because they create like a whole stop.
And then one of the things I heard, there's one of the freeways, I don't remember, in Orange County, and a foreign country bought the property, and they went ahead and built the toll lanes. And so I guess they used eminent domain to take down people's homes and stuff. And then they built this freeway, or they added to the freeway, so they've got extra toll lanes. So here our tax money and our gas money, that we're paying for these lanes, and then it's all some other countries got the ownership of those lanes, so they're making a profit to even be able to use it. And so, it's a lot of stuff I could complain about. I choose not to try to think about it most of the time, because stuff I can't do anything about just makes me more and more frustrated. So I try to work with the stuff that I can take control of. And about the only thing I can take control of is me. And I've been out of control all my life. So I'm just trying to make sense of everything. And I want to get a little bit more closer to being around nature and an earth that can breathe, that isn't covered with concrete and asphalt. And I'd really love it if I could see a blue sky again. I haven't seen one of those in years. We just got crisscross patterns and all kinds of gray stuff up there. And I want something else. I want something better.
I've always had this thought or fantasy of going to like a nice tropical place, like for a vacation or whatnot, and just never leaving.
Actually, here in Portugal, they are building resorts. Guys, top guys from America, and in this, I did a security checking, so I was close to how is his name, McNamara, the guy that surfed the big wave at Nazaré. and even the guy that did the last Spider-Man. Yeah, so they are building houses here. It's specific, even Madonna went to Lisbon, and there are not so many paparazzis, like in America.
Have you seen those big waves in person?
No, I wish I someday I can. I saw it on some videos, but I wish someday I can go there. But yeah, go on.
I was down at Mavericks Beach once in California, Southern California, and it was like during El Nino, and they had like 20 or 25 foot waves, and those are the biggest ones I ever saw, and they were just breathtaking. So I couldn't imagine like 4 times that size. Crazy.
Yeah, there's this region, Nazaré. So underneath, the water, there's you have to see some videos, but yeah, the way these waves happen, with strong winds, and there's something under the water that makes this.
I don't know how those surfers do it. I used to surf when I was younger, and like a 12-foot wave is too big for me. Like that throws me around so much.
Yeah, they use how you call it, this motor
jet skis.
Jet ski. Yeah. Thanks. They use the one guy goes with the jet ski, and the surfer guy is behind. So, and when things go wrong, they are prepared, to save. But it's always dangerous because there's rocks there,
Yeah, it's not guaranteed safety, but they have to have those guys out there.
If you look to McNamara, he looks like a Portuguese, guy with this face. You don't distinguish between a normal Portuguese and his face. So yeah, that is interesting.
Isn't that like only once a year that the waves get that big?
There was a time that I don't recall if it was the United States government or something. They did want to near to Porto City. They did want to send us, how you call it, under the earth, to send us. Let me get the name. So they didn't want to do the test, sending something a bit, a rocket. I don't know the name.
Seismic tests.
Yeah. So, and the Portuguese government denied. A long time ago, we had an earthquake at Lisbon. So yeah. No, these days, by the way, they found the old buildings, and the way they build this, they did it different. Even with wood, bars wood, to avoid, to avoid these buildings collapse. And then we have Azores Islands. By the way, there was a guy that he was a fisherman, but he had a sonar, and he did found the pyramid below water. And there are some people talking about this place, Azores, maybe was part of Atlantida. But then, I just saw that in the news, and then no more information about that. I did, by the way, I had a co-worker that was working with me, and he was in the Navy, Portuguese Navy. So I did ask to him, when you were at the ocean, you always see flat horizon, always. Yeah. So that was cool. Then, by the way, then I did ask to the Portuguese Navy about the water always seeks its level, and they answered to me to ask to the it's like a national museum, Navy museum, with water hydraulic something. So they didn't answer directly, they just avoid to answer.
So speaking about the snow that we've been having here, here's an interesting little post down in the live stream chat.
Chemical snow blizzard.
So allegedly, this has to do with how come we had the big snow blizzard here in California when I just passed it down here in the live stream chat.
Yeah, that seems about right. I have some pictures from just a few weeks back before all this weather hit, just crisscrossing lines like crazy. Some very interesting, uniquely shaped clouds that are going a straight line.
Yeah. I saw the craziest thing about a week ago. There's, sometimes I just look up at the clouds and watch them. And I noticed a plane with a trail behind it going into another big cloud. And it was like there was a straight line, like somebody just taken a knife and cut through the cloud. And there was just a little small gap, big enough for a plane to go through, that didn't have, that you could see blue sky through this cloud. And it was, one of the man-made clouds. And then there was this jet coming, and it was going straight through that slice. And as it went through, there was no more slice there. So it's like somebody had, like on a piece of cake, if somebody took their finger and just drug across the frosting on the top, and that plane was coming back and refrosting that smear or that cut. But
crazy.
Crazy. I wish I would have had my camera with me. I've got a P1000 and I carry a cell phone with me, but when I'm driving and stuff, I didn't have a chance. I was on the freeway. I didn't have a good chance to use my cell phone and try to take a picture of it. But there's so much stuff that I see. I wish I could go ahead and capture because, how did that cut get in through the middle of the clouds? And why was that plane going through and patching it up? And, I've heard Latter-day Saints talk about, some of the stuff that happens with the clouds and stuff and what he's seen. And I never noticed before, but now that I look for this kind of stuff, he's right on track, man. It's unbelievable, some of the stuff that's going on out there. Well, I won't say unbelievable because I believe it now that I've seen it.
Have you seen the picture that Creation Bear has taken with the black beam?
No, I haven't. Do you have a link to it?
I have it saved in my gallery. Let me go look for it.
Is it the one where the moon, it's like at night with the moon in the trail?
It has a black line going across the sky, like as if it's like you could see, it looks like it could be a shadow, but it's obviously not.
During the day or at night?
It's a daytime picture.
Is it an anti-crepuscular ray?
No, it's like a black line, like a black looks like a black chemtrail.
Huh. Well, I do have one that's at night where it looks very fishy. I can try to find that one in my
Maybe that's
pictures. But then I do have some pictures of like an anti-crepuscular ray, but I don't know if that's exactly what you're referring to. Let me see if I can find that picture at night with the moon. That was really cool.
I got a really good picture a couple of nights ago of the moon. There was a bunch of haze around it from the clouds, the vapors left in the sky. But it looked like they were behind the moon. And, I got that on my cell phone. I'm going to see if I can send that to myself here and post it up here, if it's a good enough quality.
Something I got to point out that's so hilarious about this this YouTube still here, that is labeled Geoengineering Watch Global Alert News, February 25th, 2023. I just think it's so funny because it says, chemtrail snow blizzard, and it shows like this picture, and it's a picture on a globe, which is just kind of makes me laugh because it's like, oh, all right, yeah, okay, I'll believe that, because guys, we believe pictures of globes that we see, right? We do that here all the time, right?
They got to dumb it down for the masses.
It's the mind control.
Well, I know, but I'm just pointing out that this isn't a demonstration. It's not a demonstration that the Earth is a globe. It's not a demonstration that things that we see in the sky have a composition that anyone's claiming them to be, or origins that they're claiming to be. I mean, as far as I can tell, chemtrails, it's just unless you can demonstrate where this craft came from and what it sprang out behind it, the contents of it, until you can demonstrate that firsthand, it's just a mere blind belief on your part or anybody's part.
Well, also the fact that they openly say that they do it and they tell you what's in it, and it's like
yeah, I know they say that, but then that also leaves it up to mere blind belief. Demonstration is a different thing.
True.
So I just posted a little video I took the other night of the weird clouds and the moon. And like I said, it's a cheap, it's a cell phone camera. It's not a real good camera, and it might have even had smudges and fingerprints. It's not real clear. When you take a look at this, it's just like this weird glow around the moon. And the moon, I can see clearly, and it looked like these clouds, or whatever they are, were behind the moon, not in front of it.
There I go. I found what I was looking for as well. Is that what you're talking about, Toby?
Well, that's one that I personally filmed about, I don't know, last week, I guess, sometime.
Yep, that's the one. Yep.
Yeah, dude, that was weird. This night I took this picture. But just basically, that's a shadow. And it's kind of hard to explain, but it seems like the moon or whatever is lighting underneath that white streak and creating a shadow above it, which is very odd. I have one more picture of that.
Or maybe it's just the ghost of the one next to it that died.
The other day, when I said I saw like a cut going through the clouds, that's almost exactly like that dark stripe right there. But then there was another jet coming in behind it, going straight through that track and filling it up behind it as it went along.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of when you said that, and I was like, "What?"
You know, looking at this one though, it looks like a dark something in there because I can see through the holes in the white clouds. You can see it looks gray behind it, not blue. So, you know, maybe I didn't see any blue. I'm not sure if it was blue that I saw through it or something dark like that, and they were just coming in and adding a second component like epoxy, or whether there's actually a hole cut through the clouds that they were filling up. But yeah, it looked an awful lot like that. And you know, to tell you something crazy, when I was a kid, I was probably less than 10 years old. I remember having this dream that I was walking down the street around the corner from my house, and I looked up in the sky, and it looked like there was a big wrinkle there. And that dream scared me for a long time. I was afraid of the dark. And now, when I look up and see the skies, and I see stuff, sometimes it looks like a wrinkle in the sky, just like this dream that I had, maybe 60 years ago. That makes you go,
Yeah, I've been having some strange synchronicities the last year and a half, 2 years.
Such as?
The most recent one was I was playing with my son. This was not even a week or two ago, and I was listening to this server, the live stream on YouTube, while I was playing with him, and I was blowing up little balloons for him, and we were just playing with balloons and stuff. He's 3 years old, and right when I was dropping 2 balloons to him, someone on the live stream literally said something about 2 balloons. I'm like, what? As I was doing it, and my whole body just froze, and I got the chills. And then there was another one where it was a little less specific, but it was I was just now grabbing a glass of water, the first and only one of the day, and someone literally said glass of water or something, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
Water? That was not as surprising as the 2 balloons one, though.
Yeah, man, that stuff is really interesting when that happens. It's like reverse deja vu or something.
Exactly.
So something that hasn't happened to me for many years, but it used to be a time back when I was maybe pre-20, my late teens. I'd get a feeling that something was going to happen, and it would. So, for example, I'd be in a public place or something, and I'd just get this feeling, hey, there's somebody I know here. And within a couple of minutes, I'd bump into somebody that I knew. I wasn't expecting to see there. It's not like a usual place we'd be. And I remember other times, I'd be on my motorcycle, and I'd get a feeling, hey, I think there's a cop around here. And so I'd get up to the intersection, and coming around the corner was a cop. So I can't say this is psychic abilities. It could have just been a coincidence. But as far as things that you think about or things that are happening around you and interesting coincidences, there is a lot of that going on. So I don't know. Some people think they talk about what is it called? Manifestation and simulation. And ever since getting involved with Flat Earth, my mind is opened up to a lot more stuff, and I'm looking into a lot of different stuff, and there's, I don't know what's true. As far as if you can manifest things, I don't know if it's true that we're in some kind of a simulation. I don't know who created the Earth. I do believe it was created because I know for a fact. I can't just take a whole bunch of the little alphabet magnets you stick on the refrigerator. I can't just drop those on the ground and then have it write out a formula or a code. It's not going to happen. And human life is much more intricate than just placing some letters in a certain order to go ahead and spell a word. So just looking logically, we had to have been created. I don't know who the creator was. I don't know for sure what our purpose is here. I get the feeling that my purpose here is to learn to love and to share love and spread love. I would like to believe that's what it is. And this being Speculation Sunday, something that goes through my mind sometimes is, well, Alex Jones used to talk about Prison Planet, and pretty much we are on a prison planet. Well, I don't know if it's a planet or not, but we're in an enclosed area. We can't leave specific boundaries. We've got land that we can go around if we have our correct papers to go from land to land, if you know how to speak that language. But you go out in the water so far, you can go around in a circle, but you go too far outside of that circle and, you get shot down. Maybe we're on an infinite plane and there's different little circular areas that the sun and moon goes around. Maybe there's, other rings outside of our ice wall. There's, I don't know what's out there. I want to learn, but some of this stuff, I think we were talking about speculation and totally lost my train of thought. But just all the different possibilities that are possible. And like with ESP and with the thing with the two balloons. And there's just so many strange things and coincidences out there in the world that are hard to explain. But since I've awoken, I've got my eyes open to a whole lot more things now, because I think it's more than just the planet or the Earth that we live on that's been held from us. I think there's a whole lot more.
Absolutely, truth is far stranger than the stories we've been fed.
Well, I've been making a list recently. Something I've noticed is how many little clues, you talk about Mark Sargent's Flat Earth clues. You look at how many clues have been put in all the different movies throughout the years and all the different songs. Like an obvious one is Space May Be the Final Frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Okay, and there's been a whole lot of other stuff, but I'm taking a look at, like
Truman Show.
The Truman Show, Capricorn 1, Apollo 13. But then it takes me off to like other stuff. There's a movie, I can't remember what it was, but I saw it maybe 20 years ago. It was a science fiction movie. And when this person was walking through a store or a mall, there was a kiosk there with an advertisement, and it was targeted towards him. And we've actually got to the point now where our technology can do that, and we can do that right now. You with a Bluetooth on your phone or whatever, and you're walking through a mall, and it can detect who you are and know what stuff you've bought in the mall, and then actually put an advertisement up there directed towards you as you're walking by. So that technology is here now, and it's been like 20, 30 years ago that movie came out. So that makes me wonder, did somebody just have a really creative imagination? Did somebody else see that movie and think, hey, that'd be great technology, let's do this? Or could that have been a hidden technology that we've had, during another not existence, but before another reset had happened? And just so many different possibilities. And then I look at like Logan's Run. And, if anybody remembers Logan's Run, what happened, people would get to be, I think the age was 30, and they
did another movie recently.
Logan's Run?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay, I want to see that. I've got the original. But the whole idea is that, you only live so long, and then it's a glorious termination that you have with Carousel, and you just get electrocuted going up to the top of a dome. So there was a series that was called Wayward Pines, and Matt Dillon played a sheriff in there. And what it was is like an enclosed little town, and they all thought it was just, like a regular little town, but they had boundaries they couldn't get past because there were monsters on the outside. So everybody stayed inside where it was safe. And the way the series ended is that everybody found out that there weren't really monsters out there. They revolted. And so the scientists that were, in control, or the I don't know if scientists or mad doctors or whatever. But so what they did is they had a couple of young babies that were ready, clones or whatever, ready to go ahead and repopulate the whole town. And they just, got rid of the whole town, and they're going to start all over again. They've done it, 2 or 3 times. And that movie, that series was called Wayward Pines. So I'm going to try to download all the episodes of that. But it's just like, technically, that could have been something like that done in our existence. Some people believe in a reset. Some people believe that we're getting ready for another reset. I've got no idea. It's all speculation. So today's the right day, and I guess this is the right place to think about that kind of stuff. But I wonder.
Keep in mind, it's much better speculation if it's coherent speculation.
Oh, come on. Hey, I got a funny thought on what you said before. If that's true, that when you die, they levitate up to the top of a dome or whatever, that'd be funny because every time a Glover dies, they get flat smacked real hard.
Well, yeah, the way this was, this was like a smaller little dome, and I guess they had like an anti-gravity machine, and so they'd just kind of float up, and when they got up to the top, they'd be electrocuted. And they'd have like an arena where people could look all the way around and see them as they did that, and everybody was cheering them on because, they were going up to the next greater thing. But the bottom line is the people that were running things were a lot older. And the younger people, they'd teach them in school, indoctrinate them in school. And there was one, they had these people called Sandmen. They'd wear like a black outfit. And what they would do when anybody would try to run, once their, little crystal in their hand said it was their time to go to a carousel, when they'd try to run, the Sandman would go and get them. And this one guy at the start of the show was a Sandman, and he realized, hey, there is other stuff. And they actually got outside of that city. But just looking at some of the imagination and stuff, and then what we see. And I wonder, we used to see people going to the moon and going to rockets and stuff as science fiction. The Blob with Steve McQueen, The Day the Earth Stood Still, made back in the late 50s, which were all propaganda. And so, I try to look now, it's like, well, how much of this stuff could actually be psyop propaganda, and what is really real, and just trying to figure out, what's the truth. I know there's no one person I can go to and ask what's the truth, because I can't trust anybody to know what the truth is except for myself. And looking at all these different options that are out there for truth, me being a truth seeker, it's got me going full time, just trying to figure it all out. But, there's Star Trek. The original series on season 1, episode 15 was called Shore Leave. And what it was they all went off onto this planet just, for some shore leave. And any thoughts that they thought about came true. So, Sulu had an encounter with a Japanese samurai, I guess. And people that had good thoughts would see wonderful things. People that had bad thoughts would see bad things. And, one of the things that I've been looking into is like manifestations and your subconscious, programming your subconscious to go ahead and alter your way of life and, how you perceive things. And so now this thing with Star Trek, is there any truth to that? And that's something that's being not told to us. And, I look at the subconscious and what can be done with the subconscious. And I used to smoke cigarettes. I started smoking when I was 12 years old. About almost 30 years ago, I was smoking 2 packs a day, and I went to see a hypnotist, and I've stopped smoking. And I was stopped smoking by reprogramming my subconscious to think that, hey, I'm not a smoker. You're a non-smoker. And I got over it. And I've been experimenting with some other types of reprogramming my subconscious. And so far, I've had some interesting results. Nothing to report and say, hey, this is exactly working. But there's a couple other people that I've turned on to this idea. One of them is not a member here, but he's a flat earther. Another is a member here, and I've told him about it. And after the first couple of days, he said, "Hey, something really happened." So we're experimenting with it, trying to figure out what's going on. I don't have any answers. Just the more answers I find, the more questions I find, and there's a lot more questions than there are answers, at least for me. Anyway, that's my end of the Grant rant for this past several minutes.
Okay, so I did post, this movie. So I did watch that Logan's Run, and if you watch this movie, you see too many. It's like a remake.
The Islands. Okay, I'll check this out. Thank you.
There are some, this guy that is a physicist, that I met 23 years ago. So I know a lot of things. There are some people that they talk about past lives and etc. And you cannot come from you cannot have lived in an animal being. Yeah, so they don't have any kind of clue what they are talking. But anyway, I cannot speak here about that. But there are things that I know. Some things I have some memories, not from just this earth. So I wish I could be more wake up. Yeah, when I was born, I was more wake up, but I didn't understand many things at that time, So, but so there's a lot of things. If you want to talk about it in private, I can, or other channel, I can talk to you. Maybe you get some more information.
Well, I'm always into meeting new people and information. Yeah, The Island, that was 2005, so that was a few years ago. It's not a brand new movie. But, what you're talking about, some of this stuff, there was a movie back, way back, maybe 40 years ago, called The Island of Dr. Moreau. And it was about a doctor that was going ahead and doing experiments and turning humans into animals. And I believe that there's some stories in history about people that were part animal and part horse.
This one is, they are making clones. These facilities are underground, and they make these clones of celebrities, and to transplant organs from these clones to those celebrities,
So, that sounds familiar.
With the
I'm not sure.
It's familiar with the Logan's Run movie? No, something like that.
Well, no, Logan's Run, they didn't bring them up to be clones. They'd have The Island of Dr. Moreau. Ah, yes. So they'd have a little, it looked kind of like a gem or something on their hand, and it would change colors. And so, it would be green when they were growing up, and then I guess it would turn yellow when they were, and I don't remember the exact colors. So, if I'm wrong on that, I don't mean to misinform anybody. But anyway, so then finally I think it gets to the red stage when they're, getting close to being time to go to carousel. And then when it goes off, it just turns black. And so that's when they're supposed to go to carousel. So, and what it is, if you kind of look at the people who rule the world, that are actually the ones in charge, that we don't know their names, they're the ones that are like, the fathers or whatever you would call them, but they were the people up at the very top of the totem pole, and they just go ahead and have the kids grow up and to do the chores and everything that needed to be done, the services. They wouldn't have to do anything, but all the people, the kids would grow up and learn how to do their specific functions and their jobs, and they would be replaced when they got so old with somebody else. So they always kept the population at a certain limit. And if you know anything about the Georgia Guidestones, where they talked in different languages about how they wanted to decrease world population by 90%.
The control population.
Yeah. So Logan's Run, it kind of is along that theory with population control, mind control, and then getting everybody to be so happy because going to Carousel is a glorious thing, to have them to look forward to it, because that's like a wonderful thing to do. Like, to die for your country here in America is the best thing that you could ever do. The greatest, highest honor.
Yeah. So the Iceland is. If you watch this movie, you see it's underground facilities, but they, when these celebrities, the real ones, not these clones, they need some transplants. They give to these clones. They promise you are going on vacations to the island. So yeah. But that's for me, it's a huge inspiration in the Logan's Run, but with some different details there. But you have to watch it.
Yeah, I put it on my list of things here. My notes for different movies and stuff that I want to go ahead and download and check out. But you're talking about underground, and I'm pretty sure what you were talking about is like not a secret society or something like that, but it reminded me of when I was a kid in elementary school, and this has been 55, 60 years ago, and learning about these devices that they had, these machines to bore holes underground, and it had like a big conical shaped grinding thing, and as it would drive forward, what it would do is they would, I don't know how they got the dirt out, I don't remember, but then they'd bring in these concrete curved areas for walls, to make kind of like a big giant sewer pipe type thing. But, just to be able to go under there. And I've heard stories about under the Denver airport in Denver, Colorado, here in the U.S., the United States. And there's supposed to be a big military base. And outside of in the airport area itself, there's paintings on there of like horror and destruction and people running and stuff. And so, I don't know if that's a psyop or, have they been digging these things underground for a long time? And could that be why we have earthquakes here in California and we feel the stuff shaking?
There's people, they are living these areas, and when they are, at the night, they are hearing some noise, and they don't know where this noise came from. But who knows if they are drilling? But they are usually. It's not a secret, but they have below mountains. They are construction facilities there.
Oh yeah, NORAD, the North American Air Defense. They're all inside of a big giant mountain, a big I guess it's granite. I don't know. And I don't know if it's really there because I've never been there. So all I know is that's what I've been told and taught, and seen on television, movies, news, whatever. And it's it's got everything now. For me, is allegedly, because until I can see it and prove it to myself, there's so much that I've learned that isn't true. I'm actually looking right now. I've got a video up on one of my monitors here, and it's on the 7.83 hertz Schumann resonance for immersive healing music and theta binaural beats and subsonics. And the animation they have on it is a globe, and it's spinning around, and there's clouds there, and it's all fake clouds and stuff, and just so much of the propaganda that's out there. You think of something that's going to be healthy and true, and it's like, okay, well, this isn't, I believe, where we live. And so I'm thinking now also on these beats and the frequencies. Is this really healing? I've seen other videos about water and its effects to both musical tones.
Yeah, I recall if you search Royal Raymond Rife, this guy did work with frequencies, so he had like a share, and he did work with harmonics and in sound, and so
Cymatics.
you can break a glass, a cup of glass with one frequency to broke it. Then he had a lot of knowledge on electronic, and he did his laboratory. You can with microscope. You have to search it, but he could he did found a frequency to break down these bad cells, like from cancer or whatever. So it's more it was more efficient than chemotherapy. But then they those guys just broke his laboratory because cancer is a business. But anyway,
before we get too far off the tunnels real quick, I had heard that there's a patent on a tunneling machine that somehow that when it cuts through the ground, it takes what it's cutting and like refuses it back into like the tunnel itself, so it like creates its own walls as it tunnels down. And so I wish I knew more about it. I wish I knew remember where I heard that, knew more about it. I could probably look for it.
Well, I haven't seen the one where they make their own stuff. I've seen, well, yeah, I guess it does, because it breaks up the rock and turns it into concrete, and that's how they make the tunnel behind it. But what you were saying about Rife technology and the Rife frequencies, I've actually got a catalog of all the different frequencies that are supposed to be healing frequencies for different diseases. And I've been working with biofeedback. A friend of mine that I've, another flat earther that I've recently met within the past few months here, he sells RF protection gear. So, grounding stuff that you can have, shielded stuff, tinfoil hats, but they're actually like a beanie that has silver lining in the inside. Not silver lining, but silver thread that goes inside of it. And I've seen with an RF meter how we can be like hold the meter right up next to, some kind of a light or something that has EMFs coming out of it, and then putting the cap over the RF meter and watching the needle go down. He's the one that's gotten me in touch with RF waves, with frequency, and all this kind of stuff. And he had a biofeedback machine. And I've heard about biofeedback, and I heard about that, back when I was a kid. But most of the time, you don't really hear anything about biofeedback. They don't talk about that because Big Pharma doesn't want you to know about it. And so my friend hooked me up to this biofeedback machine. And, he asked if there's any special areas I wanted to look at. And so, I said, yeah, I got how about my right foot? And I forget what else I said. So he did a scan, and then he actually scanned a few more things, but he found out a problem that I've got related to my diabetes with the circulation in my legs. And also he said, you know what, you've got an allergy here, and it keeps you congested a lot. And I personally take, anti-congestion medicine every day because, if not, my nose is just full of snot, blowing and running. I can't breathe through my nose, and it's ridiculous. And it's been happening for years. And so when he put me on this machine, I didn't tell him anything about it. And he goes, yeah, you've got a pretty bad, sinus allergies here. And when I look at it, it looks like the main thing that you're allergic to is polyester. Here, let me do another check. He goes, yeah, polyester is what you're allergic to. And a few years ago, I went from wearing cotton shirts to polyester shirts. And that's about how long my nose has been messed up. And so he went ahead and gave me a therapy. And it actually, with my diabetes, he did my pancreas. And I'm a type 2 diabetic. I take insulin injections once a day for my long term. And I was taking insulin injections with my meals. But recently I've been working with this stuff called Alfreza, and it's an inhalable powder, so I don't have to shoot up so many times. And for 2 days after he gave me the Metatherapy healing with the biofeedback, I didn't have to take my insulin. And So it may just be a coincidence. I don't know. But the fact that he found out that I had an allergy, and he knew, said what the thing machine said, what I was allergic to. I've stopped wearing polyester. Just recently, I've gotten rid of any socks, underwear, pants, shirts that have polyester in them. And just wearing my jeans are all cotton, my shirts are all cotton, my socks are all cotton, and my nose is clearing up and it's helping out. And so I actually went out and I bought one of these biofeedback machines, and I've been giving both myself and my wife therapy every other day. And it tells you, on a scale from 1 through 6, what looks good and what doesn't look good. And the way it works is everything works on frequencies. Okay, you notice my name is Wave Mixer, as in like a wave file. I started working with waves, wave files and sound, over 30 years ago, just working in theater. And that's where I originally got that name, from a wave file on an audio recording and a mixer mixing the sound in, because I used to use cassettes, audio tapes for sound cues in the theater. And then I thought, well, if I brought a laptop, then I'm not going to have to sit there and re-cue 30 or 40 tapes every night. So that's how I got the name Wave Mixer. I'm still working with waves, and now what I'm doing is working, actually, the human body has a certain frequency overall, but each individual organ has its own frequency. So your kidney has one frequency, your bile system has one frequency, and that's how this biofeedback system works. It'll go ahead and it'll send out like sonar or like radar, and it'll check these different organs. And the ones that are on the proper frequency will show up as white on the chart, and the ones that are out of frequency will show up as black. And there's in between, there's different colors. So, and what this does is when it finds a system that's out of the frequency range, you can target a specific frequency to that, and it'll go ahead, and it's kind of like if you know anything about playing guitars, when your guitar is out of tune, you twist the string a little bit and you get it back in tune. So by sending this frequency to that part of your body, it's supposed to go ahead and help it get back into shape. And Rife actually found the frequencies for cancer. And there are frequencies. Now the machine I have is a biofeedback machine. It's not an actual Rife machine. A Rife machine is a little bit stronger, and you can go ahead and do more direct high energy treatments that have been said to be very helpful with cancer. And there's also a guy that was just here in Los Angeles a couple weeks ago, and he's got a giant Tesla coil. And with this Tesla coil, he can do healing sessions, and he can set the Tesla coil to a specific frequency. And then the people would go into the room where this Tesla coil was and sit around, and then he'd put on that specific frequency. So if you had a problem with your liver, this would help with your liver. If you had a problem with different things, I didn't go to that. It cost like $70 or $80, or maybe $170 or $80 to get in, plus $20 per therapy session. And that's something that wasn't in the budget at that time for my wife and I to go to. But a friend of mine did, the one that taught me, got me interested in all this biofeedback stuff and EMF waves and quality of the air that we breathe. And that's actually what he does for a living. He works for a local city-type government, and he does inspections on places to make sure that they're safe and healthy to work. So this is somebody that I trust his judgment on a lot of the stuff. So I'm looking into this. More stuff I'm looking into. So
hey, could I ask who was the guy that was out in LA that you were just talking about that was talking about some of this stuff?
Which stuff?
The stuff about the frequencies. You said there was a guy that just did a presentation in LA recently.
Oh no, well. Oh, I don't remember the name. It was out in L.A. I could check and find out.
Because I thought it might have been one that I was familiar with myself. I just sent you a friend request. This is New Perspective. If you accept my friend request, I have a couple of things that might also be a help with what you're talking about. I have a friend who's got a place that has all the machines and all kinds of stuff. He's selling them and frequency, basically the right frequency machine at a lower cost and all these kind of things. So yes, if you accept my friend request, we can exchange some information if you want.
It is accepted.
All right, I'll send you stuff that I know about.
All right. So, are you talking about as far as the Tesla type stuff, the Rife, or with
The Rife, the Rife, the Royal Raymond Rife, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm all down with that for sure.
Okay, cool. And where are you located at? What part of the world do you live in?
I'm in Irvine, California.
Oh, we're close. I'm right out here by Pasadena.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, there's a guy that did a talk I was supposed to go to actually on the 8th, but I had some other obligations. And my friend that sent me the invitation, I'll hook you up with him, and he would be somebody that you guys would definitely be benefited by exchanging information with.
Right on. Yeah, let me see if it shows it here. He sent me a text here a couple weeks ago. I got to find it.
Yeah, there's supposedly the Rife frequencies are all in a book and underneath a glass podium in some Arizona museum or something. From what I heard, there's something called the Spooky 2, which I've heard of that, but it's yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking at it. I went ahead and asked him to send me some information, so I'm getting emails from him like every day.
I've heard a couple things about their machines not necessarily being all that they're cracked up to be. I've heard a couple different reviews, and then the guy I'm talking about is selling something that's similar to that, or at least he's got connections to people that are selling it. And there's just a few things about especially with what we've been going through. There's a doctor that a friend that there's a doctor that has actually had some, what he thinks is reactions to being near somebody that had the treatment, and he got just like a thing off, eBay that was like $60 or something like that, and he thought even just that frequency generator helped him a lot. So
this one that he went to, and this was on, I can't see the date here, but it was the Conscious Life Expo. And / Tesla -experience. And so
okay.
that's where he went to. But are you familiar with the biophilia?
No.
Okay, so the biophilia, I've got the biophilia tracker. And what that does is that does the biofeedback. It takes the scans, and it shows you like a physical representation of that organ. And it's not an actual picture of your kidney or your liver. But it shows you it's like a CGI, but it puts little spots, and it'll show you in different areas, and it has like different color codes. So like the best.
You were just saying, okay, what you were just talking about. That's interesting. Right. Yeah.
So hey, are you going to be coming?
Send me information.
Are you coming to the meetup we're having next weekend, Saturday? Do you know?
I am. Are you gonna Renee's? Yeah.
Yeah, Renee's. Yeah, I'm going to be there.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. We'll definitely meet each other then.
Yeah, I'm going to bring my biofeedback machine too. So.
Oh, sweet. Perfect. Then I'll have Steven's the guy I'm talking about. He was at one of Renee's other parties, so that'll give him maybe some inspiration to come check it out. You guys can talk about all your shit.
Have you been to any of Renee's meets before?
Oh yeah, I've been to most all of them.
Okay, so I was at the last one at the brewery, and I was at the one last.
So was
summer. I. Oh, okay.
We probably met already.
Well, I was sitting at a table. My wife is Hispanic, and she's a blue pill.
Okay, yeah.
So I don't know if
I think we talked briefly. Now that I think about it, yep. I think we talked briefly. We just didn't exchange names or something.
Yeah.
I'm Dave. I don't know if you remember meeting me. But yeah. We'll recognize each other for sure.
Yeah, I remember faces better than I do names.
Same here.
I work in the tech field doing support on phones, and I talk to 30 to 50 people a day. And names, I remember voices. I remember faces better than voices. But
same here. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So
cool, awesome. It'd be good to see you. Looking forward to it.
What's cool. My son,
you didn't meet Stephen. You didn't meet Stephen E. at his last party. Then before that.
Well, I was at the one in the summer that he had last summer, and I brought my P1000, and that's when I knew for sure. It's been a few years. It was back in 2017 that I first started looking at the flat Earth, and first started checking out the different stuff, and a lot of it made sense. But this is somebody else that's done these experiments, not me. So I bought a P1000. I went out to Renee's house, sat in his backyard right by the trampoline, and I took a picture of the oil derricks out there 10 miles away. And you could see a guy in a boat, or, you know, someone, you can see a little boat. It's a small boat, like, 4 or 6 passenger, not a big ship or anything. You can see him going across the water and skipping across because he's going pretty quickly along there having fun. And I zoomed in on him, and that's 10 miles away. And there's no way I should have been able to see him at all. And so right there in Renee's backyard, which is the Pacific Ocean, I said, bam, okay, this seals the deal. Now I know it's true.
Yep, there you go. And you can see Catalina and all kinds of things. Yep. Totally.
Well, yeah, I could see Catalina, but it was all fogged in, so I couldn't get the coastline. So when we go next week, I'm hoping it'll be clear, so I can go ahead and zoom in and get the coastline of Catalina, and that'll get posted up on my channel.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Do you have a channel? Okay, send me your info, and I'll do the same.
Well, look at my user ID. Put that in to.
Okay, that's it. Wave Mixer. Okay.
YouTube Wave Mixer. All
right, I'll check it out right now.
I don't have a big fancy channel like a bunch of people. I got some pictures of my car at the racetrack. I got some pictures of my dog saying "I love you." I got some.
I'm already subscribed. I'm already subscribed to you, so we must have met and all that. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
So.
Very cool.
Anyway,
man.
but so this biofeedback machine, I was so impressed when I saw my friend. What happened with me with it? I turned around and I bought one. Man, I didn't have the money for it. I put it on my credit card, and I thought, well, if this did that much to me, he would charge if I'd keep going back for therapy sessions, and for all the therapy that we needed. By the time everything was healed, I might as well just go ahead and buy one myself and have the convenience of doing it at home.
There you go. Right.
You can't do it every day.
Okay.
You can't do it every day because it's kind of like when you're lifting weights. You go ahead and lift one day and you tear your muscles apart. The next day they go ahead and build back up.
To heal.
And then right. So it's the same thing with the biofeedback. And so what I do is I only do 5 sessions per day. For my whole body. My wife, do 5 sessions for her, and then we take a day off, and then we do it again, and I can see the results where they're coming back better.
Wow.
We had some areas that were nothing but black squares, and those black squares are now turning into orange triangles.
Wow.
Which, as you go up the scale of color,
Sweet.
yeah. So
that's so cool.
But
awesome, dude. I can't wait to try it myself. You're gonna bring it up with you?
I'm bringing it with me. I'm going to bring it with me.
Sweet.
I'm going to bring my P1000. I've got a laser thermometer. So if the clouds, allow the moon to shine through, we can do, I've also got a magnifying glass. So what I'd like to do is we can take a temperature of the direct moonlight, the direct moonshade, and the direct moonlight through a magnifying glass to see if it intensifies the coldness.
That's a good idea. Yeah,
I've seen that experiment done. I haven't done it yet. When I do it, I want it to be around some other people.
Right. Exactly. We can all see the results. Yeah.
My son's wife's brother. We were at a family event. Her side of the family, his side of the family, him and his sister, their parents. They always have big events like Thanksgiving, Christmas, birthdays. On Valentine's Day, we all go out and have a nice steak dinner on Valentine's Day as a family, and so we always have events over at their house. And so my son's brother-in-law, we were out in the back and having a barbecue, and I looked up at the moon, and the sun hadn't gone down yet, but you could see the moon was only half a moon there. And so I said, "Hey, Anthony, look where that moon is." I said, "How come we can only see like a part of the moon?" And he goes, "Well, that's because, the Earth's shadow covers it over." I said, "Okay, look over here. See the sun?" He goes, "Yeah." It's okay. Well, if the sun is over there to the right up in the sky and the moon is over there to the left up in the sky, and we're all the way down here, how can we be putting a shadow in front of the moon? And it took a minute. And he goes, "Yeah, how does that happen?" And I planted a seed. That seed has sprouted. And that seed will be joining me next Saturday.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So he's coming. So that's pretty cool.
Awesome.
So the guy that got me into the biofeedback and the energy and the 5G protection actually has a booth where he sells the protective gear. And I met him there, and the Earth's frequency is 7.83. That's the frequency that the Earth has. And what he does is he uses a Rife generator, and he puts it exposes jewelry for 10 hours directly to that frequency. And he sells jewelry and that's what he does. He sells that kind of jewelry type stuff along with EMF protective clothing.
Interesting. And he thinks that has a transverse effect.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. He had me stand with my feet together, stand perfectly straight up with my arms directly to my sides, and to take my hand and kind of cup it. So my fingers were touching my leg on the inside, and just like if I was trying to hold some water or something there. And then he took his fist and he just placed it in my cupped hand and pressed down a little bit, and I tilted over. I went off balance, which is what to be expected. That's why in martial arts they have you make the horse. They separate your legs to keep you firm, because when you're on a firm foundation, they can't knock you off your horse. But when your legs but when your legs are straight up and down, it's a lot easier to get you off balance. So he did that, and it took very little effort to get me to go ahead and move sideways.
Wow, that's amazing.
So then he had me put on this silicone bracelet. He said, "Here, put this on." And I put it on my left hand. He said, "Okay, now stand up straight again." And he pressed down on my right hand, and he did it with a lot more force. And I was stationary. He couldn't do it. He couldn't take me off balance.
Interesting.
And so I thought, okay, that's strange. So he ended up giving me the bracelet, said, "You keep that. It's a gift." And he gave one to my wife. And he gave one to my wife. And so I thought it was kind of crackpot stuff. I thought, there's got to be something else up to this. But I've been wearing this bracelet for a few months now. Actually, it's been over 6 months I've been wearing it. And I don't take it off when I shower. I just wear it all the time. And the other day I got to thinking, let me go ahead and take it off. And I went into the shower, and then when I went to close my eyes to, wash my hair and face, I felt kind of dizzy, and I wanted to topple over. And I thought, wow, this hasn't happened to me in a long time. For as long as I can remember, for a couple of decades, when I close my eyes, I have a problem with my equilibrium. I don't know which way is up, and I have a hard time staying straight up. And so what I've always done when I'm in the shower, I'll just go ahead and I'll have, when I go to, close my eyes, I'll make sure that when I got my hands up over my head, my elbow touches the shower door, the shower wall, whatever, so I can keep my balance. And about a week or two ago, when I went ahead and I took the bracelet off, and I started to wash my hair, all of a sudden I went to lose my balance. I thought, whoa. I thought, what's going on here? Am I sick? And I thought, oh, I'm not wearing the bracelet. And my wife had just happened to walk into the bathroom. I said, "Debbie, hand me my bracelet." And I put it back on while I was in the shower, and I finished taking my shower, and I didn't have to stabilize myself. So, this could be just a strange coincidence, but the whole philosophy behind this, by being tuned to 7.83, which is called the Schumann resonance.
The Schumann resonance, yeah.
Right. That's the same frequency as the Earth. Okay, right. What is the Earth? The Earth is a ground. When you have a battery on a DC battery, direct current, the negative is always called the ground. Okay? In electronics, as the symbol is, if we're ground, it looks kind of like, some lines pointing in a triangle going down, but the ground is negative. Now, if I wanted to go off into some speculation, I could talk about electronics and say, well, to have an electronic flow, you have to have an anode and a cathode. And that would mean a beginning point and an end point for an arc to go across. And when you look at lightning goes to ground. Just like if you go to short something, short two wires together, and the positive will go to the ground. AC current, because it's alternating back and forth, you see the arc going back and forth, generating left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, real fast at 60 times per second. But on a direct current, you have a positive going to the ground. And when you look at the lightning, okay, that lightning, when you see where it terminates at the cathode, but where's the anode? Where does it start from? So
Interesting.
now I've heard about Operation Fishbowl, and I've seen some of the pictures, but I haven't been there. I haven't seen it. All I know is what I've seen on the internet, and the powers that be are the ones that develop the internet and have control over the content.
Right.
So, but what I do know about electricity is that you have to have a beginning point and an end point for the electricity to flow. And when you have an arc of electricity, that shows that you have a beginning point and an end point. Now, there's no kind of armature and commutator going around like an alternator in a car or a generator generating electricity for the ground. It always stays the neutral ground, or not neutral ground, but the ground. So the positive source has to be coming from someplace, and I don't know where it's coming from. When I look up, I see it just comes so quick. You just see a flash up as high as you can see. And sometimes it comes in at an angle, sometimes it goes straight. What causes it? I don't know. But I've seen it. I know that there's electricity in the air because I've seen lightning. I've heard the thunder. So there's no dispute that it's there. Right. And anybody that knows anything about, common electronic theory knows that if you're going to have energy flowing, if you
need
take
ground,
you need to have a complete circuit.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you can take a 9-volt battery, or let's say a 1.5-volt battery, and you can take a wire on the plus side and the minus side, and you can put it on an LED on the anode and cathode side. It'll work one way, but the energy won't flow the other way. Okay. So that's an anode and a cathode. And a diode will only allow electricity to flow one way. But still, you have to have, once you break that connection, so to get back on track, if you have a battery going directly to a light, once you disconnect one of those wires, there's no longer an electronic connection. It breaks the circuit. So that's what's called an open circuit. A closed circuit is when everything goes together, current goes through. An open circuit is like when you take the light switch and you turn it off. It opens that circuit so they're not completely going through. Now, so we know we have electricity. We know we have a ground. And we don't know what causes the electricity. And I don't know where it comes from. Now, recently, there's been somebody that I met on this forum, and he was showing some videos of high-altitude planes videotaping thunderstorms. And you could actually see not only a current going down from the cloud to the ground, but like a sprite type thing coming up from the cloud, going up and terminating at a certain point, which I don't know what's causing it to terminate. But I find everything fascinating. And, everything comes down to frequencies that as far as our life goes and our senses, because, the human ear can hear from roughly 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz. 20 hertz being, the lowest bass, and 20,000 hertz being so high it's like a dog whistle and hurts your ears. And then as we get higher in frequency, you can't hear it anymore. It starts going into the visual spectrum. And then that's where, you get your different color ranges down from infrared to ultraviolet. And then beyond that, we start getting into like 3G, 5G waves, but everything is on a frequency.
Right.
And you look at our life cycle, okay? So if you want to look at it as a glober, the Earth spins around once every 24 hours. If you want to look at it as a flat earther that believes there's an ice wall all the way around, the sun comes around every 24 hours, but it's still a frequency. That's its frequency. The moon goes from being a full moon to a new moon, or, it has a new moon every 28 days. So even though our calendars have been rearranged to not go with that, the Earth's natural calendar and our existence along with the moon, and, it's all one big calendar that goes around, and that's a frequency. And then the frequency that we go into the different zodiac signs, okay, that's a frequency. And it's like everything in our existence, I go to work, I'm there for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's how frequent I'm there. And everything in our lives has some kind of a frequency. So I haven't got it all figured out yet, but it's just like I'm finding other little pieces of the puzzle and say, hey, well, this kind of matches here, and this matches here. And I don't know. End of another Grant rant.
Well
Yeah,
said.
it sounds like you're really putting it all together. I'm kind of in the garage now, and I have to hang up soon, but I'm listening for sure. That's great.
Well, like I said, I'm not going to claim to have all the answers. I don't even have all the questions yet. But the more answers I find, the more questions I find.
Yeah, that's awesome. It sounds like you are putting it together for sure. I don't know if I'm cutting out because I'm in the garage, but someone else was trying to chime in, I think.
You weren't cutting out, and whoever else wants to chime in, bring it.
Yep, you're right, though. Everything's a frequency, and that, down to the actual things that keep all the molecules or whatever they are bounded together. Everything's light, and light is just compacted at a certain frequency to make the density that we call particles. That's where it starts, and it has the answers to a lot of things, including gravity or whatever else we're calling that. And everything that has a tendency towards a certain pattern.
Well, one thing.
I don't know if I'm good.
Oh, yeah, you're good. You're good. I'm just giving chance for somebody else to talk here. I don't want to be such a mic hog.
I think God Rocket's here. I'm sure he has something to say about this because he's all about the frequencies.
God Rocket, Miguel, whoever. Kenny, right?
Sounded like somebody was roboting. Maybe Flat Earth Dude?
No, I said Flat Earth Dudes. I just told him come on and talk to you because he's going to be there. You know who he is, right?
Hey, he's the one that gave me my invitation to come here. So it's
Okay.
because of him that I'm here right now.
Yeah, come on, Okay.
So throw him under the bus if you guys don't like me. It's all his
No,
fault.
I'm just kidding. I was working on my best Flat Earth Dude impression. Imanguez, all right? Okay. Shout out to Flat Earth.
Right on. Creation Bear.
Hey, what's going on? I've been listening. This is thought provoking. We were in the chat talking a little bit about your frequencies. Everything makes noise. I'm over here kind of reflecting on how much I enjoy a good quiet. I think Jenna agrees how peaceful and nice some good quiet can be. So
Well, peaceful and quiet when you can't hear something is nice because the audible frequencies are not, you're not being subjected to. But if you open up your eyes, you're still looking at the light frequencies. And even when your eyes are closed, there's still 5G and 3G, 4G frequencies. They said they just abandoned, the 3G now. But RF frequencies, Wi-Fi, all of those are going through your body.
yeah. Do you
whether you
turn
see
off?
them or hear them.
Do you do any of the airplane mode or turn off your router at night? Do you do stuff like that or? No?
To be honest with you, it's just been the past couple of months that I've been doing this. And something that I just noticed with my wife, I just bought this frequency, it's a RF meter, RF and EMF. And I was I had my wife go ahead and put on the headset for the biofeedback. And I thought, out of curiosity, let me just go ahead and put this, meter pointed towards my wife. And it started going off the scale like a Richter.
Yeah,
like a
it was going
Richter
crazy.
It was. And so I took her away from the biofeedback machine away from her. And I had her go ahead and try it again. And it was still going crazy. And I've got it right here. Let me open it up. Oh, that's not it. Where's the... Oh, darn it. Oh, I don't know where I put my EMF meter right now, but it sounds like a Geiger counter. Okay, so it gives you a digital display. It gives you like a like a RPM meter or something going across
Okay.
that shows you how high it is, and it was going way off the scale. And so then I had her get up out of the chair and stand up, and it was not as strong, but it was still kind of there. And then I put the meter near my chair, my recliner, and it was going off the hook. And, across the arms, up the back, everywhere on this thing. And so it's actually plugged into the wall. It has little LED lights on a cup holder that light up where you make it go up or go down or vibrate or heat. And so this thing's got all kinds of wires through it, and it's just total RF wave, or not RF waves, but EMF coming through there. And so, and this is my favorite recliner because, I can sit there and push a button and the legs go up.
Right.
And have had this for about maybe 3 years now, 4 years, a little over 4 years. And I like it a lot. And now I'm looking at, maybe I need to get rid of this thing.
I know.
And,
I was just thinking about that. How you can go from like long term being with something to overnight. Like, man, I might need to get rid of this. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what happens when you open up your eyes.
Yeah, I know.
When you
It's hard
have
to ignore.
when you have new knowledge about stuff that you'd never see but was right in front of you. So, that happened with the EMF. And wait a minute, is this it? Wait a minute, I think I found it. Okay, check this out. It's a tri-field EMF meter, model TF2. And I'm going to turn it on. It makes it sound like a Geiger counter.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, and
whoa.
Okay, so normally it's about a 0 right here. It's nice and quiet, and I'm about maybe 3 feet away from the chair. Now I'm going to come over here where I sit my butt, and it's 310. On the arm here where I set my arm, it's 219.
Wow.
And the little cup holder where I set my drinks, and I push the buttons, it's 700, over 700.
Yeah, that's wild. You can hear it thing going crazy.
Yeah. So, and this is stuff that's been right in front of me all my life, but I never saw it. But there's frequencies there.
Right.
And, those are EMF, electromagnetical frequencies. And, I wasn't there. I haven't seen his papers. All I know is what I've been told. But Tesla, found out the secret of how to go ahead and harness the energy. And he said that there is no energy you can create, that everything in this world is energy, and found a way to tap into it. He died broke with all of his, patents hidden away. And, if this story is true, maybe the powers that be got, his secrets, and, they're taking advantage of all of that. And the people that aren't the powers that be, the people that aren't in this magic club, we go ahead and pay the price for existence just to be able to live.
Yeah, getting fried with a freaking recliner chair. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff. Do you take any active measures to do anything about it? Like, I know some people will turn off their router or turn their iPhone on airplane mode or put it in the other room, stuff like that. I mean, I've had phases where I tried harder to avoid it, but I mean,
well, you know what? I know that it's there. I've got the equipment and I can see that it's here. It's only been a couple of weeks that I've had this equipment. Where I'm sitting right now, I'm sitting at a desk. I've got 3 monitors in front of me. I'm looking at the chat straight ahead of me. I'm looking at the 7.83 Schumann resonance.
Yeah, you said the
without binaural
binaural beats.
beats.
Yeah, that's
And
awesome.
I've got it paused right now, but I'm just watching the globe go around. And the other one, I'm looking at my screensaver, or not screensaver, but desktop. It shows the city of Los Angeles at nighttime with a full moon right up here taking up the upper half of the sky. So here's 3 monitors I've got. Behind my desk, I've got the router buried back, where it's not right in the middle of everything I need to do. So it's hard to get to. And should I turn it off every night? Yes. Should I turn it off completely? Yes. We've got Netflix.
No. I'm the same way.
We've got Netflix and Prime Video, and my wife is a blue pill who is addicted to television.
Yeah.
She gets extremely mad whenever I bring up flat Earth. I got up this morning and I just started listening to. I was watching that one with Mark Sargent, the first one that came out back in like 2017, something like that. That movie.
Was it the Clues, the Flat Earth Clues, or something?
No, not the Flat Earth Clues. It was talking about where's the over the curve or something.
Okay.
Behind the curve. Behind the curve.
Behind the curve.
Yeah, and so I was looking at that again, and I just realized now that I know who Renee is that Renee was there at the Pasadena Convention Center when they had the first national or first whatever conference, and I found out about flat Earth and stuff just after that happened, and I wish I would have known about that and could have gone to it, but when I was watching it again today, I hadn't seen it in since 2017. And I looked in there and I saw Renee. I recognized him with his cowboy hat on there and thought, damn, I know Renee. So I thought that was pretty cool. But I lost my train of thought again.
I was going to ask also, have you ever seen the show called Better Call Saul?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I watched all of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul.
Okay. So
the brother with the tinfoil all around his room. Yeah.
No, as you're describing all this stuff, I'm totally picturing like, the brother who's going crazy with all the foil around the house and stuff. Yeah. What's interesting about that show is like even though they took it to an extreme, it can help you pay a little bit more attention to stuff like that. Now I don't like try to put my phone if I can put it in a bag and carry it with me, I'll put it in the bag instead of like in my pocket next to my Johnson. Like little things like that. It has made me a little bit more aware. So that was really helpful, even though they made it a crazy extreme,
Well, speaking about being aware and protecting your Johnson, I got a new car last year, and it's got all the bells and whistles. It's a Subaru, so it's got the little thing. If I ever have an emergency, I can press a button and talk to them. Okay. So it's got a GPS and some kind of RF going there, probably cellular. I've got a cell phone, and I use that in the car, and I use the GPS with Waze to go ahead and navigate. I know how to get to work, but I use that to avoid the traffic jams.
Hell yeah!
I've got a sensor that I replace every 2 weeks. That's inserted into my arm. I inject a little thing into it. Not inject, but it's a little disc type thing. It's called a Libre, and you probably see the commercials about it for diabetics.
Okay,
so,
yeah.
Instead of having to do the finger sticks, I put this new sensor in every couple of weeks, and it sends a Bluetooth signal to my phone. And if my blood sugar goes too high or too low, it sends a sensor to me. But I can also look to see what it is. So when I go to eat, I can go ahead and adjust my insulin accordingly. So I've got those RF waves coming out of my arm. Let's see, I've got front and rear cameras that go ahead and save to a little chip, a memory chip.
Oh, okay. In some case, like a dash cam in case someone hits you or something.
Yeah, it's a dash cam, and that's got a GPS on it, so it shows what happened, the time of day, and the GPS location shows my direction, my speed, all that kind of stuff.
That's good.
So that's got signals going through it. I've got a radar detector, and the radar detector also, once it comes on and it says GPS on, so I've got a GPS in the radar detector, GPS in my camera, GPS in my phone, GPS in the car. So 4 different GPSs going. I've got the Bluetooth going from my phone to my arm. I've got the Bluetooth going from my phone to the car for the Waze in the entertainment system type thing.
Yep.
And that's just all the stuff inside of my car, which is made out of metal. And metal works like a Faraday cage to bounce the signals back in. So it's able to go out the windows, okay? But still up over the ceiling, it's where it's metal. It bounces back on the doors, it bounces back. So I'm subjecting myself, and this is what I'm doing to myself. And voluntarily, because it makes my life convenient. Yeah. And all of these things, the wonderful things that I've been looking at that make my life nicer and more convenient are actually, not helping that much. So I've been a chocoholic, my whole life. I've loved chocolate. You know, when it was my birthday, I want a chocolate cake with chocolate frosting. If I go to See's Candy, my favorite candy was the chocolate truffle.
Okay.
So, and you know what I'd always say, there's only one thing better than chocolate, and that's chocolate covered chocolate. And so, but you know, I became diabetic, and so I'm looking at, well, you know, eating chocolate probably doesn't help a whole lot. So that's one thing that I've had to put out of my life.
Right.
They make some sugar-free stuff, but most of it has maltitol, which is a baby laxative. So, you know, if you decide you want to have more than one piece of candy and you have 3 or 4, you know, you better make sure you're near a toilet because you're going to have diarrhea soon. At least not you, me. And so that's been my experience.
It's pronounced maltitol.
Maltitol. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, buddy. So, you know, I got a quick suggestion for you. Like, I've made chocolate plenty of times myself because I kind of have this other medical problem where I can't really consume sugar like regular people can. But you can just take like butter, ordinary butter. Actually, I've gone as far as to take beef tallow from a few different things. But depending on the source you take it from, it works or doesn't work very well. But just so you know, you can take butter. Butter works better. Or, you know, heavy cream. But just try butter. Just melt it down. Take stevia or monk fruit extract and mix it in with cocoa powder. And you can make chocolate that is only fat and a small amount of carbs and dietary fiber, depending on the cocoa powder you use. That's basically in the cocoa powder. And then there's no calories in the monk fruit extract or stevia. And so it's basically just a basically all fat, mostly fat chocolate with no sugar added. So, you know, you can make it at home.
So you can get your chocolate fix, you're saying, so you don't have to eat the artificial crap that's in the other stuff.
Yeah. If you make it right, you can get your chocolate fix while consuming almost entirely just fat, butter fat.
Now, my wife has been into stevia for a long time. Now, I gave up cigarettes a long time ago. One of the things I'm still addicted to is carbonated sodas.
Oh, dude!
I know,
you give that
man.
up so easy.
I know, but you know what happened? I gave it up and I just started drinking tea, and I'd use Splenda.
All right,
and I've realized now that Splenda's not as good for you as the stevia.
No,
but when I started drinking a lot of the iced tea, I started getting kidney stones, and my doctor told me that stay away from the caffeine, and so I got completely away from that, and I started drinking these sugar-free sports drinks. I forget the name of them, but they come in plastic bottles you buy at the store. Not Powerade, but Gatorade. Yeah, the Gatorade, the sugar-free Gatorades. So I switched to drinking those. I don't remember why I quit drinking those so much.
It was because they have sucralose in them.
I was going to say those aren't that good for you either, for real.
But the bottom line is I went to work at a place that had a soda machine, and it was 25 cents for a Coke, and I got hooked again.
Oh boy.
Oh, hey, buddy, I got another one to show you. I got another one. So there's this thing called LaCroix, right? It comes in a whole bunch of different flavors.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah. So if you just now, if you like the bubbly, now there's two options here. There's two ways to do this, depending on what you want. All right. So if you really, really like, and you can handle, your stomach can handle the carbonation still being intact when you drink it. So you like the fuzzy, fizzy feeling in your tongue when you drink it. Now I can't do that myself anymore because I did that a lot in the past and I kind of burned out my ability. These days, whenever I drink something that's very, very carbonated, it makes my stomach hurt. So I can't drink really carbonated beverages anymore. So I can't drink like a regular LaCroix straight. But if you take a LaCroix and you pour just regular stevia in it or monk fruit extract, it mixes and stir it into it. The process of stirring that into it effectively decarbonates it. So it makes all the carbon dioxide, not all of it, not all of it, but a lot of it, a large portion of it gets released so that when you drink it, it's sweet like a soda, but it also is decarbonated so it won't hurt someone's fragile stomach like my own. Now, however, if you if you are an individual where carbonated beverages don't hurt your stomach at all and you really like them, then there's another option to leave the carbonation intact while sweetening these things. So that is to go and simply go buy, an 8-pack or whatever or whatever store you can, hopefully a good store nearby, of LaCroix. They got like passion fruit flavor. They got like lemon flavor. They got a bunch of different flavors. Just bring them and then go to your local Trader Joe's and you'll find a store brand. And keep in mind, store brand's a lot cheaper there than the non-store brand. You'll find a store brand liquid form, not a powder form of stevia. And so what you can do is you can just go get that for a few bucks. It's like $7 or whatever. And just go buy that in the LaCroix, bring it back home. And if you crack open one of these LaCroix and then take a few drops of this Trader Joe's brand liquid stevia, it's in an alcohol tincture kind of form, and you pour that a little bit in there, it'll sweeten it. And so it'll be the flavor of the LaCroix combined with the Trader Joe's sweetener. And it will taste basically exactly like any kind of regular soda for the most part, while containing no calories, or basically no calories, almost no calories for the most part, and leaving the carbonation intact.
Excellent suggestion. You know, my wife, she'd get the LaCroix, and I tried it, but I didn't really care much for the flavor on it. But yeah, we go to Trader Joe's all the time. I mean, we got 2 or 3 of them right around our neighborhood here. So, and we were just at Trader Joe's this morning.
There's a meme that's going around that LaCroix are bland, but I think that's more that people are just used to Coca-Cola, Sprite, and all this super crazy, like, flavored drinks. So, and I was just saying in the chat, just get over the sweet tooth, folks. Like, once you stop eating such sweet stuff, you won't even want it anymore. You'll be like almost grossed out by it.
Well, yeah, but Creation Bear, they're at least half correct, if not entirely correct. They're right. You see, LaCroix are bland because it's just carbonate. Every single one of these LaCroix is just carbonated water and natural flavors, but they don't add any sweeteners to it. They leave you the option of adding whatever sweetener you want to it. So yeah, they're bland, but if you do what I do with them or what I've done with them, they're not bland.
No. I don't find them bland. I enjoy them. I would, go to Costco and get a huge bunch of them. So, but it's like the meme is like, you'll see people, they'll like have the water and then take an orange with the peel still and just like kind of wave it next to the water and be like, see, that's what a LaCroix is like. It's like, they're saying it's not very flavorful, but, no, I don't mind. Like I'm saying is like, once you stop having such a sweet tooth, you won't even want to add the sweetener. You won't even need that. You'll find it just as enjoyable without it. I don't even remember the last time I had a Coca-Cola, bro. Like, crazy long time. But I don't know. We all have our vices, right?
Yeah, these days it's just more of a question of I'm trying to figure out, how much meat I should eat as opposed to fruits and vegetables. Because I feel better in some ways if I eat just meat. But at the same time, it's not like sweet fruits and vegetables that, I crave. It's like savory ones, like, a fatty avocado, which is a fruit, mostly fat though.
I love avocado. So one of my goals that I would like to do, I want to move from Los Angeles, move someplace where it's not near a big city. I want to be able to grow my own vegetables. I want to have some chickens so I can get my own eggs. I don't want to have to kill any chickens, so maybe I have a neighbor. We can work out a deal. So here's 2 chickens. Kill them both and give me one. You can have the other. I don't know. I want to get a water distiller. I've had reverse osmosis for a long time, but I don't think that is going to do everything that I would prefer to have in my body. I don't think that's going to eliminate as much stuff as a distiller. So I'm looking into a distiller right now, but I'd like to get someplace to where I could eat food that I know what's in it and where it came from. As opposed to all the, we go out and eat at different restaurants and who knows, where that and the ingredients came from. We eat at home, we get stuff from the stores, but who really knows where that comes from? So, I'd like to make some very big changes in my life as far as what I eat, where I get my food from, what I drink, the kind of energy and frequencies that go through my body that I can't see, and just make some big changes. I've since finding out about the Earth is not what I was told it was in school, and finding out that there's a lot more stuff that, the fluoride in the water. So I use a non-fluoridated toothpaste, and I'm looking forward to when I can go ahead and rinse my mouth with a non-fluoridated water. More speculations. Maybe fluoride is good for you. Maybe that has prevented people from getting cavities. Who am I to say? I haven't done the research, but
I don't know. It's just weird to me, though. Either way, regardless of whether it's good for you or bad for you, I don't want someone else to take the water source and go, well, we're just going to put this in, and it's better for you. Don't just trust us. It's like if I wanted to be in control I want to be in control of my own body. So I don't need you guys putting freaking whatever, fluoride or whoever. Oh, it'll be better for your teeth. It's like, no, well, let me do that. I don't want you doing that. So I don't even drink tap water. I'm like you. I drink, I have a really awesome water source here, so I don't even need to drink tap water or buy bottled water or anything. So, but that's always been weird to me. I've always was like you, where I bought non-fluoridated toothpaste. But then again, you have like this sink where you're, brushing your teeth, and then the shower. So it's like, oh man, it's so hard to escape all this stuff. Like you were talking with the RF in EMF waves and stuff. It's just everywhere. Almost impossible to get away from this. Just like with the water.
Somebody new in the server.
What?
Or at least I haven't seen him before. Okay. Diesel Boy?
Diesel Boy.
Not new.
Yeah, he's a glober.
I'm not a glober. I don't know who said that.
I'm just joking, dude.
No, never.
Hey, Wave.
Thought you were new.
Hey, Wave. I actually rock a Dexcom G6 because I'm type 1 too. I always wondered about the EMF it gave off.
Well, it's not too bad. I put my meter up to it. And maybe it's because it only sends out a pulse every so often. It's not constant. And I didn't hold it up there long enough. But that didn't seem to do anything. But just the fact that it's Bluetooth and all the communications going on between me and my car, me and my sensor, GPS and everything, it's just something to take a look at. But I was looking at that Dexcom, and I was using the Libre 2 for a while, and the sensor is about the size of a quarter. The only real problem I had with that is if I wore it on the outside of my arm, because I didn't wear it on my stomach or anything. On the outside of my arm, there's twice that I brushed against a doorway when I walked through, and I knocked it out. But now I've got the Libre 3, which is about the size of a dime. It's a lot smaller, and I wear it on the inside of my arm, under my armpit. And that way, I don't bump against it on the outside. It's not really there. I don't even notice it. So it's been
they're starting to get really small now. There's I can't remember the name of it. Some type of insulin pump combined with the CGM that you wear on your arm or your stomach, but it's like this really bulky, like rectangular, like it's like a small brick almost that you have to wear. But I try to put the sensor on my arm instead of my stomach to keep it away from. It's still like right by your heart, but
yeah, I wear it on the. Yeah, mine's on the left side, right by my heart. But I used to work for Medtronic. Actually, when I first started there, it was called MiniMed, and they developed the insulin pump. And I was one of their test subjects back in about 2001 to go ahead and use the sensors for the CGMS. And there was it was pretty big. It was bigger than the Dexcom, but there was one tool to go ahead and insert it, and then you'd plug in the little transmitter and just tape the whole thing over it to keep it in place and stuff. It was kind of bulky, but that's been over 20 years ago. And that's where I was working at when I found out I was diabetic. And then about 3 months after I went to work for MiniMed, they got purchased by Medtronic. And so now it's called Medtronic Diabetes Division. But yeah, I was a guinea pig there for like a couple of years on the CGMS stuff. Once upon a time.
Well, at least it's a lot easier to manage now. 100 years ago, we wouldn't be living very long.
Well, I think 100 years ago, there weren't so many problems with diabetes. And I think a lot of it has to do with the foods that we consume. And They say, adult diabetes, adult onset diabetes is the fault of the people that have it because of the choices that we make. But the choices we make are from the products that we have available. So, we can choose which product that we're going to consume, but still we don't have a big choice of actually knowing what the quality products are. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to say freedom is not always pretty, but it is always important. This is another example of that. I mean, it's the same thing applies to a heroin addict, shooting up in an alleyway. Freedom's not always pretty, but it is always important. That's not a pretty choice, but nonetheless, taking away someone's right to possess heroin, grow poppy seed plants, or make opium or make heroin. Taking away someone's right to do any of those things doesn't do anyone any favors. Taking away someone's right to eat one kind of a food or another kind of a food, it doesn't do anyone any favors. It's just freedom is important, but it's not always pretty.
Well, that is true. One of my favorite quotes is, "None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free." And I saw that written on a building in downtown LA through the middle of Skid Row when I used to work in downtown LA. And I thought, that's interesting. So I'm thinking, why would somebody write that? It wasn't like a gang graffiti. It was something that was written, like somebody actually spent some time to write that, and it wasn't covered over. And the person that wrote that was Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, I think it's pronounced. And when I look at that, and I look at the reality that I see, nothing is free. Freedom isn't free, but also believing that you're free doesn't necessarily always mean that you are. We're talking about how they fluoridate the water and they put that in there for free. But if you want to buy gasoline, they tax you for it. If you want to go ahead and have a job, they tax you for it. If you want to buy a house, they tax you for it. Everything is taxed. But here, we're going to put fluoride in the water because we're worried about your teeth. And we don't charge you for it. It's free.
Yeah.
So,
Red flag.
I saw this video. I've got it here someplace. I can find it, but won't eventually hear. But it was a video, and it was a story. It was about a priest and a king. And the king had all of these slaves, and the slaves weren't performing very well. They were, working slow, and the guards that he had there, they weren't really working real hard to get the slaves working hard. They were just spoiled and lazy and just sat around and, did whatever they wanted to do. And the king told the priest, he said, find a way to go ahead and get these people to be, better workers. And so the priest came up with an excellent idea. And what the slaves would do is when they'd bring boulders from far away or bring rocks into the king's area so he could build his castle. And so what they were doing is they were manually carrying these big stones and bringing them in. And that's why they're, walking so slow. It was hard work. So the priest the next day said, all the slaves are free. You are no longer slaves. You are free to do whatever that you want. And guards, we don't really need you anymore because there's no more slaves. Everybody is free. Now, for anybody that brings a rock to us, the king will pay this much. And I forget what it was. It's the amount doesn't matter. But and the people thought, well, instead of being slaves, now we're going to get paid. So they were hustling, bringing those rocks. And they made a cart so they could carry a whole bunch of rocks. With just a few of them could carry a bunch of rocks. And the people that were the guards watching the slaves, since they didn't have any jobs anymore, now they were bringing rocks too. So the castle was getting built much faster. And the people were very happy, that they were working and getting paid. So what happened is the king, he no longer had to feed the slaves. the slaves had to feed them, or now since they were free, they could go ahead and buy whatever they wanted to buy, for their food. And the whole idea of that, is like they're doing a lot harder work, and the people in charge are getting a lot more done. And although technically, they are no longer slaves, they're free, they're still tied to the system. They have to work if they want to eat. The guards, they have to work if they want to eat, but they're all happy about it. So that's, none are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. And
well, I think what you're trying to say is he used a free market economy to construct his castle as opposed to slavery.
Free market economy, isn't that what we have here today?
Well, that's what you described, but it's only about half of what we have here today. We have a semi-free market economy here today, not an entirely free market economy.
Okay. Yeah, it's a lot more complex nowadays, but the basic principle of between telling somebody that you're going to have to do this or telling them I'm going to reward you to do this, they're still doing it. Yeah, I wasn't really prepared right now to get into a long thing about this, but the world that we have today, I see some similarities between that story. And I've been telling my wife for years that I feel like a slave, Why do I have to get up and go to work? And then I see that, technology to where I don't have to go out and grow my own vegetables. And I've got the comforts of having air conditioning and everything else. And it seems like all this is wonderful stuff. But at what price is all of this coming to?
Hey, something I want to point out that you said a few minutes ago was you said the term freedom is not free. And I just wanted to make sure you understood that term has absolutely nothing to do with the point I was making before. Because I wasn't sure if you thought it. So I just wanted to point out the difference. So I was just simply talking about the concept of freedom itself. All right. And the fact that it's always important, but it's not always pretty. But the phrase, the common phrase, freedom is not free, that's a phrase that is also very important, but refers to a very, very different and also very important kind of subject matter. So that's a phrase that refers to more so along the lines of fighting tyranny and where tyranny resides, and fighting for freedom and standing up for, basic human rights and justice and freedom. And so that would be a term that would be more, reserved for the kind of conversations that's like, fighting collectivism in the forms that it exists, communism, socialism, fascism, etc. And those are not the only three. And, basically it's collectivism is, yeah. So I'm just saying, individual freedom is a wonderful thing, but it's not always a pretty thing.
Well, when I actually have what I feel when I'm free, I'll be able to comment on that. But I haven't really felt free, maybe since I was a kid. But, I started, make a long story short, when I was 15 years old, I got my girlfriend pregnant. By 16, I was a father, and I've been working all my life ever since. I ended up divorcing my ex-wife. I got married again, and I'm married to a wonderful woman now. She's a blue pill, I'm a red pill, and that's the whole flat earth thing is causing a lot of problems between us, but we still love each other. And that's about the only thing we really have to argue about. But as far as actually, I started working when I was 15 and a half, and I'm going to be 65 in June, and I haven't stopped working. So I've got almost 50 years straight of working day in and day out. And with the way that things are structured, I have not had the abilities to move much beyond working for somebody else. I've tried my hand at businesses. I've got my own business doing websites, and I've got a pretty good list of clients that I built websites for. But it's not something that I can live on day to day, and I've been forced to go ahead and work for somebody else to get a paycheck day to day. And I'm fortunate that I'm working at a place that I like where I'm working. I like the work that I do. I feel like that I provide a good service and I can help people, and I feel good when I'm able to help people. So, they say that if you enjoy the work you do, or if you enjoy what you do to make a living, you'll never have to work a day in your life. And I've got it, pretty cush. I sit in a creature comfort controlled area, sitting at a desk, talking with people on the phone and solve their problems for them. And I can see when I've been successful, and I help, because when people call, they never call up and say, "Hey, Grant, how you doing?" They call up, "Hey, I've got a problem. This isn't working." And so here's somebody that can be on the other side of the country with something right in front of them. And I have to diagnose what it is wrong with what they have and find a way to convey to them how to fix it. So, it's not like I'm out digging ditches. I enjoy the work that I'm doing, but I still have to go someplace every day and be someplace else that I would rather not have to be, but because, I like having a roof over my head. I like having water to go ahead and cook with, drink with, bathe with, brush my teeth with, because I like to have electricity to have this computer on so I can talk to y'all right now. I'm forced to have to go do that. And would I want to live off grid with no power except for what I could produce myself and have no telephone, no television, have my own water that I provide, my own electricity and heat, whatever I need, so I could be totally independent? I find that scary. I've never lived like that. I've been camping before and been in that kind of position, but I brought, propane or water with me, whatever I'd need for the camping trip. But to totally flip my world upside down, I'm not prepared for that. And, I don't know if, zip, that's an interesting. Thank you, Miguel. Zap, zap. So I don't know, I'm like stuck between a rock and a hard place. I'm in the middle of, one of the biggest crowded cities in the world. And I've got all kinds of electromagnetical waves, and I'm working with technology, that's all latest cutting edge stuff. And I've been involved with it for over 20 years. And this is all the kind of stuff that I'm looking at that maybe, is not so good for us. And so kind of like those slaves carrying those boulders, it's not me that I'm helping doing the work that I do. It's helping somebody else. And if there was a way that I could go ahead and be successful at owning my own business or being able to grow all my own food, I'd love to be able to do something like that. If I would have learned how to do this kind of stuff much younger, that would have been great. Now, like I said, I'm 65 and it's going to be kind of young to learn how to start from scratch. My wife has some family that lives in New Mexico, and they used to grow their own piñones. And they'd go ahead and trade them to the community for different types of food. And it was more like a barter system with everybody out there years ago. But, technology is moving in. And now instead of you being able to live for free by, sharing with your neighbors, what they're doing is get something that you have to get taxed on. So the powers that be can get their percentage out of it. And I don't know. I'm wandering off from thing to thing. I'm watching these little memes here with Miguel with the electrical wires and disconnecting the anode from the cathode and making lightning. So the spark has to begin someplace and end someplace, just like in that picture. End of Grant rant for now.
By the way, thanks for what you said. I know I love to watch this from Discovery Channel, Homestead Rescue. I think is the name of the show. You know, they help people, that are living at Alaska, with tough conditions. So yeah. Though maybe you can get some ideas, through that.
What is it called?
Homestead Rescue. I think it's. Let me see. I think it's
Homestead. What channel is it on?
Discovery Channel.
Oh, I don't get the Discovery Channel.
Oh, maybe you can get on YouTube some episodes. Yeah. So.
Okay, what was it? Home what rescue? Home share rescue?
Homestead Rescue. Let me get some information. Okay, this one.
Alaska, Marty Rainey of Homestead Rescue, person of interest.
Yeah, so, yeah, I did post something.
Oh, sign up for Amazon Music. No thanks. I've already got Amazon Prime. I should probably get that for free.
Yeah,
you can want to charge me more.
You can watch TV series there.
Alright, so a lot of things have changed. Hello, everybody. I'm Natalie. I know I released a snippet. Welcome back to the podcast. If you like it, subscribe.
All right, I've got it up here. I'll take a look at it a little bit later. Listen to it.
Yeah, there's some videos at YouTube. There's a lot ideas there. Solutions to some problems when you want to live in, away from the cities.
So I haven't listened to all of this, but Marty Rainey does a show called Homestead Rescue. And so is there like controversy about what's going on with him, or Marty Rainey falls in the mud?
No, it was just. Oh, by the way, did you see this, picture there? So now they, Discovery puts Earth inside the dome. The logo from the Discovery Channel.
All right, so this episode, Marty Rainey falls in the mud. That's one to watch.
No, I just, it was the first link I did search.
Okay.
At Google search.
So, what's it about? What happens with it?
So this, so it's the AMDB I did post above. So you see this guy with a hat. He is the father, and he has two sons. And these three. They help people that they are some issues, some problems, in Alaska and so on. So it's a TV series, but they help people with solutions. They construct. They have many ideas.
This sounds interesting, but then when I look at reality shows, it reminds me of one that I used to watch called American Chopper. It was on, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago. It was real popular. Have you ever seen it?
I think I have seen that.
It was about a father, Paul Sr. He owned a shop, and they made choppers.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
Son,
yeah,
Paul
I
Jr.
remember. Yeah. I love motorcycles, so I saw that too.
Okay. And I love that show.
Orange. Yeah.
I love that show too.
I know. I know, but
Now-
they collapse. They have issues.
So that is classified as a reality show, and it was a real business, and they did really make those motorcycles for those companies, but that reality was created. And the whole thing is, when Snap-on, the whole reason they had a custom bike made for them is because they got a 1-hour commercial about Snap-on tools. And to get a 1-hour commercial would cost, like millions of dollars, $500,000. I don't know the pricing on it, but it would cost a whole lot of money. So if they just hired Orange County Chopper to make them a motorcycle, that whole episode, which a lot of people would watch, would see a 1-hour Snap-on commercial. And if they like into bikes, I was a mechanic for 20 years. I rode bikes. I worked on my own bikes. And if you like bikes, you see a nice bike they make, and oh yeah, Snap-on tools, that's the best. I got to buy Snap-on tools. 1-hour commercial for Snap-on. They had another one for a chainsaw company. And all of these companies, they would have never had a chopper made if it weren't for the fact that it would be on that TV show. And that TV show would not have a bike to build if they did not have that custom build. So the whole thing it wasn't really a reality show. It's like, let's go ahead a way to entertain people and get them involved with products that they can purchase and be able to admire that. But you know what? I gotta grab a drink of water here because my mouth is sticking together. I'll be right back.
Okay, but this show it seems it's opposite. So they are there in the field, dealing with many obstacles, and they have to find solutions. So yeah, it's a reality.
Okay, my whistle has been wetted. I'm back.
Welcome back. So I did find this.
Oh, that looks cool. And that's one of the things I've talked to my wife about. She wants to have solar collector, because we've talked about having a generator. And I've told her, if we're going to buy another property someplace, it would be wonderful if we could be like near a stream, and I could go ahead and make like a little paddle wheel, so that could turn the generator around, a generator, alternator, whatever, to go ahead and keep the system charged. And as long as there was a water flow, you'd have a constant source of electricity. So if you generated enough, you wouldn't even have to store it in batteries. And, if you have solar, you can only use the solar when the sun's out, and then you have to use the battery power at night. And with wind power, you've only got the power to charge the batteries when the wind is blowing. So, but if you have a constant source of water, then you don't have those limitations of the clouds or anything. So, but hydroelectric, yes, I've wanted to do that. I'm too old to do this kind of a project now, but what I'd like to do is use cargo containers and have buy a hill that faces towards the south, and then put some notches in the hill where it comes down, so I can have a horizontal line and a vertical line, and place cargo containers side by side, like maybe 4 of them. So the doors are facing outwards, and then cover it back up with dirt and use the same structural ideas like the earth ships. You might want to look up earth ships that they have in Taos, New Mexico. And what it does is it uses the Earth, which has a natural temperature of like around 60 degrees, and it's a constant temperature, whether it's cold or hot. And you can use that for these containers to cover them over so you don't have to pay for heating and air conditioning. And then because they're made out of metal and surrounded in the earth and grounded, they would be a natural Faraday cage. Faraday cage, what that is a grounded device that you can put something inside of to not so it doesn't get subjected to EMF waves. It blocks that out. So if you ever notice how sometimes if you have like a small little radio or something and you go in your car and you don't get good reception, that's kind of what a Faraday cage does. It goes ahead and blocks out that reception. But
I did
anyway,
hear a little bit a long time ago about that. Thanks.
Anyway, my wife just got home, so I'm going to go ahead and end this for today because I need to get together with my family here. So it's been very good talking to you, Miguel.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you for those links, and I'll check them out. See what it's like. See what it's like homesteading in Alaska.
Awesome.
All righty. Thank you very much. Take care.
See you. Take care.
Oh, wait a minute. My mouse stopped working now. I can't.
Cheers.
Cheers.
How's it going, guys?
Cool.
Kind of working on some art and reading a couple things. Figured I would start talking instead of allowing it to jump into dead air.
Did you talk about art?
You can talk about whatever, man. I'm just actually making a VC verification invite image to make it easier to drop that in the lobby. Something so I don't have to keep repeating myself over and over, asking random people if they want to get VC verified. I can just send them an image.
Have you been playing with any AI art stuff lately?
Not recently. Well, not recently until very recently. Like, I haven't really messed with it in a while, but then I guess yesterday I did when I was adding on something to some, like, I had actually made an image myself, did all the editing for it to do like this Ant-Man thing, and that's there was a joke that was being made with Matthew Lawrence and that ant thing, and Toby Dogs mentioned that somebody should make an Ant-Man meme, and I just kind of got inspired to throw together something I thought was funny.
I heard what you guys were talking.
I used the Deep Dream generator. What's up, man?
I got a mouthful of food now, but I heard you guys, and that's why I posted that. So it was your guys' idea. I just wrote it down.
Yeah, somebody had mentioned the Ant-Man thing, though, and yeah, it was just funny. But I used the AI thing to edit his hand to make it so that he was holding an oblate spheroid globe. Everything else I pretty much did myself, but it did adjust the edges of the image when it did that, so I guess I could share that.
What I was picturing.
May as well share it in the live stream. It's just a harmless joke. It'll probably make Matthew laugh. Oh god, it's 2 megabytes. That means that whenever I think that I'm gonna send it, I usually have to wait longer, and then there's a delay, and I'm like, man, I thought it was just gonna go. 1 second. What's funny is this isn't even what I'm working on. It's just something else because you had asked about the AI stuff. So
Awesome. It's awesome.
I've also got the picture in the background where he always shares the sun. So I figured that'd make a really good horizon picture. You got that big sunset in the background. He's got his globe with him. I should make it look more earthy though. Looks like he's about to go bowling.
I have a meme with a book and two ants. Let me see. This one.
That's funny.
Yeah, by the way, I was talking in the morning with someone talking about, let me see, MacGyver. MacGyver. I was talking to MacGyver and talking, talking about atmospheric lensing and perspective, the sun reflecting on the water, and you can see these clouds. Clouds. Let me see some information. Okay, I have this. It's in his YouTube channel. So I did this. Yeah, I did talk about a little bit about that. Clouds lit from below. Okay.
Not rain or cloud shadow.
So then I post two links. Okay, this is one. Of another one. Yeah, so and then I said, I did watch a lot of sunsets.
Yeah.
So let me get one GIF I have. So actually, when you see this, let me see if I found it. Where is it? Okay. When you see this, that's it's loading. So, okay, when you see this, actually, the sun is not right there, so you see a reflection, and so the sun is far, far away. So, and there's atmospheric bad visibility even. But anyway, and atmospheric lensing, it happens too. So the two things happening at the same time. I have this too. Yeah. I did found this in the other day. So as far as the sun is, it's go away. It gets dark. And I have atmospheric lensing. I have this one.
Takes its light with it and goes away.
Actually, last year I did work as a watchtower, to watch wild forest. Wild wild fires. I think wildfires, in the forest. So I had to, watch fires in the forest, to report. So then I saw if you see this, this video I did post, not the last one, but you see the sun goes away. So one day I was watching, the sun going. So it was over the horizon, and so there was light there, and I saw the moon like 125 degrees, something like that. So I saw the, getting dark, seeing the stars, then seeing the moon, and around the moon it was the stars, so no, the light from the sun was not in the background, so I could see stars, and there was still light in the horizon. So that was amazing, So the light has range, and that doesn't make any sense, in the globe idea.
Yeah.
And then I saw, the light from the moon, because at the background, around the moon, you are watching stars, and even in the horizon there was a little bit of the light from the sun there, but it was getting darker, so it was interesting to see that at the same time, because in the daylight you see when there's you see the sun, you don't see stars, in the sky, because it's lighting. The sun is lighting. So it was interesting. And MacGyver did talk something like that too. Did observations. Then he did that video. I did post 15 minutes after the hour. Yeah, so lots of things going on. But what is interesting, I was I always had this fascination to walk, to see, to observe these sunsets, over the, from the beach. So and it was fascinating, seeing this. I did post 60 minutes after hour.
Man.
You can see the sun in the water, but it's not really there. It's a reflex. Because of perspective, it's far away. Yeah, so.
Yeah. I guess since you guys live on the West Coast and I live on the East, I should start doing sunrise videos and you guys do sunset videos. It's kind of how we have to do it, I reckon. The children have been asking to go to the beach. They know summer's coming and things are going to start getting warm soon. They're like, can we go to the beach? Already planning. Like, it's still cold. The snow's still falling. Yeah.
Like, I'm more for interior of Portugal, next to Spain, foreign.
Yeah.
I did work near to the coastline 2 weeks ago, and I did went to the beach a little bit. Not wetting because it's cold, but it's you decompress, relax a little bit, picking some shells.
Yeah. Look around enough, you might find something somebody lost, like some kind of treasure. Like, jewelry or coins from something.
Yeah, in the year 2000, I went to Azores Island, and I did dive with dolphins. So when I was in the water, I was listening these radiophonic sounds they were emitting, their sonar. So and, that was amazing to hear that.
Like squeak.
Yeah, but there's I was in the water, and so I, listening this. It's these noises, it's like radio frequencies. So yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, it's like a high pitched whistle mixed with squeaks and stuff. Yeah.
And in the year 2002, I did went there too again, and then I was in the water, but I with the scrolls, how you say, looking down, breathing with how you call it, this dive thing to breathe, and so I was laid down, just looking down, and in the boat, someone said they are circling around you, but I never saw those dolphins there, because I was looking down. It's when you are looking through the water, it's not easy, the visibility. But what is curious, let me see. There's in that week, same week, there was a crop cycle at the UK with 2 dolphins circling around. Let me see. Dolphins. Okay, so this was this one. So it's curious because it was in the same week. Someone did send me this information at that time. Yeah, but okay, but it was curious. But then a few years ago, I went to Algarve region here at south of Portugal. Where the tourists go more. From Germany, UK, any country, and they this Algarve zone. Then they have diving with dolphins or watching, dolphins. But it was September, October, so it was cold water. I did, jump into the water, and I just saw one dolphin. I don't know if it was a female dolphin. They were doing migration, There were so. Yeah, it was interesting.
Yeah.
So this dolphin just, appeared from below me, a few meters from me, just below, and was watching through me, and then move on. Yeah, it was curious.
Yeah, they're really curious.
By the way, that I did felt different energy there in the Azores Islands. Before a storm, I did feel a lot of energy. Electricity. I was too much energetic. So and then suddenly it starts to falling, raining, heavy raining. Yeah, so that was amazing. Different energy because it's a volcanic zone there, So yeah, it was different from being here where I live. I was too sensitive there.
Let's see. We still got a couple hours left before Speculation Sunday's over. If anybody wants to speculate about whatever. It's funny, normally I'd be down with speculating about stuff, but I'm actually looking forward to getting back to the FE subject matter for some reason.
Yeah, I was thinking
I
that
gotta
too.
go on. I gotta go on. I speculate that America, the United States, is only still using daylight savings time because the vast majority of us are retarded. We don't get rid of it. We do not vote members into Congress to get rid of it because we are collectively retarded.
Okay, but that means there's hope because turtles are slow and snails are slow. Eventually, at some point, anybody want to place bets on when we're going to get rid of daylight savings time? I think it's a. See, I can't even speculate. I don't feel like doing that. I want to talk about real stuff.
Yeah, I start thinking about something and it goes to flat Earth always.
It's not a must.
Yeah.
We don't speculate. It's just an option, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure nobody here would mind if you talked about.
I'm just thinking of the actual functionality of the day and night cycles and how they only change based off of the seasons, and there's still the exact amount of time periods going on. It's just silly though. Meaning that the way that all these different arbitrary timelines, like this is a time zone, this is a time zone, this is a time zone, they're all wonky. If you look at the way the lines are drawn, and it's this time here because of this reason, but it's this time here because of this reason, and some of them are ridiculous. I'm talking international time at this point, not just whatever you perceive from your country.
Oh, Portugal and the UK share the same time zone, so we have the same time. And let me see time zones.
What makes them ridiculous, I think, has to do with them trying to bend it around the globe. That's part of it.
I did post the time zones, So, let me see. Africa, Portugal, okay, yeah. It's the same line there. It's like a clock. And the sun dictates the time zone because the sun moves.
And what I'm actually talking about is kind of comparing the national, how a country's, there you go, how a country determines stuff versus what it actually really is. It's like the time that it's going to be, what time it is, regardless of what some nation says. But that's what I think the daylight savings time has something to do with that, too, them messing with their wonky crap. Because there's no reason to change time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, politics and other shit like that. You'd be better off building a sundial and putting it in your front yard.
It's a system. We are living in this system, because we have the sun and the moon circling above us, and we have the container, and some kind of like a clock, old clock,
Yeah. I'm trying to find the picture of I'm getting a real map of stuff, but there's another one that has to do with actual politics and stuff. And all the lines of where they do their time zones are not like these straight like what you're showing. It's stupid. But he's right. What he said in there is like what Toby Dog said. It's political.
I have this one. Let me see. Okay, this is just horizontal with the time zones there.
Yeah. I like this picture though. It's evenly distributed across. That makes sense.
There's another one. Let me see. This one has not straight lines, the one I just posted, but the one that makes sense, is the first one I did post,
That gave me an idea.
So yeah, and I found, in the Google search, I cannot find anything talking about flat Earth and Portuguese writing text. So then I went to that AI GBT or something like that. How you call it? Then I did. First it didn't get me the real thing, but I did. Then I write focus on Portuguese writers talking about flat Earth, and it gave me like 4 people. So between the 1500s and the 1700s, So Jesuit. There was a Jesuit, even from he did born at Spain. Then he went to live to Portugal. And they what we are thinking about what is happening in this earth. They were talking about flat Earth and the thinking even about the light from the moon. Being not just from the sun. So yeah, it is interesting, and I was reading this today. So yeah.
So I took the image that you just sent, and I made it look like the other one you sent before.
Oh,
there awesome. You go.
Awesome, thanks. So for me, flat. The first time I hear about flat Earth was at public school. So because they did talk about the Portuguese in the discovery's time, 500 years ago. And,
the age of discovery.
Yeah, they using sextants and astrolabes, and they knew that the constellations are there every night. Moving. They for them the Earth was flat. It was a normal thing. They did navigate, pointing to the stars, at that time. They did a lot of notes, when you leave the port, you have to recall, the time, the latitude, longitude at that time, to navigate. So they did use the stars, and the same stars that we see today, constellations there. So they knew it, and then I hear about they found the end of Earth, but people like to mocking, with water falling down. But what they saw is, they even discover Australia like 215 years before James Cook. There's an old map with Australia Bay, with Portuguese names in those locations. So yeah, and they did cover up because he kept it in secret because they found a lot of gold there and precious metals at that time.
Yeah.
So they did, they did circulate around, and they had a lot of notebooks, navigational, how to navigate, around around these continents. So when they are navigating in these waters and they found this ice around, of course they call it the end of Earth, so it was a shock to them, but if they never talk Antarctica being a continent, but they just talking about finding the end of the world. So but then they just they showed to you this ball, and people always ask why the people under this ball doesn't fall down, and they just say gravity and this magic force.
You talking about that has me thinking like there's a different narrative for every country based off of their own personal history, that they had to adapt all of these different narratives to fit in with kind of this one world version of what everybody thinks is going on. So like your country had to deal with the age of exploration from that perspective. Like, hey, this is what our people believed, and this is how we came to these conclusions based off of this and this and this. And like, it would be a different perspective than how, because America, a lot of the stuff you hear is like Columbus sailed the ocean blue and blah, blah, blah. Whereas from your perspective, it's starting from the entire cultural lore of how he got from this point to this point to this point. I think it's interesting because you get similar perspectives too, because then you're over there taking pictures and doing your own research from your perspective, from your background, and so are other people from all over the world.
Yeah, every day,
we come together and we meet here, and
I do observations every day, and thinking a lot of things. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. It's interesting to see everybody's perspective and why, and then actually take into consideration all of those other aspects of things too, the kind of cultural, lore and legends of old for each individual country.
I was reading something. Let me see. Voliva. I think, okay, this was what I was reading. So this guy, at 1921, he was defending Flat Earth.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's he's talking about that. So he was anti-evolution. He talks about something. He did found. I think it's because I was reading this morning, and it found people at south of Africa and talking about flat Earth. So yeah, a lot of things going on.
That's cool.
So it talks in science, between quotes, in science schools, because, he did found these schools, I think. So it talks, students were thought, this is for 1940. So students were thought that the Earth was flat, a vast circular plane with the North Pole at the center and a huge impassable wall of ice surrounding its circumference, and globes were banned. So this was 1914.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it talks about a little bit about that.
I wouldn't go as far as banning the globes completely, but okay. As far as like, yeah, they think you could still have it and show it like, hey, they think they live on this model thing. Like, here you go. But I mean, hey, it's his school. If he wants to ban them, ban them. Just imagine like, I hate these globes. He just like stomps on a bunch of globes and sets them on fire in a pile. He's killing the gods.
So in the other day, the shot GPT.org. So it did give me a few names. Okay, this. Francisco Suarez. That's he did born at. He was a Jesuit, by the way, and he was defending flat Earth. So. But anyway, then he went to Coimbra. It's where the main university. University, I think you call it school, college. So at that time, it was the main center.
Yeah.
Have other names. This one defender. This was a Portuguese guy, Jesuit Antonio Vieira. He did defend the flat Earth at that time. So you can see these dates. More. So it says this. Talking about flat Earth, it was defended with various philosophers and religions of that time through the centuries. Talking about Portuguese writers, book writers, so have this one too, Francisco Sanchez. So this one. So this. Thanks, artists. More. Let me see. So yeah, you can see some dates there. Francisco Sá de Miranda, another Portuguese philosopher, defended the flat Earth. So you can see almost, let me see. So you see almost from the 1500s until, the first one I did post until the 1700s. They were talking about flat Earth. And, they did not accept, this idea that of the globe of some scientists talking in those days.
Yeah.
So this guy, I did post the last one, Francisco de Sá de Miranda. He did defend. I'm reading, some text. I have it in Portuguese. He did defend the flat Earth. He did argument that the Earth was flat and not spherical. It was the center of the universe. He did also argument that the stars and the planets did the circling around the Earth. Stars and the wandering stars. So yeah.
He's a Renaissance poet.
Yes, so it
Portuguese Renaissance poet.
if I search, in the Google search today, talking about Flat Earth, and I even post these guys, I don't find it because they are in their algorithm. They did change it, so they are censorship,
Yeah.
and you have to go to other ways.
They bury keywords.
Yeah, it takes time. If I want to do some research of these guys, I have to read their books and go to some libraries and so on.
Yeah. Or kind of think outside the box in the searches and use words that people wouldn't normally use. Stuff that's not censored until they censor that too.
So, but anyway.
Yeah, you're right. I was going to say libraries. So many people, they forget that libraries still exist and there's actual books out there that you can pick up and read.
Exactly. And there's a building here, Torre do Combo. It's like a combo's tower. And it translated into English. And at Lisbon. And it has navigation seed books, old books. And so I did post, a few months ago, I did post one picture. Let me see maps. I did post one Flat Earth map, actually in that book. Let me see. Banjo USA, he did talk about a little bit about this. So I'm gonna post. Okay, so I'm gonna post that link to that YouTube channel. So you see this map, and you see this. There's a line there, so it's the equator they put there, but the equator is an imaginary line. Anyway, it is incomplete, but in the description of that YouTube channel, there's a link to the National Archive to Portugal, but in these days I go there and it's not available. Guess why? So
yeah,
it's inconvenient truth. So this was from João de Lisboa, a Portuguese navigation book. But anyway, it is incomplete, and you see the most precise, accurate size of continents is more Africa, because they did sail that coastline a lot of times. But South America is not so perfect. But anyway, it's an idea, because if you cross this with a Gleason's map, you see almost the same locations of the continents. It's just another source. But if you watch at the top left, maybe I get the original. Okay, this is the original from the book. It's a print.
Yeah, I was talking about the that guy Paoli, the sort of head honcho of the Jesuits, and I don't know if it's right around that time with Miguel, actually. So, but many Spanish and Portuguese people, Jewish people, converted to Catholicism. They called them conversos. There's another name for them, but I can't remember it. Right, begins with M, I think, as well. I'm just sort of learning about that now. It's kind of interesting time period.
Yeah, and the Spanish and the Portuguese at that time, for them was flat. The world was flat, and there's this guy, Fernão Magalhães. You call in English, you call it Magellan.
Oh yeah, Magellan. Yeah.
He was a Portuguese, So, but at that time he didn't have work, so he was like a trader to us, to the Portuguese, because he went to work to Spain, to the Kingdom of Spain, and he had a lot of knowledge from Portugal, even maps. He did stole maybe, so he knew how to navigate, and he had already a few knowledge, where to go. So yeah, but what he did is just circulate around.
Yeah, like I say, it's an interesting time. There's some sort of passage in Jewish scripture that says they're allowed to convert if it benefits them one way or another. Perhaps Ether would know a bit more about that than me. I'm not really up on chapter and verse with Abrahamic religions, to be honest, but it's quite. I just find it interesting, just the historicity of it. I like just digging through and see what characters there were.
In this, if you watch this picture, you don't see Australia there at the top left corner, but you see those islands, So I think at this time they already discovered. I have this link. It talks about the old map, Portuguese map. So you see from 1522, I think. If you click in that link, so it talks about 250 years almost before James Cook discovered Australia. So, and if you see, just to, if you see the map above and you see this one, this post, the link, you see this map, they have similitudes, these lines in those in the water, in these maps, it's like similar. So, but anyway, it's interesting,
No, definitely interesting. I've no doubt that the people were traversing the seas long before they tell us, because they find things in these Egyptian tombs that were like they could only have had from across another continent. Alan Wilson talks about the Welsh language, the ancient language. I say Welsh, early Britons would be more accurate. This language found in America in 800 BC. It's called Colburn, and he's even talked. I've heard it mentioned several times that there were Native Americans speaking Welsh. Like, what? What's that about?
Yeah, I did.
But then again,
I did talk about the movie Pathfinder from 2007. And at the beginning, there's this message 400 years before Columbus, and you see a Viking walking by, from the boat to land. So yeah, it was interesting. And there are some people talking about the Vikings were at North America. They had some vines there, and they did a commerce, So before Columbus. So, and there's but even there at America, they are when they discover ancient archaeology, they cover up. So they did cover up a lot of things. There was some structures, even some pyramids there. They they did cover up. But there's there's connection to the Vikings there too.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that Christopher Columbus is a character made up, possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's it's tough to say. I'm still looking into that sort of period around 1500. There's a lot of stuff happening there. I know there's huge resets going on all the time. The French Revolution was a huge reset in that area. For how many books they burnt, and I mean they were trying to start everything from scratch. They wanted a 10-day week. They were really trying to change everything, and it was about getting away from. It was like called the Age of Reason, right? Get away from what they termed superstitious. But it weren't really a spiritual revolution of any kind. They were just more a political thing. They were quite empty, quite vacuous. The more I look into this French Revolution, the more fascinating it gets. And I think there's been a few. I think there was certainly one around 1300 as well. So it's interesting. There's a lot of people claiming there's a lot of years added. I don't know. It's tough.
I hear about that too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know is my answer. But I enjoy looking into it.
Yeah. There's a lot of times where they'll have these quote-unquote ages of reason where they think that they're doing things that enlighten people, but in reality it's just creating darkness in their minds because they're throwing away all of the actual facts in order to replace them with their version of truth.
For sure. I mean, this is what I keep saying about I keep saying this about the Bible. There's big good things in that book. Yes, there's all kinds of things that I don't agree with. There's all kinds of contradictions, but I think ultimately it's a force for good. That's why these people are so desperate to get rid of it.
They try and cover it as much as they can, or dumb down the population so people don't know what words mean. So even if they haven't, they open it up. Oh, well, this is what this means to me. And now everybody's got their own interpretation. And that's like waving with every wind doctrine, like all these little dust in the wind, whatever. And it's not what it actually is. And it creates, you're right, it creates a bunch of confusion.
Well, now we've got... Sorry, dude, go on. I was just gonna say we've got a new religion and it's called science, quite simply. Anyway, go on, Miguel.
Or scientism. Okay,
scientism.
I was reading, like 1 week or two ago. I did talk a little about it. I did found that the connection between Isaac Newton, before Isaac Newton, John Dee.
Yeah.
The inspiration of Isaac Newton, and then I did talk about Copernicus, and all these guys are in the the Royal Society from the UK.
Oh yeah.
And it starts this this idea of hiding the truth of the shape of the Earth from us. It starts on UK. In the Royal Society, so they, there's let me see, from 1577, a letter from Gerard Mercator, the guy that was doing maps, to John Dee. So talking about a different North Pole, that they are teaching in today's schools. So. So it is interesting. This guy Mercator sending a letter to John Dee, and so this is the link. So it is in the archive, but anyway, there's a citation. So this is a citation. Let's see. Imago Mundi. No, let me see. Okay, I think this is the link. Anyway, I have the PDF I'm gonna post So let's see. Let me open this. Sorry, I have to go to properties. Copy the link in the shortcut. So this is the citation, the last one. Okay. So this is a book that was translated, from other language, and it talks about this letter dated 1577 from Mercator to John Dee. So it's not I'm not making up. So yeah, in this link you can download the citation. Okay, I did post everything. So but what is curious, it's in this, there's this, they talk about this North Pole. A priest went there with a astrolabe, I think. If you read that, you find a lot of details there. So I mean, this is from 1577. So from the 1500s or maybe 1600s to so on, they start to hiding the truth from us, and they keep this secret. But anyway, we are joining the pieces. So they knew about North Pole, different North Pole. And it talks about the time of King Arthur's. They send a lot of expeditions there, people, ships, and they spend a lot of money at that time. And it says a lot of details.
Yeah, I love this stuff. Yeah, I was looking the other day for books pre 1700s. Or even 1700s, because I'm sure there were a lot of Grabble that came around about that time in the early, that would be the 18th century, and they're expensive. You're looking at thousands, so not cheap. But I was just sort of trying to get my hands on some books that were sort of pre-1800s. So
actually, I found this video too. It didn't load. I'm gonna post again. Okay. Oops. It's sorry. I cannot post. It's 500 megabytes. Anyway, let me see if I found the link. No, I just saved the video. Anyway, maybe no. I think it was on the YouTube, but I don't know if the censorship. The title was this one. So there was a video, not in English, talking about this. Let me see if I found it. Anyway, if I found it, I'm gonna post. Okay, I did found it. Awesome. So let me copy the link. So let me see. Awesome. Yeah. Okay, sorry to interrupt you. Go on.
no, it's good. I'm just reading this. This what you've already posted. There's a lot of information here.
What is curious? It's because the Prime Minister of Canada. I saw a video a long time ago, and he was talking about his father showing land in mass, landscapes, somewhere. And then he was like saying, then I was, I did realize something like that, how my father was powerful. And I think, his father, let me see it, because Canada is nearby, have another picture with the continents there. Let me see. So I think his father took to some place there. And, some kind, he did talk about a little bit between the lines, So anyway. So he was talking about finding, watching a place, how amazing it was, and etc. But yeah, so maybe it was there too. Canada is there, and they have access. Anyway, another source, another piece.
Yeah, I had a weird story that James Bond was actually based on John Dee. I don't know if that's true, but apparently he saved Queen Elizabeth's life like 10 times or more. There were so many attempts on her life from, the usual suspects, basically the Catholic Church.
Yeah,
And,
John Dee, he was connected to, he was a mathematician, but it was a connection to the occult, and then this guy, Isaac Newton, and if you, the people got the, they think these are the main guys of discoveries, and they talk about these guys in the school. But they don't talk about connection to the occult, so on. So it's not so scientific, So anyway, but it is interesting, There's a lot of details. I did read a little bit, but it has in this letter from Mercator to John Dee. They did collect a lot of navigation books, talking about those lands. So many details in the other language, not English, and it was translated. There are a few words missing there, misinterpretation. But anyway, if you watch this, all these details, it's too much, So yeah, you have to read it. They talk about a priest was sending in one expedition there with an astrolabe. So that was curious, and many details there.
I'm into this document now, dude. I'm just reading it. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's not very good for the audience.
No, I don't like, people say, people can think, oh, this guy is a conspiracy theorist. But anyway, the term was, the words, the separate words was already existed, but that term comes from the CIA, to avoid, to avoid people talking about JFK, Kennedy, thing, and anyway, people like to use that phrase to those terms to discredit, But anyway, but what I do is collect information, crossing, and when you have like 5 sources or something like that talking about the same thing, so something is going on.
Yeah.
So even you guys talk about did you change the time period? Even that guy from sometimes I talk about this guy that did work at Antarctica. He did talk about that too.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about the adding 1,000 years or something like that, I have to start to question the motive, though. I have to think, well, what have they got to gain from that? Is it just to put a lot of distance to make it seem more lofty or weighty? I really don't know. I've been racking my brain to think why they would, and there isn't really a good explanation for that.
If these guys, at that time they from the UK, they went to these places, North Pole, and then the Antarctica in the 1900s. So when they found something that it goes against this globe idea, Earth. So they think twice, So we have to, the reason they keep it in secret because they found other things there. So and they did decide to hide it, and they are still hiding. Dave West did talk a little about that. I have a post. Let me see. Antarctica. Where you are. So if someone goes to Antarctica, and see the truth from himself. So bye ball. Let me see if I found it. I have many things, Where you are. Okay, this one.
That's pretty cool. I declared to the Queen her title of Greenland. Queen spelled Queene. That's cool. And Friesland.
David West quote. So, but okay. So in the first years, I did hear about flat Earth the first time at public school here in Portugal. So, and then they give this ball idea into our minds, and you were just doing your normal life. And 2016, 17, I think it was 2016, something like that. 15 or 16. So I saw these guys from Brazil. Okay, so what makes think about it? This they did found flatness on water. They did this little maquette. You can say architect model. Anyway, idea of the continents, and we have water, flat level, and they put this ice around. So that idea, that make me think. But anyway, then I went to do my normal life. But one day, when I was traveling from Lisbon to Oporto City, here in Portugal, there's a coastline when you can see, the ocean far away, and I'm traveling by train. So, and then, because when you see a picture or something in the TV, you see like, some kind of lensing curvature there, but anyway, when you see it with your own eyes, so I was suddenly watching the ocean, and it was a clear day, and so I saw the horizon always perfect level, flat, and after like a minute watching that, so let me see. So I know these guys are doing these rail tracks, almost level. I have seen a few years ago. They spend a lot of time to make it level. So I'm traveling on this level rail tracks, and I'm watching to the window. Always level. Where is the curve to left and right? There is no curve. So yeah, that was the trigger that make me wake up.
This is cool. This is very cool, dude. I mean, you're talking about Marco Polo here. So that's way before. That's like 1200 or something.
Yeah. At least we have these dates, these centuries. Yeah, so at that time I did wake up, and of course, I did remember talking about Flat Earth at school and the Portuguese navigators, and yeah, for me it was a normal. It was normal to accept, and at that time I didn't have the lucky that new people that come here, they don't have. I didn't have the help of to understand everything, but no. At least at that moment, I saw that the water was level, 6 it's level, and then I did remember too that a friend of mine was installing electricity cables, but before that, in the wall to find between two spots a perfect level, he did use a water level. So, and that, when you see that for the first time, so if he does that, I'm gonna post anyway. Sometimes I post it because it's not something that people used to know. But I'm gonna post the text. So water level. Let me see. Where you are, water level. Okay, so you can buy this. These days. I'm gonna post this. Oops. Let me see. Okay. You can buy a water level to use on construction. And let me see, I'm going to post this. So it is in English, perfect to understanding. So, if you use it 1 mile, 2 miles, for me, I'm sure that 100% that you will not anyway will not find any curvature. But we know this already. So but think when I seeing between what you live in your life and seeing this the reality, a plumb, Bob, and the level, how they build, and they don't account for curvature. I did read about the Suez Canal. So there was this French engineer, and the side of the UK side, those guys were thinking that was impossible because they were thinking at that time of the Earth curvature. But the other guy, from the French side, he knew that the world was flat, so he knew that was possible. Let me see if I found the Suez Canal. There was an article from a newspaper. I did talk about that. Sometimes I post, but I have too much things. Suez Canal. Let me see. Not here. Maybe I have another folder. Not here. Suez Canals. Curvature. Okay, so let me see. Curvature. Suez Canal. Okay. So there's this article from a newspaper and talks about that. About the Suez Canal. So it says the Lesseps, a French name, the French engineer who finally did the job assumed that the earth was flat and conducted the canal accordingly. So yeah. I have this screenshot. I think it's from book. Steps. Okay, maybe. It talks about that guy. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, no, engineers know about the earth being flat. No curvature. When you join this, that bold idea, it doesn't make any sense. And those guys from the 1500s until to the 1700s, those Portuguese writers and philosophers, even Jesuits, talking about the flat Earth, and talking about this. There's a up and down, and it doesn't make any sense with a spheric Earth. So, and they talk a little bit what is in the Bible too. But anyway, at that time they were thinking about this. Even they talk about the light from the moon being from the moon, not from the sun at night. Yeah, so a lot of things they did think at that time. Things that we are actually talking here every day. Being stationary, yeah.
You're not waffling, brother. We're letting you speak because you rarely speak and you're a very intelligent person. And even though English is not your primary language, you are very eloquent with your words.
Thanks.
So don't think that we're like ignoring you or you've lost us.
Yeah, man.
You're spot on, dude.
Yeah, we're just chilling. You're good.
Makes me ashamed to be born in America because I feel like people in other countries are a little bit smarter for the fact that they deal with the natural world sooner than people in America do.
Yeah, thanks for that. But my one of my goals idea was to get out of Portugal, working out of Portugal, and speak English every day. In the real every day, working and speaking. The only place I do speak English is here. So
you do a fantastic job.
Thanks. Sometimes I get into sometimes I know it in Portuguese, but because there are some words I don't use it in my normal daily life, and so sometimes I was thinking, what is the word for this?
Right.
So it's not so. And you have an example. We have Donato. He's a silver guy. He was a silver guy, flat earth guy already before I came here. He's from Brazil, and he doesn't speak. He understands everything. That people are speaking in English, and he posts things.
Yeah, this is why I made a big stink.
Go ahead.
This is why I talked about Bacon speaking English so well, because he says he's Brazilian, and I'm like, Bacon, how do you speak such good English? Every person I've listened to, because I used to watch a lot of soccer. I mean, look at someone like Ronaldo, for instance, or both Ronaldos, in fact. One's Brazilian, one's Portuguese.
Yeah.
I mean, Ronaldo lived in England for years and years, since he was a boy, basically, a teenager anyway.
Yeah.
Played for Portuguese teams, but then he played for Man United. And his English is good. It's not as good as Bacon's. So I'm like, why is your English so good, dude? The only reason I can think is you must have had a parent that's English.
Yeah.
Because nobody speaks English in Brazil.
Yeah, and if someone goes to America and speaks, like 1 month, 2 months, it's different. It's different, and you are there living directly with people, and so you are surrounded by the English. So it's different. And there's a guy, Slalom. Is Slalom not in ice, in snow, but it's slalom with how you call, wheels in the boot with wheels. The rollers, I think you call it. So he's a slalom teacher here in Portugal, and he understands what I talk about this, because he went to 1 month, something like that, to America, and did live with America family there, and he knows it's different. So it's different, when you are living every day with people that people that are talking English. Yeah, so it's a lifetime experience, English.
So what's a good greeting in Portuguese anyway? Because in Spanish they'd say, "Hola, ¿cómo estás?" What's the thing in Portuguese?
It's the same.
Bom dia.
Bom dia. It's good morning, and what you said, "Hola, ¿cómo estás?" Hello, how are you? It's the same in Portuguese.
Nice.
In Spanish, hola, ¿cómo estás? So it's a little different, the sound. Hola, ¿cómo estás? In Portuguese, hola, ¿cómo estás? So it's similar.
This is why I keep telling people, learn Spanish, for God's sake. Tim the other day was talking about learning, what was it? I can't remember. I think it was like one of these ancient languages. I'm like, dude, why? Learn Spanish.
Yeah, Latin, we have French, Italy. Then we have Spanish. The old, 500 years ago, the Portuguese didn't talk like this today. They did use words that are still used in Spanish. So there was a mix, and the north of Portugal. When you see Spain and the north of Portugal, those lands did belong to Portugal. But it was there was a lot of wars here. This peninsula, Iberica Peninsula, it was like kingdoms, separate kingdoms. In Spain, in Portugal, so it was separate kingdoms, and there was a lot of wars. Doctors from kings of Portugal marrying with kings of Spain. So the geography did change it along of the centuries, And there was a time, so the Portugal was the north of beyond the north of Portugal, where today is Galicia. So that zone was it did belong to Portugal, but there was some king. We had a king from Spain ruling Portugal too. So at that time, sometime, and it was given to Spain, to them to have access, direct access to the Atlantic Ocean, to fish and etc. So, but in that area, in that zone, Galicia, they speak today. They speak a mix between Portuguese and Spanish.
Is Portuguese a Latin language?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah.
Latin derivative? Okay. I've heard different stories on it, and I just, like, this Portuguese sounds very, like, there's a lot of dissimilarities in Portuguese from Spanish.
Okay, so not 100% Latin, because we have Greek and other Arab
Aramaic.
Even this zone from the north, the south of the south region of Portugal is Algarve. So you have AL, so from Allah, So because these guys from the north of Africa, the Moros, these Arabs, they did invade the south of Spain and Portugal. So we have between the half of Portugal, between Lisbon, if you cross a horizontal line, there's a lot of names, to south, to the south of Portugal, with AL. So at the beginning, of the word. So there's a lot of locations there that came from more Arab.
Right. And that goes back to the reason for the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah, we did have Inquisition too.
The thing I was going to say was, like, when people compare Portuguese to Spanish, that's like comparing English to Welsh.
Yeah, exactly.
Like they're almost sworn enemies in a sense. Like, I mean, most people from Portugal get along with people from Spain, just in a general census, because like, people want to do good by each other and be nice to each other. But the history of Portugal and Spain is not a very friendly one.
Yeah, with 500 years ago, we did sign a treaty in Versailles, at France, Versailles Treaty. So they divide the world into discoveries. So Spain can go to this side, and we going to this side. So there were Portuguese navigation routes. The Spanish were forbidden to go in these waters. So you can see the history of Magellan. When he did cross some waters that was controlled by the Portuguese. So yeah, and so they did. So we are, there's a saying here that we say, not. Let me translate. Not Portuguese and Spanish, not a good marriage. And like something like that. Not good wings. So anyway, but because it comes to that time, where we just decide to don't mix with the Spanish again in the kingdoms. Yeah.
Before Portugal was Portugal, they were Iberia, weren't they?
Yeah,
Iberia.
Exactly. It's Iberia is this peninsula, below the France. You know, this
It extended way further than just the peninsula. Like it was an entire region that thrived in the what we call the Portuguese language, didn't it?
Yeah, and
Or am I getting that wrong?
there was the Lusitanians. That the Lusitanians. It's it was a region in this Iberia zone, and different times. And we had we had Viriatus, so it's a Latin name, Viriatus, and this guy was people at Hollywood should make a movie talking about this guy, because the Romans, when they came to this zone here, because it was a lot of mountains, they were always defeated. This this Viriatus guy, he was a little guy, and he was a great warrior, and he did join all the these communities that was in this zone, fight against the Romans, and the only way that the Romans did win this guy was to give money, to these to Viriatus guards, so close people from Viriatus, so they kill him, so
Yeah, that's usually how it is too. Like every time I've ever seen like a great leader control a great nation, the leader, someone is corrupted on the inside, and they end up assassinating the leader, and then that great nation falls.
Exactly.
And like from what everything that I've read, like the Iberian nation at the time, really, like, so from what I've read, right, it could be different from different manuscripts, but from what I was able to gather, the Iberian people were actually against the corruption that was going on around them, at least for a time, a significant time. And then I never found out why they fell. It makes sense. Every time a great nation has fallen, it was because that leader, a lot of corruption got into place, and the leader was assassinated. So it's amazing. I'm glad you helped share some of that. I like that kind of history that doesn't get talked about. The history that should be talked about.
Yeah, you can search some information about Viriatus. Let me see this one. So I'm gonna post another link to YouTube. It is in English, so it is more.
There's a mention here in this document about Whirlpool. I've heard this before. I don't know if any of you probably have, if you've ever watched a lot of character-based stuff. But there's a mention of a great whirlpool, and they're clearly talking about the north. And it says, in drafts, I'll post the thing,
I saw that. He calls it like Virgomir or something, or it's called Virgomir, something like that.
I think that's it. Anyway.
That sounds pretty gnarly. I'd like to see that.
Whirlpool.
Yeah, it goes on to say that that's possibly where the tides come from, that thing sucking in water and then blowing it back out.
Yeah, I did saw Eric Dubay talking about that too.
Yeah.
There's another book. Let me see.
This is AD 710-790. Speak of a terrible in-sucking whirlpool, often identified with the maelstrom of the tail of the Lofton of this tide rip. Adam Bremen writes, and behold the stream of the unstable sea. There ran back into one of its sources, drawing at fearful speed the unhappy seaman into the profound chaos in which it is said that all the back currents of the sea which seem to abate are sucked up and vomited forth again. Which latter is usually called the flood tide. I mean, I've seen that mentioned a few times. I don't know about you guys, but it's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that caught my interest specifically, and I was wondering where to get more information on it ever since.
There's a lot of details there. There's some words. It was translated from different language, not English.
The philosophers describe four indrafts. The philosophers describe four indrafts of the ocean sea in the four opposite quarters of the world, from whence many do conjecture that as well. So indrafts is like
waters below, going below.
No, it's air, isn't it? He's talking about air as well as water. That's weird.
If you want to learn about history, you got to find the people that people don't talk about anymore. You got to look into Iberia. You got to look into Britain, Briton. You got to look into the Zoroastrians. You got to find these unique communities that nobody talks about, and you'll discover an entire world of history that is almost quite contrary to what you've been taught, or at least you just feel like you've been left out a lot. A whole different world of people that believe different things. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. That's why I dove into the Iberians with Miguel. Appreciate that, Miguel.
Thank you guys too. Appreciate you guys too.
I gotta go on mute for a little while. I gotta go to work.
There's a book, Worlds Beyond the Poles. I didn't know, but they talk a little bit about all words. But anyway, there's some details they talk about beyond Antarctica. There's more continuity of universe. So a few details there too in this book. But it talks. I think it talks even talks about the North Pole, and there's a lot of details there. This book, and it may be interesting, to cross information to at least the North Pole.
To be here, for me, it's really it's really fulfilled because I've been teaching classes, which is American archaeology for many years, and Amazonian archaeology. And of course, I know of Quirino's work. It's really
Hi guys, how's everyone doing tonight?
Hello, good working. Doing
Cool.
well.
Well, it is Speculating Sunday, right?
Right.
Okay, well then I won't get in trouble for. I wanted to mention a few things that I don't know that. Well, I think there's a few people that know what I'm going to say, but it's stuff that's in the Bible about the earth that I don't think a lot of people know about, because it's not like you have to like search quite a few different areas of the Bible to find out this information. And I'm definitely a biblical cosmologist, so to speak. I guess it's what you would want to, I guess, if you want to give me what I believe in. But anyway, it's obviously there's things that we know that we probably all know about, that it's in Genesis, it talks about how there was the first, he was over, the face of God was over the face of the great deep, which was just the water. And then he commanded the earth to come out of the water, which makes sense because we all know that inside water, in any water, you can go in the creek or in a lake or whatever, and there's stuff like, it's called colloidal silica, colloidal silver, colloidal gold, minute particles of just about every element that you can think of is in the water. Okay? So it makes perfect sense that God could command these things to come out of the water, and that's what it says that he did. He commanded the dry earth to come out, and so it gathered together from the water, which it's definitely in there. I mean, everything that the earth is made of is definitely in the form of colloidal, which means so small of particles that it floats in water. And if he's manifesting the stuff to come out of the great deep, which would mean probably a very large amount of water. Anyway, so that's what it says, that he did that. And then also obviously we all know about the firmament, to where he separated the waters from above from the waters below. Also says that he mounted, and we all probably know this, we've heard this many times, that it's mounted on a foundation. And then there's pillars that come off the foundation that go down from, underneath. And I think this next part explains why the earth doesn't move and can't be moved and will not move, it says, because the pillars go down into the face of the great deep. And it says in the Bible that the face of the great deep is frozen. So obviously the pillars are, well, in my opinion, it may not be obvious, but in my opinion, the pillars, as they go down into the great deep, they go down into a very large section of frozen water. It's still water, So the earth is being held by water. The water, and the earth doesn't hold the water. I mean, of course, there's water that sits on the surface of the earth, but the water literally is holding the earth. And so the pillars go down into the face of the great deep, which would make it immovable. It's very frozen, very solid, in my opinion, which would give the understanding that, that it's not going to move if that's the case. And then and then it would, of course, there would be who knows what is below the face of the frozen deep. I mean, there's speculation that it's more water, or maybe it's frozen for a very long distance. Who knows? Because anytime you get outside where the sun rotates, it's pretty cold, and so it could be that it's frozen all around, because it also says something about the hoary frosts of heaven. And what that means, I don't know. It just says that there are the hoary frosts of heaven, which means there's probably some frost up there of some sort. Why it's called hoary frost, I don't know. I haven't been able to figure that part out yet. But so anywhere where the sun is not, which the sun is like in the firmament or under, I think it's under the firmament myself. I can't imagine it being inside the firmament or behind any barrier and be able to heat something up. It's like, trying to get heat from behind a glass wall or from behind something, it makes much more sense to me that it's under the firmament. And So because you can actually just feel the heat. You put your hand up, it's like you can warm your hands, just like warming your hands on a fire. And if there was a wall between you and the fire, that wouldn't happen. You wouldn't have that heat. So anyway, that in my opinion, that's what makes sense. And so it's basically painting a picture of heaven and the heavens are above the firmament. So you've got the heavens, and there's the hoary frosts of heaven. So again, it's very cold, just because I think it's because there's no sun there. But anyway, and then it talks that it's on a foundation with pillars that go down into the ice, and so it can't move. And then it's all completely surrounded by water and ice. Anyway, that's just my opinion, because it says it in the Bible, basically. So.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. I mean, I just believe what it says in the book. So some people don't. That's up to you. I mean, not going to criticize you for anything like that. But anyway, yeah, thanks for letting me share.
Thank you. It's another point of view. So, yeah, I like that.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I able to be heard? Hold on. I got someone talking.
You are cutting off. Sheepdog Legend, we're talking, cutting off.
I'm in a windy area. I was just seeing if I could be heard or not.
Okay, now it's okay. So again, not okay. It's the wind.
All right. Oh, here. Hold on. Oh, now I'm with. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, clear.
So anyway, I like what he was saying as far as like, somebody's research that was involved in discussing like what's beyond what we see in the physical earth. Like, is there an ocean under the ocean? Is there more land below the ocean, or is it an ocean sitting on top of an ocean? All super interesting things. My thing about the sun, I don't know. I think there's something else going on. Like I can never leave out the black sun. There's a reason why people in modern times have studied the black sun so much. It's very, very mysterious, but somehow everybody knows it exists. But like if you take like not convection, I'm trying to think of the magnetic version of heating something.
Sure. Do you think that's what causes the eclipse, Sheepdog?
That's an interesting concept. I've heard stories that you could see the moon separate from what an eclipse that was going on. There's been instances recorded on that. I have yet to find those recordings, whether they're written documentation or they're just hearsay. You know what I mean? Yeah. Or maybe somebody has like an actual video of an eclipse taking place, and then yet you can see the moon nowhere near the sun. That would be an interesting thing to see.
I saw that there was a video. Someone, you can see the eclipse happening, and to the right there was the moon there. So far away.
Are you talking about the Selenian?
No.
No, solar eclipse.
It was the light.
Is it a solar eclipse? I've seen that, Toby Dog.
Let me see if I found something.
That vortex. It's a cool video. I've used that in conversation before. I think there might be some reality to it, but then again, I mean, there's people out there that make cool stuff all the time in videos, and so you just can't verify it. I'd like to know who went there, where'd they go, how'd they get there, all the specificities of it, but probably never get that.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is, if Zarek is, talking, the differences between the Gregorian and the Julian calendar, they're slight, but it really doesn't explain the eclipses altogether either.
So I can tell you the Julian calendar kind of followed the Hebrew calendar. And the reason why
based on the moon. Yeah.
Right. The Gregorian calendar follows, so it's literally based on Easter Sunday. That's literally what the whole thing is based on. The whole thing was to line up the spring equinox and to create Easter Sunday.
Well, not necessarily, though. I mean,
no, it was.
It's been a while since I looked it up, but yeah. All right, so Easter Sunday, Easter.
Over again.
All right, cool. So tell me about it. Tell me more about it, because I'm looking it up while you're talking.
So when the calendar was invoked and instituted, they skipped from October 4th to October 15th. Literally 10 days just disappeared off the face of the planet. Like you went to bed on October 4th, you woke up the next day and it was October 15th. And then from that point on, their calendar lined up with the spring equinox. And then if I remember, Easter Sunday is the first Sunday after the first full moon after the first spring equinox.
Hold on. Easter is a different day every year.
It's the first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox.
Right.
So as soon as you have a spring equinox, the very next full moon that occurs, the following Sunday, the very next Sunday that occurs, that's Easter Sunday.
All right. So, yeah, I get. Yeah, that part I get. And
the whole thing was created.
I mean, the first thing that I got on Google when I looked this up says currently the Julian calendar is 13 days behind the Gregorian calendar.
Yep, it sure is. And their leap year. So their leap year every, I don't remember how many years. It's like every 10 years or something like that. It resets those 13 days, and the equinox lines up on the same day, which is like March 21st or something like that. Because it kept like they would go. It would be like April 2nd sometimes when they would have their spring equinox, and they didn't like that.
Yeah, it says the gap between the two calendar systems will increase to 14 days in the year 2100.
Yeah. But it was an interesting read when I read into that, the way the Gregorian calendar came into effect. And what was it, the 1600s? Like 1650s or something like that?
I mean,
I also find it interesting.
A long process. I mean, they say Easter, right? Easter is not. It's in Western tradition. It's when Christ.
It was Passover.
Passover is not even that. So Easter's not Passover. Yeah, it's totally freaking crazy.
Yeah, the way they changed the days.
Yeah, because
they say it's a Friday now, but it wasn't a Friday then. It was like a Tuesday or something like that.
Sure, but even just the principle of it, it's like, oh, we're going to celebrate Easter Sunday, which is really in tradition. It's just it's the spring equinox. It's like the
Easter
end
Sunday
of the
now.
sun cycle. It's the end of the sun cycle, or the beginning of the sun cycle before summer comes. Has nothing to do with
not Easter. Easter Sunday is the first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox. It's not the first full moon of the year. The first full moon of the year is like late February or something like that.
I'm gonna look at this Gregorian calendar. Difference between the Gregorian is the calendar used in most parts of the world. February 24th with the Papal Bull went into effect in October 1582 by Pope Gregory.
Pope Gregory the 13th.
Yeah.
Pope
Gregory the 13th as a modification of and replacement for the Julian calendar.
Correct. And he was doing what his ancestor. The person he was following was Pope Gregory the Seventh. Pope Gregory the Seventh was the first one to come up with the idea, and Pope Gregory the Seventh is also the one who came up with the Gregorian reform, which was if you say anything against the church, you're blaspheming God. And they put the church equal to God.
Sure.
That's what the Gregorian reform
was. Here's the next sentence. The principal change was to space leap years differently so as to make the average calendar year 365.2425 days long, more closely approximating the 365.2422 day tropical or solar year that is determined by Earth's revolution around the sun. As if there's anything like that.
Oh, that's the reason they give, but that's not the reason why it was done.
The rule for leap year is every year that is exactly divisible by 4 is a leap year.
Except for every 400 years. Or every 100 years or every 400 years or something like that.
Yep. And it says, here's the phrase that says, every year that is exactly divisible by 4 is a leap year, except for the years that are exactly divisible by 100.
Correct.
These centurial years are leap years if they are exactly divisible by 400. For example, the year 1700, 1800, 1900 are not leap years, but the year 2000 is.
Correct.
All right, cool. Cool, man. I mean,
it's pretty crazy,
something I haven't actually looked into, as far this deep yet. I mean, I just found this on Wikipedia. I haven't even seen that yet.
Wait till you go back and research Pope Gregory the Seventh and what he was doing when William the Conqueror was killed, and then how he came into power. So William the Conqueror died in the 1050s, 1040s. And it was probably about 60 years after the Saeculum Obscurum, which the Saeculum Obscurum was the Papal Dark Ages, when they call it the year of the horrors, when when the church was not being run by godly men, put it that way.
Here's the next thing in this Wikipedia article I'm looking at. There were 2 reasons to establish the Gregorian calendar. First, the Julian calendar assumed incorrectly that the average solar year is exactly 365.25 days long, an overestimate of a little under 1 day per century, and thus has a leap year every 4 years without exception, which, I mean, that's kind of what we experience. That's the general idea.
Right.
The Gregorian reform shortened the average calendar year by 0.0075 days to stop the drift of the calendar with respect to equinoxes. Second, in the years since the First Council of Nicaea in AD 325, the excess leap days introduced by the Julian algorithm has caused the calendar to drift such that the northern spring equinox was occurring well before its normal 21 March date, so March 21st. So this is really interesting.
It was a good read. I recommend it entirely.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and post. I'm gonna post this wiki link in the chat.
And not only that, but research like the people that were involved with the creation of the Gregorian reform and the Gregorian calendar. The Gregorian reform led to the Gregorian calendar because when they made the Gregorian calendar, they were unopposed because the Gregorian reform said that if you oppose the church, you're opposing God.
Yeah, well, of course they're going to say that.
Yeah, I mean it was a rule, and you would be hung or set on fire, accused of being a witch or whatever.
Freaking drawn and quartered.
Seriously,
Whatever they did.
it was heartbreaking, dude. I'm like, oh my gosh, I feel bad for these people.
It's like you disagree with the Pope. I mean, God, damn. If you disagree with the Pope, you disagree with God.
Right, that's pretty bold, right there.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's I mean, it's funny that you already knew this, but I didn't really. I've looked into some details of it, but I haven't come across this article, and that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And it's pretty telling. Even it's right up there on Wikipedia. I mean, you can just look it up.
Well, the funny thing is you'll read the first two sentences and think that it's over, but if you continue to read, you'll find out that there's two reasons of why things were done. There's the reason they want you to believe, and the real reason.
Right, and who did it? Who did it?
Right. So do you know what the word Grigori means?
The word what?
Grigori, Grigori.
Grigory?
We say Grigori, but I think it's pronounced Grigory.
Gregorian.
It means watcher. Right? The watcher angels were called Grigories. And then I find it odd that Pope Gregory was the one that changed the rules of the church. Pope Gregory VII also, before Pope Gregory VII, they didn't elect their popes. He was the first elected pope.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew about that. Yeah, the election of pope. That's kind of like a new thing. It was never. When it first started, the Roman Catholic Church, they had rules. That was not nobody elected anybody. Had to be pope.
They had rules.
The vicar of Christ, the representative of Christ on earth. No,
Gregory changed it, and honestly. So what was happening before Pope Gregory VII with the Saeculum Obscurum, the Papal Dark Ages, was part of the reason why the Eastern Orthodox Church broke away from the Roman Catholic Church. That was the end of the Byzantine Empire, pretty much, at that point.
Interesting.
Honestly, it was one of my favorite history lessons because I was trying this right here. This was one of the main topics that led me to flat Earth. Believe it or not.
No, I believe it because they're when you realize these religious and political rulers are totally full of shit, man. They just want shit. They only want control. Want control.
So that right there, I was like, there's got to be another history. And so I started looking into the Dark Ages. That's what it was. I started with the Dark Ages. Of course, the Papal Dark Ages pops up. And so I'm reading about it. I'm like, man, what if the church has been lying this whole time? like the whole time. And then like
Were
I knew
you
about the
raised as a
Council of
Catholic?
Nicaea.
I was
No.
I was raised as a Catholic, but then
With the Council of Nicaea, like when I found that, I was like,
when
oh,
I
yeah,
was
I remember
raised.
that.
Go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No,
I was
go
just
ahead.
saying I wasn't taught much about the Bible when I was raised as a Catholic. I didn't really get to actually look into it until after I graduated high school and went through all the, Catholic upbringing, because they don't teach you the Bible in Catholic Church.
No, they teach you rituals.
Yeah. But what were you about to say though? Go ahead, Bruce.
No, so like I knew about the Council of Nicaea because you hear about it in history class in school, but like they don't really go into it. And then as I'm reading into it, I'm like,
the Council of Nicaea is where they agreed on those. Should be in the Bible. This shouldn't be. This should be. Shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. And and even in the Catholic Bible, they have books that should or should not be. And then the Protestants have less books. But ultimately, you're going to find out that.
Well, that's the end. That's the end of that story, though. That is what it boils down to. What you don't hear about is the 250 years leading up to it. Or I'm saying 250 years. I'm rounding in one direction or the other, but roughly 250 years leading up to it. That people, the church was fighting to have it done, and they were removing people from power. And it didn't start off with only 66 books in the Bible. It was, like they removed I think 50 books in the beginning, and then like another 37 books, and then they made the final removal, which brought the number down to 66. It's just I don't know.
And then the Reformation, happened. It's like this is
well, that was years later, though.
I know. That's what's weird about it.
That's what I don't believe. I think the numbers are wrong. I think history is strung together a lot closer than people think, and I think that there's gaps missing also. Like I think there's pieces untold, and then what they did was they took a section of history and they stretched it out to fill the gaps. But that's my speculation. Since it's speculation.
No, but you're not. I don't think you're far from the truth on that. But at the same time, nobody can actually know the full the full truth. But yeah, I don't think you're far from it.
Right.
As a matter of fact, even in this article, just looking at calendars, it says the reform was adopted initially by the Catholic countries of Europe and their overseas possessions over the next 3 centuries. Centuries? How can you even know what 3 centuries? Can you know what? We don't even have accurate information of what happened 100 years ago.
Right.
So, I mean, how can they come on here and claim that they knew what happened 1,500 years ago? Give me a break.
Right. Yeah, no, and so I think they stretched it all out. I think there's another history that occurred that is hidden from us purposefully.
Sure,
And,
but there's a lot of recent history, like in the 1800s or 1900s, that their whole story about American Civil War. I'm sure most of that happened sort of the way they said it did. But as far as the political struggle between Europe and America, that was it was already going to happen that way. So their stories about it are. I just don't buy that. I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. And they use the conquering of America. It's like, oh, the New World Bitch, the world existed before you, you motherfucking got here. This place in North America, there were people here. There were already people here. And then it's like, oh, I discovered the new world. No, you didn't discover shit. People were already here.
Yep.
You conquered the new world. You didn't fucking discover it.
I did. Hey, did I tell you who discovered space?
Copernicus? Or was it before that?
He's right. You have to go there to discover it, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna love this.
Nobody's discovered space.
No, it's even better than that answer.
It was Matthew
So what was the first thing they claimed went to space?
Well, it was the Russians. They had Sputnik, right?
Well, I mean, what was the thing? What was the living thing that they sent into space?
Oh, a monkey.
No, it was before that.
Before they sent the monkey. Go ahead.
Sputnik? No.
Yeah, that's what I said. Sputnik. He's saying no.
That's a satellite. That was a satellite that was sending a beacon signal.
Sure,
what I'm talking about is a living, breathing organism.
Well, I thought it was that they sent a monkey up there first.
So a monkey went up there, but that monkey wasn't first. The monkey's name was Enos, and then there was a dog before that.
Oh,
and the dog never came back. The dog never came back. Lycan. Yep. And then you know what was before that? Fruit flies.
Fruit flies.
So fruit flies discovered space. So a bunch of shit lickers discovered space.
Oh, goodness gracious.
So whenever we ask who discovered space, we can say a bunch of shit lickers.
Dumbass flat earthers. Shut up.
I think, when they sent a Sputnik, it was a weather balloon.
You're right.
Like this China balloon passing through.
They still talk about, like, you remember Voyager? And it was like, oh, it's supposed to be this huge dynamic thing. And they say Voyager 1 has reached the edge of the solar system and they're still receiving signals. And then Voyager 2, it's just like, how in God's name are you receiving signals from something hundreds of millions of miles away? How?
It can be fake, They can put
no, it's definitely fake. We already we already know that. I mean, but people believe that they can actually receive radio signals from freaking Voyager, hundreds of millions of miles away.
Someone in the basement sending signals to fake it.
Dude, it's just like intelligent people that have, graduated college. Like, what are you saying? They're not sending signals hundreds of miles through space?
Exactly.
Like, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Because they can't.
Right.
Like, well, I don't believe you. Well, don't fucking believe me. Look at the data. You can't send radio signals that far and expect to receive something or receive radio signals from that distance. Who the fuck have you been listening to? You freaking astrophysicists.
Are they monitoring that signal 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Because the Earth is in a different location every fucking time.
Yeah.
Sometimes they lost technology or signal. But
right.
It's another fairy tale story. And
all right, since it's Speculation Sunday, this is their speculation. We didn't make this shit up. They did.
Exactly.
This is the story they're trying to sell us. That Voyager 1 and 2, you can actually receive radio signals from those satellites, even though they're hundreds of millions of miles away. You can receive the radio signals, and they're in constant contact with them. I call bullshit on that.
I had to think about that for a minute. Were you here yesterday when Fausta was talking to me about gravity?
Oh, that dude. Yeah, I talked to him the other night.
You know what he asked me about gravity? This was his question. His exact words were, so when Isaac Newton was sitting underneath the apple tree and he saw the apple fall, why don't the moon and the sun fall out of the sky?
Why didn't Santa Claus warn freaking Rudolph that he's going to get into trouble with his big ass red nose?
Did you hear what I said though? When he saw the apple fall, why doesn't the moon and the sun fall out of the sky? That was his actual question.
Yeah, that's why I thought it.
That checked out for global logic.
It did.
The question is, did he saw that apple falling in his head? I think he did not. It was
but I think the example I give, with Rudolph with his big ass red nose, is going to get into trouble because it's like every other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any reindeer games. But then one foggy Christmas Eve, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeers loved him, and they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. And guess what? It happened. So Rudolph is part of history. Ask Glover about that one. Tell me how Rudolph became a part of history, even though he had this big ass red nose lit up.
He did drugs and went really high.
He's like, I'm a freak reindeer. I have this stupid weird red nose. And then Santa's like, you're good until I need you, And then, bam, when I need you, you save the day, Rudolph. Thank you. And then all the reindeers loved him, and they shouted out with glee. Yeah, Zarek. He said, I saw Nixon talk to the moon on an old school telephone with no lag. He has 2 bars on his cell phone. That's a good one, Zarek. Yeah, good. Yeah, I mean, bro, it's like these stories of history, just like you were saying, Sheepdog, legend. These are legendary stories or history that may or may not be true. There's an element of truth in every historical narrative, but it doesn't line up to truth until it agrees with your spirit.
No, I tend to believe. So here's my big speculation, right? My big speculation. All those ancient mythologies that we read about, about deities and myths and dragons and these legendary creatures that roam the earth, like the Minotaur and everything like that. My personal speculation, I think it was all real prior to the flood. They were deep into genetic manipulation, and all of this shit was real. People had dinosaurs. People had these little lizards that they genetically manipulated to be big dinosaurs.
Hold on. So let me. I know where you're going with this. So you're saying that Adam and Eve, the first chapter of Genesis, boom.
Okay.
Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
And they were
everything leading up to Noah. Everything leading up to Noah.
And what the reason that God had to stop that shit is because of what was happening after Adam and Eve defied.
Well, it was more or less after
Cain and Cain. It's a result of Cain. What Cain was doing.
Right. It was between Cain and Abel and Enoch. What happened in between there? If you look into the book of Enoch, the angels came down. They mated with our women. They told us secrets that we weren't supposed to know yet. It's like giving a child a lighter, and they're not ready to play the lighter.
So God let that happen. And then he decided to go ahead and give us a reset.
Well, I mean, at the same time, like if you're watching a child with a lighter to see what they do with the lighter, even though you handed it to them, you can there's still things you can do to teach them. I don't think it was just the bad angels that were interacting with humans. I think all angels at that time were interacting with humans. It was just certain angels that made a
That may be
path.
something. That may be something. But yeah, that's interesting.
And
hey,
so
man, it's Speculation Sunday.
there.
We can talk about it. That's all good. And
so, but like there's actual art that has been found of like stick figure humans hugging a stegosaurus. That's one example. In the cave paintings, for example, when people say, "Oh, cave paintings are proof of Cro-Magnon man and caveman and everything," no.
Cro-Magnon.
When the flood happened,
I don't even buy that shit. That Cro-Magnon shit. I don't
so when the flood happened, right? If you look into the story of Ragnarok, the story of Ragnarok is a.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Yeah,
I know, right? The story of Ragnarok is about the prediction or the prophecy of all of these blasphemies that are going to be destroyed by a great flood. Everything that was blasphemous to God was going to be destroyed. Only thing that was going to survive were humans. And even though Noah was in the ark, there were other humans that survived, which is why other civilizations repopulated so quickly.
Yeah,
they went
and
underground.
Christians don't want to know about that.
Right. These people went underground. And so different things maybe happened underground. Maybe they went into cannibalism because they were running out of food. Or whatever.
That Noah's story is a local story.
Right.
No, I'm not. But I mean, I'm not saying there wasn't a worldwide deluge. I'm just saying that Noah and his wife weren't the only people that survived.
Right. So when all of these things died, when these people went underground, when the flood came and normal people went underground because everything else that was a blasphemy was going to die, and only a pure human was able to survive it. Well, guess what? If the water's flooding, what are you going to do? You're going to grab your kids and you're going to grab some things to pass the time.
Can you go high enough?
You're going to grab some things to pass the time. So maybe you grab some paint. Hey, maybe you'll grab some paint, right? And then when you go into your cave, guess what? All you have to do to pass the time is to paint on the cave wall.
You remember that song by Damn Yankees? Yeah. Can you take me high enough? Can you fly me over yesterday?
Don't know that one.
Oh, you should look it up.
But anyway, so that's my whole speculation on the whole thing. I think the flood everything that happened before the flood, all of those mythologies were true stories. They probably had like griffins flying around and all these other mythological creatures flying around because they knew and understood genetic manipulation. It literally says in the Bible, like in the days of Noah, at the end of times, there will be an increase, just like in the days of Noah. So increase in knowledge. So in my opinion, we're doing things now that is similar to what was going on in the days of Noah. And what are we doing now? We're doing a lot of genetic manipulation. We're unlocking the genetic code.
Maybe you're presuming things because of your
right. No. Yes. My complete speculation. I am perfectly fine with saying that.
Hey, bro, I speculate on a lot of shit.
But isn't that weird, though? Isn't that weird? Like, isn't that like a crazy? Like, it almost sounds true. Like, it's so weird that it like the truth is stranger than fiction kind of thing.
It definitely is. It definitely is every time. Every fucking time. Every time.
Yeah. Anyway, that was my speculation.
No.
I got my everything that led me to this moment in life where I'm wide awake to what's going on in my surroundings is the idea that my entire history has been a lie. Like they've told me certain things to make me follow suit. Like history repeats itself. This is the history they want us to repeat. So this is the history they're going to teach us.
No, most people don't actually entertain these type of topics. So, I mean, the only place you're going to be able to talk about this is in this room.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm not, I don't know other people or other Discord rooms or whatever, wherever else you talk to people. This type of topic, going into drastic ideas about history that doesn't follow the general, the general freaking idea. It's like, well, prove it. It's just like, bitch, prove it. I mean, it's just like, I mean, so now you're in the right place. Just like I always say, you found your place here. This is the best place on Earth to talk about flat Earth, and there's another. I'll give an addendum. It's the best place to talk about history. That an honest recollection, or at least an honest description, because amongst flat earthers here, I've been talking to them for years. We don't all agree with everything that all of us come up with, but as far as history goes, we're not set on every single topic. We don't all agree, you know what I'm saying? So,
and like I'm okay with being wrong about my speculation of history.
No, it adds to our conversation, so you don't have to be embarrassed about it, bro. We all have different speculations, bro. We all
I'm
have
okay with being wrong.
Speculations. Yeah, me too.
But I know one thing that we're both not wrong about, that the Earth measures flat.
It certainly does. Yes. Yeah, but as far as history goes and religion and all that kind of stuff, we all have differences in opinion about all that stuff. In history of religion, that can get very, very controversial amongst flat earthers, right? But as far as flat Earth goes, we know there ain't no stupid globe. That's the dumbest shit that I've ever heard of. Once I realized that the Earth can't be a globe, it's just like, I don't care what everybody else says. There ain't no freaking way that the Earth is a globe. It just can't be. And we can argue about religion and friggin' shape and history and all that kind of shit, but when it comes to the math and the science, there's no way that they're obviously pushing this stupid third rock from the sun solar system shit into down our throats. So I mean, we can talk amongst each other about spirituality and religion and stuff, but that globe thing, it's gotta go. It's gotta go.
Yeah.
So if anyone misunderstands me trying to defend any kind of globe, and that would never happen for me. Timbo says I identify as an oblate sphere. It's just like, it's like ultimately we can't prove anything about history, especially if we're basing our knowledge on Wikipedia articles. We can't really know anything. But anyway, but a lot of the speculation is really cool. It's fun to talk about it. But yeah, and the religion as well. I mean, but obviously, if the Earth is not this stupid globe, it's a created realm, so it's fun to talk about it. So anyway, I'm done ranting. Go ahead.
No, I'm printing something, so I'm agreeing with you. I'm listening. Look, all I gotta say, Helio, is it's Helio Hour, and you deserve to have Helio Hour because everybody here deserves to have a smile on their face. And I'm happy to be a part of providing an opportunity for you to smile into the world.
As long as that smile is not a butt crack like Platter showed right there, the pear butt crack. I'm just playing. I love you guys. Everyone that participates with Globe or Flat Earth or whatever, everyone that participates in this platform, just be respectful and that's all good. This is freaking awesome. If it wasn't for everyone being here, this place wouldn't exist, right?
Right. We all came together for a purpose.
I mean, it's just like the Globies love to listen to us. I don't know why. Because they can go to their freaking colleges and schools and like, oh, we know the Earth is a globe because so-and-so. But some of them are like hang out in our freaking YouTube chats or come in here and make, 15, 17,000 accounts and like talk shit all day. And once they get banned for doing something stupid, like, oh, no, I'm being disrespected. No, why don't you just talk? Why don't you talk about what we're talking about? Why are you defending your religion of the globe? It's not like we don't know. What I used to think the Earth was a globe too, so it's not even that hard to defend. It's just like, but I know exactly what you mean when you say you're trying to defend the globe. It's like, just keep it simple, stupid. I'm not gonna babysit the YouTube chat. I mean, I've been getting emails from people. So-and-so moderator is doing that. I'm getting emails. I'm not even fucking addressing you guys anymore. Fuck off altogether. We don't need you here.
Well, and what I don't get is like, how can you come in here day in and day out for years and not know the argument? Like you literally you just ignore the argument.
No, they do. That's what pisses me off. They know exactly what we're going to say before we say it, and we know exactly what we're going to say before they say it. But then they're going to fucking hang out in our chats and say all kinds of bullshit and create freaking 20 different accounts. And every time they get banned, they're just going to come back with another account and say the same bullshit. Fuck you. I don't want you here. And anyone that the people that know who I'm talking to, if you're listening, I don't want you here. Fuck off. I'm done. I'm done with that shit. And see, Speculation Sunday. I just spoke my mind. It's my fucking live stream, though, and those motherfuckers are fucking with people in my motherfucking YouTube chat. Fuck off. If you keep creating hundreds of accounts and keep coming back in and trying to be like a force in the YouTube chat, nobody wants you there. Get the fuck out. Just stop being a bitch. Fucking weirdo. And I'll shut up now.
In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just tidying up my night. I'm getting ready to settle down for a little bit. So finally getting done with work. Get up there. I think I'm done. So I can go and drop off my paperwork to the boss now. Big day tomorrow. But is it really raining outside? Oh no, it's windy. All right. But anyway, like I'm glad I got to get that off my chest, Helio. I appreciate that.
No, sure, brother, man. Anytime. I'm sorry if I interrupted your talk or whatever.
No, I'm glad you were able to learn something. I'm glad I like pointed you into a direction that you didn't know about something.
Yeah,
that's always nice. Because I didn't grow up in the Catholic Church at all, and like I once went to Catholic Mass with a girlfriend at the time, and I didn't get to partake in communion, and it made me mad because I'm like, wait, isn't that the whole purpose of like what the scriptures tell us that we're supposed to partake in communion?
You know why? You know why they wouldn't let you participate?
Because I wasn't worthy. I wasn't cleansed or whatever.
No, because you didn't go through the catechism. I didn't know that at the time. You know, raised Catholic, it's just like, oh, you're already there. And it's like boom, 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 boom. Then you go through what's called confirmation, right?
Yeah.
That's when you're about 13, 14, which is similar to what happens, like with the Jewish tradition. What's that called? The bar mitzvah or whatever. Yeah, and so in Catholic Church you do a similar thing. It's called confirmation. And anyway.
So yeah, that was kind of the end of my whole Catholic stint right there. And then I didn't even start reading into Catholicism until about 3 or 4 years.
Dude, I can tell you, I didn't know shit about it until after I graduated high school, and I started looking into the Catholic tradition and the catechism of the Catholic Church. Bro, there's so much shit that I could say, but I shouldn't say. Just notice. Just notice. You're a human being, and so am I, and so is everyone else. Don't base your whole life on this tradition, it's important that you understand spirituality, but that's a religion. And it really, it's, in my opinion, it's a poison. And I mean, some people will be like, after the Catholic tradition, I went into Protestantism, right? So, I mean, where else am I going to go, right? So I go to Protestantism, and they're like, well, this is how we don't like the Catholics, and this is our story. It's like, bro, you have a connection with God because he's your creator. You don't have to use religion to reach God. You don't have to have any effort involved. I don't know if I think the right way, or if in my opinion, you don't have to believe me. But yeah, I've been through the process on both sides. So
My thing was, why do I need an intermediary?
well, I think there's a reason for that. Because it's sort of like the legal system. You can't represent yourself in, wholly, whether it starts with an H or it starts with a W, right? So, I mean, you have to check yourself before you wreck yourself every time you think of anything. But it has nothing to do with religion. It's just, it's looking deep inside yourself. Yeah, I mean,
one of the things that one of the things I'll share this with you is this is each person's own personal journey to go and search out if that's what they want to do. But it's been my personal experience, and I've helped others in the aspect. I always tell people, I'm like, when you talk to God, don't just talk to him with like these fluffy, happy things like, oh, God doesn't need to hear my problems, or like, I'm mad, I don't want to talk to God right now. No, you should talk to God even then, because God doesn't just want you when you're happy. He wants you all the time. He is selfish. He loves you. And I mean, don't yell at him in a way that you're pissed off at him. It's okay to be pissed off at the situation. Understand the difference, that he's not the cause of the situation, but the situation is occurring, and he's there for you to vent to, and he's going to show you how you're going to get through it. And I kid you not, every person I've ever said, when you're mad, go talk to God and be pissed off. Not at God, but be pissed off. Show him how mad and upset you are about what it is that's going on.
Well, it's like, who can know you better? Who can know you better than your creator, right?
Yes. And even if you choose to say, oh, well, that's not God, that's me looking deeper into myself, who do you think is showing you that? Who put the mirror in front of your face for you to be able to look deep into yourself like that? So yeah, no, don't hold back. You better go to God and cry. You better go to God when you're mad. You better go to God when you're afraid. You better go to God at all times. Even then when you're happy. One of my favorite things that I used to do, and I still do it every once in a while, I'll look up at the sky and be like, oh wow, that's a beautiful picture that you painted, God. Thank you. And I say it with no reserve for any other emotion than the actual joy. Like, you're the painter in this scenario. How beautiful is that? I'll go on. How's your day going, God? Like, just to put my feelings aside for a moment and consider somebody else other than myself, right? But that doesn't negate you from going out there and actually, bringing everything to God. He wants you even when you're selfish. Be selfish to him. You know what I mean? He wants everything about you, not just what you think he wants from you. He wants your worst moments too, because he wants to take those away. He wants to only give you the best moments back.
Agreed. Agreed. I agree with you on that. Well,
that's
it's like who else? Who else are you? I mean, if there's no one else to talk to God.
And he's there. Every person that like has gone through some of the worst moments in their lives, where their life is completely upside down, and they don't have any other reason to go on. And I'll convict them, like, go talk to God. Well, no, go talk to him. Tell him how mad you are. Now tell him how mad you are again. Now tell him how mad you are again. Now get madder. Get madder. I want you so mad that you know the full length of what your emotion is that you're experiencing. I want all of it to where you're even feeling a little out of control when you go to him with your emotion.
Yeah, go as far away from everyone else and scream at the top of your lungs.
And I guarantee you, when you calm down in that moment, you will hear God's voice, or you will see his direction that he's going to give you. I promise you,
Brett. I mean, people are like, I don't have to. Well, you don't have to believe in it. Just do it and watch what happens.
Do it. And some people say, well, like, you're so emotionally involved at that point that maybe your brain thinks that that's what's going on, and it makes something up to believe that. Whatever you got to tell yourself. But I mean, even then, you're only going to reflect inward on yourself, and you're going to grow as a person.
%, brother. Yep.
Welcome to Speculation Sunday.
Rock and roll Sunday.
I'm so happy this is going on, because Sunday is usually such a dead night anyway. And I know you can hold it down, Helio, but I mean, even then, sometimes you're just like, man, I want somebody to talk to. But like, a lot of people don't want to just talk about flat Earth all the time. And so Sunday night, late night, I mean, if you've never been here before, you're going to have to talk about the flat Earth once with us in a full entirety. We got to understand the full scope of who you are and where you're coming from. But then, once you understand that you no longer live on a globe, that you live on a flat Earth that's flat and stationary, then you can join in the conversation of Speculation Sunday. Unless a mod is in here and a mod says, hey, I'm the moderator, I fucking say who gets to talk about Speculation Sunday, and then you give the new person the floor to make up a reason why they should be banned.
Well, I mean, I like the talk. I mean, I think it's a smooth talk.
Let's see. Watch Europa, The Last Battle. We got a new person, Helio. Watch Europa.
Watch Europa. Isn't
Watch
that a moon of Jupiter?
Maybe, I don't know.
What is that?
They look very new agey, though. They look like somebody that probably is going to come in here and talk about the Matrix and how we live in a simulation.
Oh,
we're just light, waiting to transfer to our next life. I wonder if I'm hitting that one right.
Am I wrong? Isn't Europa one of the moons of Jupiter?
I think so.
Yeah, I think
so. But in Portuguese we say Europa to Europe.
Sure, I mean, but where do you think it came from? The name for Jupiter, for the moon of Jupiter, it obviously came from Europe, of course. Yeah.
Who the fuck knows it? Europa is the smallest of the 4 Galilean moons. What the fuck does Galilean moons have to do with that? Like, why are you making this huge, elaborate story? Oh, it's one of the 4 Galilean moons. What, you mean one of these moons? Here, hold on. I'll post it in the live stream. Helio liked it. Helio likes it when I post in the live stream.
Do I?
Here we go. Post. There we go. Now, which one of those is Europa? Probably the one on the left, yeah?
Dang, I'm multitasking here. I'm not looking at the live stream right this second.
But anyway, so earlier, Helio, when we were talking about the Gregorian calendar, so you have to read between the lines to understand that the Gregorian calendar was created just for the sake of celebrating Easter. Because it was created to consistently keep the equinox the same day every year, but that day, the date falls on a different day every year. So it's not the same day. So the equinox will be on a Tuesday one year, a Thursday another year, a Friday another year.
Yeah. I understood that. I mean, but it's always on Sunday. You know, Easter's always on Sunday.
Easter's always on Sunday. It's the first Sunday after the full moon, after the spring equinox.
Right, but if it's celebrating Christ's resurrection, and if you go through, this should be simple for Christians to understand. The Passover, the day after the first Sunday after the Passover is when the Christ was resurrected in the Christian Bible. So Easter has nothing to do with Jesus at all.
And actually, if you read the scripture, like, maybe I'm getting this wrong. All right, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't mind being wrong on this.
Yeah, let's go.
But so when he was crucified, right? He was crucified on Passover. The very next day was the Sabbath, right?
No, it was a Sabbath.
It was a Sabbath?
Yeah, it was a Sabbath. It wasn't Saturday.
No. I'm not saying Saturday. I'm saying the Sabbath. Like the Sabbath in Hebrew culture.
The Sabbath is Saturday. In Jewish tradition. So what happened? All right, if you really want to understand, I can explain it to you. Okay. So what was happening during that time? It was a Sabbath. It wasn't the Sabbath day when on Saturday when he was crucified. So there wasn't. In Jewish tradition, I mean, they don't in time. They start at nighttime to morning, right? So so you don't start at 6 a.m. You start at 6 p.m. or whatever,
Right.
6 p.m.
So,
but
let me ask you
this was a special Sabbath, which actually started on Wednesday. It actually started on Wednesday.
Uh-huh. Let me ask you this.
The reason I know this is because, or at least, according to Scripture, it was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Well, Wednesday night, which is the beginning of the Sabbath, and so it was a special Sabbath. I can't remember. I think it was.
How do you know the Sabbath is a Saturday? Where does it say that the Sabbath falls on a Saturday?
Hold on. There are special Sabbaths in the Jewish tradition that aren't just on Saturday, which is actually Friday night to Saturday night.
We in Portuguese say sábado from Sabbath. It comes from the Sabbath, Saturday, Sabbath.
Yeah, but there in Jewish tradition there are other Sabbaths that are celebrated. I think it's what's the something feast? What's right before Christ was crucified, he was taken into custody, crucified. It wasn't on Friday. It was it happened on Wednesday.
It didn't.
So
say,
it was.
Didn't say any day of the week. It didn't say any day of the week.
No, it
the reason
didn't
why we
because it told you in the scripture it described it was on this Sabbath day. Hold on, go ahead.
Real quick.
You think it was on
when
Saturday?
he was crucified on Passover, and the concern about bringing him down was
he was crucified during Passover.
During Passover,
but right before Passover, there's a Sabbath day that happened on Wednesday.
Helio. It was the only Sabbath. That year, the Passover occurred the day before the Sabbath.
Only time they use the word Sabbath is for Saturday.
No, think about this. Think about this. Whoever in the history of the world said the Sabbath had to be Saturday?
I mean, check this out. So
it's just like globe.
Second, third, fourth, sixth day, seventh day. God rested, right?
The only reason why you know that the Sabbath is on a Saturday is because somebody told you the Sabbath was on a Saturday. There's no historical documentation. It
actually starts a Friday night.
On a Saturday.
It starts Friday night. So
you were told that story, Helio.
Sure, but as far as
my point. That's my point. The Sabbath, the original Sabbath. Have you ever heard of the theory that the original Sabbath was on a Tuesday and God rested on Wednesday? Like it began Tuesday night?
Well, no, but in Jewish tradition, are you saying that there's only one type of Sabbath?
I'm saying they shifted the calendar.
Hold on.
Hold
on. Are you saying in Jewish tradition there's only one Sabbath?
There is a singular Sabbath that occurs
from Friday night to Saturday morning. Right?
Friday.
Is that what you're saying?
Wasn't Friday.
You're wrong.
It was changed. It was changed. Somebody changed it along the way to control the narrative. It was changed.
About it, bro. There are other Sabbaths through the Jewish tradition.
There are other celebrations. There are other holy days that are considered Sabbath-like. But there's only one Sabbath.
They call them Sabbaths.
No, they were just holy days.
Well, anyway, right before it was Passover. Right before Christ was crucified, right?
We know that Passover occurred the very next day was a Sabbath. It was considered they were concerned about him rotting up there on the cross. They wanted to take him down and bury him. So if you take the time frame from when he was crucified, right? He was crucified before nightfall. He was taken down so they could observe the Sabbath. They put him in a cave. They waited 24 hours.
Were there 3 days and 3 nights in between?
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying to make. It was more or less 2 nights and 1 day.
It had to be 3 days and 3 nights because that's what it says in the scriptures.
But exactly. That's why I'm like.
That's what I'm saying. There was a special Sabbath on Wednesday that wasn't the Sabbath. On every. What? Which Sabbath? Do you want to?
Yeah.
All right, I'll tell you. I was trying to tell you the whole goddamn time, and you kept talking over me.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were hot micing.
You fucking. Yeah, there are special Sabbaths at different times of the year that aren't on Saturday or Friday night to Saturday.
But anyway, that was always my concern about I'm not saying I don't believe. It was a concern
of mine for a while until I understood it.
I do believe that Jesus is my Savior and He is the Son of God, and God gave Him that authority. And what I believe is different than what other people believe. I go by what the Scripture tells me. But I have my concerns because I think there's certain doctrines out there on Scripture that lead you away from what Scripture is really telling you. And that's all I was saying was like, like there was the whole, like when I say history was not the way it was written, I think we've been lied to about a lot of things in history as far as what has occurred and in the time frame that they've occurred. But one thing's for sure, they can't lie about what's been documented.
That the only Sabbath that Jews celebrate or observe is just Friday night to Saturday morning? You're just wrong about that, bro.
Was the Sabbath during Jesus' crucifixion? And this is something that I don't have much understanding about in history.
Okay, well then look it up, man. Look it up. I'm going to send a wiki. Article. That last wiki article we talked about was pretty cool. This one.
But what happens when you do a Google search? The first thing that's going to come up: Christ was crucified on Friday or Good Friday.
No, we're talking about the Jewish Sabbaths. The Jewish Sabbaths aren't just Friday night to Saturday night. There are different Sabbaths, and with their celebrations, because don't just think that they have Sabbath on Friday night and Saturday. Friday night to Saturday. That's not all of that's not the only Sabbath that Jews use. Shabbat, it's Shabbat, same thing. Shabbat, Sabbath, same thing. Bro, look it up, man. I don't know why. I do know why you were arguing with me about this, but bro, when it comes to the crucifixion of Christ around that time, it was right before Passover. It was.
That's all I'm looking for. I'm looking for a specific day, because if that's such a specific thing, then there should be other events surrounding it that lead up to it. And obviously Passover is kind of like a big clue.
I'm pretty sure if you read the book of Acts, or not the book of Acts, or if you read the Gospels, it pretty much explains it. It explains.
They do, but it's still hidden from us.
No, it's not hidden from me. I've known this for a long time.
And what was the Sabbath that was going on?
I think it's the Festival of Tents or something. It's one of the Jewish Sabbaths that wasn't. It's it's right before Passover. There's a observed by Jews. Friday to nightfall the following day. Time division
Sukkot?
Maccabee.
Sukkot's usually in fall, isn't it? When is Tishri?
I can find it. I'm surprised you don't know that there's other Sabbaths besides on the weekend.
I know about the holy days. Like Tishri is in September. So Jesus couldn't have been crucified in September because Passover is in.
Of course
it's
not.
The first.
Of course not. Passover is.
What is Passover? I'm trying to figure out what
that lines up.
Is it the new moon?
But I'm telling you, there is a Passover. Not a Passover. A Sabbath during that week before Friday, and when the Bible says that Sabbath was the Sabbath. I think it's in the book of Matthew, but anyway,
the 7th day. And the first day is the Sunday, and the Sabbath.
That's exactly my whole point.
So I did find this text. It says sábado. We in Portuguese say sábado.
I know, sábado and domingo.
It comes from Latin sabbatum, in which which in its way derives from Sabbath, Hebraic, and it means like Sabbath. Okay, so it
I know what the
designs.
Sabbath and Sabbath
I
is.
think I found it. Well,
It means a
What's
day
the
of
link?
resting day between the Jews
Mhm.
and a few groups of Christian groups,
and the Greek and
mainly,
the Egyptians. Yeah.
yeah.
Dude, I think I found it.
So here's my thing. Who made it Saturday?
Saturn Day. That's a Roman word.
Who made Sabado Saturday?
And look at that article I just posted. I mean, it's a long article, but I mean, there are Shabbats that aren't on the weekend. And if you look at
Why is it on a weekend?
Okay, you want to call the only Sabbath you know about is from Friday night to Saturday night?
I'm saying, here's what I'm saying, all right? Like, this is a weird, wild speculation, since this is Speculation Sunday, and, you know, if I go overboard, please let me know, Helio. I'll mute up.
Roll with it, man. Go ahead.
So, one day it was brought to my attention, right? I've always thought the Sabbath was Saturday, right? But I've always gone to church on Sunday.
Sure.
And, right, Friday night going into Saturday, that's always been the Sabbath. That's what I've always known it to be.
All good. But now you know better, and so
always known it to be that. Until I started reading more and more into Scripture, and I started learning about things. And one of the things that I have learned to ask about the Sabbath: why does it happen on Friday night, Saturday? Who made it that day? Jesus told everybody in that time.
Just from a general thing, you know, if you go through to Genesis chapter 1, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void. That's the first verse, right? And darkness was upon the face of the deep. And then God said, "Let there be light." So darkness was first.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was light. So that's why they go.
I understand that. I understand how the day and the night work in the Hebrew thing. Night was first, so they begin their day at night.
All right, cool. Yeah, go ahead.
I get that. Now let's talk about the seventh day when God rested, and that's the Sabbath, and we need to keep the Sabbath, right?
No, we don't. Well, I mean, some people think you do, but I don't. So.
Well, it's a commandment. It's one of the 10 Commandments.
Yeah, I bought.
I
know what it says, but after Christ is the Sabbath.
Regardless of whatever that is, I'm just saying that's what God commanded us to do in that time, right? In the Old Testament times, He commanded us to keep the Sabbath. So, in order to keep the Sabbath, you have to know what day the Sabbath is. My conspiracy theory. My speculation mind wants to know who made it Friday night, Saturday day.
Well, I'm just wondering why you're getting off of what we were talking about. How it's like, how can you have 3 nights and 3 days between the crucifixion and the resurrection if you think it happened on Friday night?
That's what everybody else says. That's the story.
Yeah, I know exactly why, and I just was trying to tell you, but you're just it's like you think that Sabbath means there's only one Sabbath, and I just posted an article that tells you there's special Sabbaths.
So what was
look at me? Even in the title right there, it says there's special Sabbaths.
What was the special Sabbath? What was the reason for 3 days of Sabbath?
Special Shabbat. Our Jewish Shabbat days on which special events are commemorated. Variations in the liturgy and special customs differentiate them from the regular Sabbaths. Each one is referred to by a special name. Many communities also... Bro, I'm not going to freaking explain this shit to you right now.
You don't have to explain it. I've read all this kind of shit before.
No, you have it, obviously.
I want to know the actual fucking holiday that was occurring
the day
after Passover.
Christ was crucified, by whatever it is. It was on before Passover, but it was on Wednesday. It wasn't on Friday.
Who said it was Wednesday?
It doesn't say Wednesday because it wasn't a day of the week back then. But shit, no,
that's the whole point.
Made me go through all the different Shabbats that they have.
That's the whole point. It wasn't a day of the week. It probably wasn't even on that specific day of the week during that time.
I know that, but in the Bible it says 3 days and 3 nights I shall stay. Right. So it obviously couldn't have been. He was crucified on Friday and then rose from the dead on Sunday. That's
all I'm asking. I don't doubt that Jesus wasn't in the belly of the beast for 3 days and 3 nights. What I want to know was what was going on, because the time frame from Passover to the Sabbath to the next day after the Sabbath, when they
if you want to know, I just shared an article where you can find out some
number. That's fine. I'll look into it, Elio. I'll do a fucking 1.5 fucking dive into this thing. All right, but I'm telling you right now.
Well, I'm a 20-year dive into this shit, so
line up.
I'm just saying, just look at the different Sabbaths on this article. And it's not the only source. I mean, it's just one that I came up with. So,
I'll even do one more search that you probably never thought of. What holidays
are trying to work out what you guys are arguing about?
That's all.
It's over the 3 days and 3 nights of Jesus' death after his crucifixion.
Well, I mean, it's just like if you go through Catholicism, they're going to say, What is Ash Wednesday? Hold on. You have Ash Wednesday, and then you have Good Friday when he was crucified, right? But in the Bible it says 3 days and 3 nights, and so is there 3 days and 3 nights between crucifixion and resurrection? Hell no, there's not 3 days and 3 nights. So
didn't the calendar change? Anyway,
no. Well, this is about what the Catholics think. They call it Good Friday, and as a matter of fact, a lot of people in America get Good Friday off. They get Good Friday as a holiday. That's the day that Christ was supposedly crucified.
I'm just letting it go, Timbo. I'm not going to argue.
What's up?
See.
I'm not going to let it go. I'm going to let it go. I'm not going to argue about it anymore because he's not. He's not seeing what I'm trying to say.
No, but I think you're both being a bit combative. But
he's not letting me talk.
But the thing is that are you both ever going to work at? Like, are you ever going to come to an answer? Like,
I don't think it's true altogether. I'll just whatever. I'll just argue.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying you guys could probably argue for about 5 hours and probably still never come to a conclusion. You know what I mean?
That's probably true, Tim.
No, I'm done arguing, man, because he doesn't want to hear what I have to say. So I'm done arguing.
Yeah.
I think what I already know, so there's no reason to.
Well, you know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know.
You guys were arguing about what day it was, but the calendar changed anyway, so we got no idea what day it was.
Exactly. Exactly.
The days are all different, so it's it's anyone's guess, really.
That's all I was trying to say, Timbo. Was who the fuck said it was on a Friday?
Well, it could have been on a Friday, but that Friday might not be the same Friday as it is now.
Yeah, I don't know. All I'm saying is I've heard a theory out there that the real Sabbath is actually literally on a Tuesday.
Yeah, but that Tuesday is not going to be the same Tuesday as either.
No, like the Tuesday we have today, Tuesday night is supposed to be the real beginning of the Sabbath. That's all I was trying to say as a speculation. Nothing
Or
more.
when they go and change the calendar, and then you have leap years, so all the days get muddled up anyway. So whether you celebrate a Friday, that Friday could have been a Monday back then.
Well, the Sabbath is only 7 days, right? It's every the seventh day.
Yeah, I know, but like the days get changed. So
Isn't Tuesday
everyone could
Mercury
be
the
celebrating the
messenger?
wrong day? You know.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Like, what was Friday back then could be Tuesday now, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You know what I
correct.
mean?
Yeah, exactly.
That's all I was trying to say. But Helio didn't want to hear that.
And we've got no way of working it out.
No,
Right.
it's all
No.
good. I'll shut up. I mean, if I was
No one's telling you to
It's not
shut
about
up.
shutting up. I was just saying you weren't listening to what I was having to say. You knew what you knew, and you didn't want to talk about what you didn't know.
all right, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. You just go ahead.
I don't have anything else to talk about, man.
Faust Thanos, welcome back.
Oh, is he here?
What's up, guys?
Of course he's here.
How are you, mate? Got any proof for the
I
globe?
actually
yet?
wanted to unmute. Sorry.
Who?
Europa. Watch Europa.
Oh, I tried
Wanted
it before. Didn't work. They've got to open it from their side, but yeah.
Anyway, that's all I was. That was one person I was trying to talk to earlier before we went off into this tangent.
Yeah, we can get them. Europa. Oh, what is it? Watch Europa. If you want to go up to DC check-in, mate, just go up there and we'll check in, and you can come in the live stream. Faust Thanos, mate, he's back. You got back with some news. You back with your Nobel Prize application or what? Just discovered something new that no one else knew?
Did you give me a solar sample yet?
Come on, buddy. Open up your mic. Seems like it'll be only the three of us talking, it seems like.
Yeah. Come on, Faust.
Are you playing with your dog?
What's up? What is happening?
Hey. There you are. Oh, just waiting for you to give us some proof of the globe.
No, I can't. Keep talking all day. Single.
I'm glad you can admit that openly to the whole world.
Come out of the closet.
I know. But he'll go onto his own YouTube channel. Do you have your own YouTube channel? Palestinos?
Man, I'm trying to watch something else, because if you guys could talk with each other, I'll be back in a minute.
Well, what do you mean, mate? You're on the Discord.
I'm looking, yes, but I'm looking for a video right now. I'm just listening.
Oh, well,
to you
we'll
guys,
talk
but I
as
can
much as we
respond.
want, mate.
Okay. Be my guest.
We'll talk as much as we want. Fucking tell me how much I can talk. Fucking hell. Who these people think they are?
I don't know, man.
Oh, it's going to regulate speech now. Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
When you're starting that new job, bro?
I'm on it right now, brother.
Are you there?
I'm there. Today is my first official day of getting paid.
And that's it's away work.
Away work, is that what you said?
Yeah, so you got to leave home and go and stay somewhere while you're working. Or?
Yeah, I live on site at the oil rig, and
for 3 weeks.
For 3 weeks, and I provide 24-hour service.
24 hours.
Yeah, 24 hours a day for three weeks.
Okay, you do 12 hours, but you're on call for the rest.
No, yeah. I'm on the whole 24 hours. I'm responsible for the entire 3 weeks by myself of the tasks that I do. Now I get to manage that. I get to manage that however I choose to, but I have to provide the service that I'm required to provide.
Okay.
Like I have to do certain mud checks at certain times of the day, 12 hours apart from each other. And then if there's any kind of occurrence, then I have to intercede on that as well. So there may be times where I go like 72 hours where I'm getting like 2 hours of sleep here, 2 hours of sleep there, hour of sleep here, until things get set into like a good motion, and then I can go lay down for 8 hours.
That's illegal, isn't it?
Not really. When I'm done with my 3 weeks, I'm off for 3 weeks.
Oh, that's illegal here.
I mean, it's either you want the job or you don't want the job. You know what I mean? And like, if I can make $18,000 in 3 weeks, then why not?
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, I don't know what else to say to that.
True.
You know, if they're like you do your job, and I know you like doing your job, but I'm sure like if that was an opportunity for you to make money, and that was your best opportunity to make money was to work for 3 weeks and be off for 3 weeks, and I'm sure you would do something like that if that was what was going to pay the bills.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Oh, I'd do anything, mate.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I don't understand why people don't have jobs. I've never understood it. If I was out of work, even with all the qualifications I've got, I'd still go and stack shelves at the supermarket. I wouldn't care. Don't do it. I'm doing it.
There's just too much
food on the table, mate. What's that?
There's just too much work out there, and if you're in an area that's so condensed that you can't find a job, then like you need to go find somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah. There's so much work here at the moment.
There is.
I'm booked up 5 months in advance.
That's awesome.
I'm saying no every week to other jobs.
Yeah. Just because you know that, like, if you say yes, you're putting them behind.
Yeah, I'm saying you're going to have to wait 5 or 6 months.
Right.
And all right, if you're willing to do that, I can schedule you in, but it might be a week or 2 weeks till you're after that or before that. Like, I can't really schedule it in too much. I can pencil it in, but that's it. And then then if I do that, if I start booking like that, I can miss out on a really good paying job in a short time. So
right.
So I've got to keep some time open to fit in those jobs that might take a week and smash out a heap of money instead of a job that takes 3 weeks and still get paid well, but
it's a consistent
not
3
as
weeks.
quick. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so.
But yeah, no, like sometimes you have to do that to people though. Like when you know you're booked 3, 4, 5 months out on work, you have to. You don't just say, "Hey, I'm booked 3, 4, 5 months out." You just have to tell them flat out no. So that way, because if they really want the work, they're going to go find somebody else to do it. Like, don't say yes and then live on the hope of that it's going to be there, and then they've already found somebody else. Like just go ahead and decline it anyway.
Yeah. Or they say, well, and then they end up going, well, he's booked this far in advance. Like, they must be good or something, So a lot of people are willing to wait. So, and the good thing is, like, I'm always on site and doing my own work, so I don't allocate a lot of work, so I can oversee everything and make sure it's done properly. So I know the quality's there. So
yeah. But I'm excited, man. In 3 weeks, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I need to go take a vacation somewhere and go do something for myself.
yeah, you know what the guys that do here, the guys that work in the mines and stuff, they do 3 weeks on, 3 weeks off, or 3 weeks on, 2 weeks off. What they do is they'll be like young men, like maybe over the age of 25, between the age of 40. Yeah. What a lot of them will do is either they fly back home, or the younger guys will book a holiday in Bali or something like that, and just go and live in Bali for 2 weeks and then come back. Like, it's cheaper than having a place in Australia,
I mean, I need to go do something, but I need to watch what I spend, because my goal this summer is to buy a new truck. I need a truck.
What are you gonna get? Ford?
I don't know. I was thinking about a Ford Raptor. I know. Big money.
Aiming big, mate.
Or Toyota. Whatever
Tundra?
the high. No, whatever the high end. Is it the Tundra, Toyota?
I think the Tundra. I think the Tundra is the bigger one. I don't know. That's what they're called here. I don't know if they're called that there. Yeah, we got different names for things. Because our Raptor is a smaller one. We have a Ford Ranger. We have a Ranger Raptor. So it's like a medium size Raptor. So because your guys' trucks are huge. We don't really have trucks like that here. Only the Dodge and the GMC and the F series of the Fords, but they're very rare. I'll put a pic in of what our Raptors are like.
So the Raptor that I want to get is a 4-door crew cab.
Yeah.
With the home office in it.
Oh, you want a crew cab? They're the ones. The 4-door crew cab is the one that opens. The back doors open backwards. Yeah.
No, the crew cab is the one where you have just as much room in the back as you do in the front.
Yeah.
If not more.
That's a dual cab.
Yeah, pretty much.
Crew cab's a half cab at the back.
It's like an SUV with a bed.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's an SUV with a bed.
So they're our Raptors. They're like a smaller car. It's not small. It's they're a 3.2 litre diesel twin turbo.
Yeah, and they're 6-cylinder, but they have turbo.
Yeah.
They have serious fucking horsepower in it. But and they sit lower to the ground.
No, they're.
But you could lay you could lay the seat up in the back, right? Lift the seats up in the back, and put a twin size bed mattress in there, and it would probably fit.
No, they're not wide enough. See, our cars aren't as wide as yours.
Yeah.
Our lanes aren't. Our roads aren't as big.
Well,
So that's why-
yeah, the Raptor is a little bit not as wide as like maybe a F-250 would be or something like that.
No, I mean your Raptors are bigger than ours.
Are they really?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, your Raptors are like the size of an F-150 or something. Yeah.
Right. It is an F-150.
Yeah. See, no, ours are not. Ours are smaller. It's like a medium size. We don't have many of those big trucks.
But yeah, no,
Like,
it's a very nice truck.
It's hard to see from that picture with it next to comparison. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, you can kind of compare. You can see by looking at the lane how wide it is. If you understand vehicles to that degree. See, somebody was telling me that a Toyota would be a good idea, and I've always liked Toyota because they don't break down as much. They've always been good, especially on the engine. They've been good. The engines, you can run them into the ground. But everybody's got their own opinion. I thought about getting an F-250, but I think that might be too big of a truck until I can get my own.
Too big, man.
Yeah, and I think an F-150 Raptor would be big enough for me to do on-the-go work, to have my own office everywhere I go.
Yeah, I just posted the difference between the two. So the one down the bottom is yours. The one up the top is the Australian model.
Oh, you got the Ranger Raptor, okay.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Gotcha.
So see the cabin's a bit smaller.
Right.
Front's not as big.
Yeah,
because I think those F-150s are a petrol V8, aren't they?
F-150? Well, so the Raptor is actually a V6.
In petrol or
twin turbo.
Petrol?
Petrol.
Oh, sorry, gas, you guys call it, yeah? Gasoline.
I know what petrol is.
Yeah. Or diesel, so it's petrol?
Yeah. I believe it's petrol.
Most of the four-wheel drives we have here are diesel, apart from the Nissan Patrol, which is a petrol V8, new one. Which is an animal. But most of the four-wheel drives we have, they're diesels.
That's what it is, the TRD. That's what I want to get.
Oh, TRD, yeah, I like them. That's a Toyota.
Toyota TRD. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a sports utility.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're nice.
And it's got a truck bed.
Yeah, and you do them up like a Dakar rally car, yeah?
Yeah.
Get some sick fucking suspension on it.
Right, get some like badass racing suspension.
Yeah. Start flying through the sand dunes. See, that's too big for here as well.
They're trying to hold you down, Timbo.
Yeah.
They are. Is that red?
Yeah, see that car's huge. The yoke snatcher just.
Fuck yeah, dude! I can get red leather. I get red leather with charcoal gray truck. That'd be badass, dude.
7.3 turbo diesel. What the fuck?
Oh yeah. Oh, so here's the other kicker too, right? So I found out that if I can get a truck that weighs 6,000 pounds, I get a 100% tax break on it.
As a work vehicle.
As a work vehicle.
Yeah.
The fuck? Damn right I'm getting all that shit. I don't even know what that is, and I want it. Yes.
So I use my car for like touring. Yeah. So I have to keep it kind of fuel economy. Mine's a 2.5 litre diesel turbo.
Mm-hmm.
And I got like the rooftop tent, a fridge, and drawers, all the camping stuff, you know. So I just pull up. The rooftop tent's got hydraulics, so like unclick the hinges, and it automatically goes up, and then the bed pumps up, air mattress pumps up, and then I just pull out an awning which has got a fly screen and stuff, which you need here, and it's got a fridge on the back too. So I just pull the chairs out and fucking light a fire, and I'll be set up camp in like maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Integrated dash cam. Hell yeah. Just because. The vehicle protection package. Well, yeah, I want to send a console save. Yeah, I don't need that. I do like those.
This is my quick setup, Gizbo. Oh, sorry, sheepdog.
That's rocking, dude. I love it.
Yeah, that's a drop down fridge lighter. So you just pull up, drop it down. It's got a solar panel on the top too. So
that's
the tent. Okay. It's more of the snakes you got to worry about, man.
Yeah. That's why you're elevated.
Yeah. So they're good. You can use these up north as well, where they got like trucks and stuff too. So keep everything up off the ground. I mean, the fridge is not going to survive if you get a croc, but most of you got camping areas where there's only freshwater crocodiles, and they won't come near you. The salties you got to worry about.
So what?
Salties, saltwater crocodiles. The big fuckers. There's two different kinds. Yeah, you got your freshwater and your saltwater. Saltwater crocodiles can survive in salt and fresh. So, but the freshies only live in fresh water, and they only get protected
smaller
if they've got young around. Yeah, they're a bit smaller. Yeah.
Are they significantly more aggressive?
The what?
Are they more aggressive?
The salties, yeah, they're the big ones that'll eat you.
They're assholes, man. They know they're badass, and they throw their weight around.
But everything's signposted, yeah. Like fucking, don't swim here. Yeah. Please don't swim here. So if you get taken by one, we don't have crocodiles anywhere near us down here in the south.
Oh fuck yeah!
They're all
right now. right now I could buy the truck that I want. As soon as I have a picture of it.
Trucks are cheap over there, yeah?
Kind of. So a Raptor here in the United States would go for 92,000 and more.
Oh, that's new though, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be $200,000 here.
Really?
Maybe more. Yeah. Maybe more.
That's highway robbery.
I'm working on a. I'll post it in the locker room. It's not quite done yet. I need more stats to go into it.
You know,
more
This
questions?
thing's funny to me. Just check it out, guys.
Let's see what. Nothing yet. Here, I'm gonna post. This would be my vehicle if I were to purchase it, and I'm probably going to now that I'm taking a look at it. I'm sold on it. There you go, Timbo. If you're gross.
Yeah. Oh, hey,
76
Professor Dude, how's it going, man?
That's cheap. That'd be cheap for here.
Yeah.
How much
I can't believe your cost is that high.
Everything's expensive here, mate.
I know it is, but I couldn't.
Timbo, that is
your
cool.
vehicle cost is that high. You must
What's that,
be
Ethan?
rich. No, I'm just kidding.
Nah, man.
I was just commenting that your setup school, like that's how you camp, man.
Yeah, that's nice and easy. But on the other side, I got an annex, undercover bit where I set up a table and cooker and stuff. And that's also got a fly screen that I can attach to it too. So if I go to the desert and the flies get annoying, I can just jump in there and keep all the food in there. And if the mozzies are around at night, you can just jump in there and hang out in there.
You said muddies?
Oh, mozzies. Sorry, mosquitoes.
Oh, mosquitoes, yeah.
They're all oh, I get it. They're Australian mosquitoes, so they're mossies.
Yeah. Mozzies. Sometimes I forget.
No.
We were talking about crocodiles, and I said salties. Like you guys knew what I was talking about, you know?
I actually picked up on that, though, and did know what you... I knew that you meant saltwater crocodiles, though. Like, I don't know why. I just did. Probably because I've been hanging out here enough, I could pick up on your... Oh, wait a minute. No. I have an advantage. Crocodile hunter. Yeah, I was raised with a crocodile hunter around.
Oh, yeah.
They are
Sorry,
salty, though.
my bad.
No, I was going to say, they are salty. They are salty little assholes, big assholes. So, I mean, it just makes sense to call them salties.
Yeah.
They're on the menu here, too. You get like a crocodile steak.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit fatty.
I'm guessing.
But,
are there literal crocodile hunters, or you guys just farm them?
Dude, they wrestle with them for fun.
Yeah, they've got people that go out and catch them and things like that. But
yeah,
I would say that the ones that people eat are farmed.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
They're fattened up.
Yeah, I'd say so.
But hey, think about it, Ethergrass. Every time Timbo says that he's going surfing with his family, that's what he's doing. He's camping in that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we do. I put the boards on top, and then we just go to the beach all day, and then we go like behind where the beach is. I go to this it's called the Surf Coast. There's like a big like national park behind all the towns. So they just drive back into the national park or the forest, just find a camping spot and camp. In like 20 minutes away from the beach. It's free. It's all free camping and stuff. So, and then pack up in the morning, go to the beach again, go surfing, chill out. It's better to smoke a doobie, but not with my son. So.
What size waves you get where you go surfing at?
Oh, you can pick. So you can go. So it's called the Surf Coast. So you've got all these little bays and inlets, and then you've got rock shelves as well, and then you've got open beach breaks. So you can go from maybe nice little 4-footers in the bays to like a good 6 foot on the beach breaks. And then you've got a rock shelf where you can get up to 8 to 10 feet.
Sounds delightful.
Yeah, so you can choose. Depends how you feel. I stay away from the rock shelves.
We typically have smaller ones here in Oregon, and it's always cold. So I've never even surfed the Oregon coast, only in Southern California.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Our water's always cold. It doesn't get over...
Cold outside, too.
I think it's 17 degrees. I don't know what that relates to with you guys, but it's like 17 degrees in summer. Water, that's cold.
Especially in Fahrenheit.
You can get those, you can get winter wetsuits. They're nice. I surf in the winter. And the water gets down to about 13 degrees. And the air temperature is about, about 5, 6, 7, 8, around that. We've got thick winter wetsuits. Hard to get in and out of. They keep you warm.
It's been a good 20 years since I've been out on the water. And I've seen so many shark attacks, so much shark attack stuff now. I've developed a fear for the ocean, like of sharks. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it, man.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty badass way to go, anyways.
Yeah, so everyone goes, the sharks in Australia. And you look and you go, there's not that many shark attack deaths. So it's not something you really got to worry about. I mean, there are some, but not enough to go, I'm not going in the water.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm not going to go camping in the woods because there could be a bear.
Yeah. That's right, yeah. There's too many snakes. Right. I'm not going. She'll be right. That's a voice I haven't heard for a while. Where is he?
Yo.
You changed your picture. Electricity. Haven't heard from you for a while.
Yeah, been around.
Different server. Learning some new stuff.
Yeah. Been looking at. Have you heard of what's his name? Decimal Z?
What?
I think my internet's cutting out.
Oh, okay. Did you say Decimal Z? I think he's cut now.
Yeah. Have you seen
Sounds
his?
like an action movie.
He goes on about the angles of the sun.
No, I haven't seen it. Do you want to drop it in the live stream? Hey, dude.
Yo, Timbo.
What's happening, mate?
Is that your truck that's upside down?
yeah. It's just that was the tent. And that's I got it. I think about 6 months ago. I got that new. I had an old fold-out one, cover on it, and the ladder. So I ended up getting a hard top, and I can stack things on top of it. And it's a bit heavier, but so much easier to set up. So. Getting lazy in my old age, mate. I've got to make things easier.
You got to make it easier, man. Just get.
Well, the other one.
Just get a caravan. Get yourself a caravan.
They're too hard to tow. I've towed a trailer around my whole working life, and the last thing I do is want to tow a trailer on holiday.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, my buddy got one, man. A little like, I don't know, 17-foot or something like that.
A caravan or a camper trailer?
Yeah, trailer, caravan.
Yeah.
And
caravan.
He loves it, man. He fucking just loves it.
Yeah,
it's got the shower, the bathroom, the queen
fridge,
bed, sink, fridge, gas, stove,
kitchen.
It's got the TV and shit in there.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet, man. I'm like, I'm a tent camper myself. I'm like, I make it pretty sweet, but not like that,
It's nice and simple though, yeah. Like in a tent, got this little house that goes in a bag,
right?
And you can, you don't need any storage to keep it anywhere.
Boom. Yeah, I like it.
I used to have I had a camper trailer, like an off-road one.
Yeah.
And I used it a few times, and then I wasn't using it enough, and it was just taking up one of the car spots at home. So
right,
I just decided. That's why I got rid of that and started to set up my car, so I wouldn't have to tow anything. Most of the time, like the kids don't want to come, or the wife goes, "Oh yeah, all right, let's go, just the two of us." So most of the time, there's like me and my wife,
nice,
or me and my older boy. So there's like two of us, and then I just chuck the dogs in, and away we go.
Away we go.
So it's easy. So with the caravan, you go, you got to force everyone to go on holiday. They love it when they get there, but when you say, we're going to a caravan park next to the river or something like that, I go, I don't want to go to the caravan park. And then they get there and they love it, and they don't want to go home. But then the next time comes around and they do the same fucking thing. So I just said, don't worry about it.
Don't worry
next
about
time
it.
we'll go to we'll go, if we go on a full family holiday, we'll go on at a resort or something.
Yeah. Get some.
I end up doing all the work anyway,
Right. Yeah, you're humping everything.
Making the fire, cooking cleaning everything up. Making sure everyth's secure.
Making sure everything's paid for. Yeah, all that. You got a lot of work to do. Everybody else just sitting around. Thanks. Thanks for nothing.
Sitting around complaining about things, you know.
Yeah. So what else is going on? I missed today. I didn't catch much today, but
I don't think there's. I've been in and out. I think Sheepdog's been in most of the day. I don't think there was much going on.
no, I think it was just some people talking about electromagnetic therapy or some other shit. I don't know.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Yeah, Wave Mixer he's got a bunch of EMF readers.
Yeah, I like all of that stuff. I was going to buy one of those. I think it's a vibration machine. Like it's a frequency machine.
Frequency machine.
Yeah, I think they're about $1,200 or something.
Says it's helping him. I think he got the cheap one. He didn't get the real super expensive one, I don't think. But
yeah,
he didn't say how much he paid.
And then you got to decide which tone you're going to pick.
Right. Well, he was picking the same frequency as Earth. And it's like 768 or
yeah. Is that solfeggio? Is that solfeggio frequency? Something. It's a really low one.
Yeah. So yeah, that's it, man. 432 might work. I don't know.
I think that's a healing one.
It was like 768 or something is the natural resonance of Earth and something like that. Correct. I could be off with number 7. I don't know. Anyway, interesting stuff.
It's 783. 7.83.
There it is.
Yeah.
I should know that. Bam. Yeah, so middle C is 440. Well, it's quite a bit up from there. Twice as high. It's almost another octave.
So they changed. So they changed the tuning, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
430. What was it? 437.
432.
432 to 440.
Right.
Have you seen the difference between them in the
Yeah. On the speaker
when they do yeah with the sand
sand.
or with the water? Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's impressive. I just did a piano for a flat earther, and he wanted it tuned 432. So I'm like, okay, no problem.
Yeah.
And we'll see.
Should have got one of those drums out and put sand on the top and see if it worked.
Right.
Oh yeah, it's tuned.
It's good. Looks good.
It is pretty trippy how some of those things look like the church windows. So.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, that would freak me out a little. That was something I was like, oh shit, interesting.
It makes sense with the big organs in there, and the sounds that those organs make.
Oh yeah, especially the low notes. Huh? Miguel's showing a 2041 hertz in his little gift there. That's that's pretty high hertz, man. I don't know.
That would be pretty painful to the ear.
Pretty high, yeah. It's probably like when you go to the gas station, that little ding, ding. You open your car door, it's probably like 2041. Your car ding, 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 ding. Like, thanks, assholes.
I've got a tone, like a tone maker on my phone. Yeah, tone generator on my phone. I play it in my headphones sometimes when I'm meditating.
Yeah.
I make that noise over the top of it.
Nice.
Mate, it's so weird, man.
Yeah, it is.
Starts sounding like everything like vibrating together.
Yeah.
I don't know if that does anything, but it feels cool.
It all synchronizes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, we we've all looked into this stuff, but I have not spent enough time with using it. Trying to.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that you have to practice to do every day. Yeah, like you got to be committed to do it.
So you guys believe this frequency?
Oh, here we go.
We definitely.
We've said we've been looking into it, mate. So yeah,
just looking.
Do you?
It. I mean,
no.
I'm pretty sure frequencies are real, man.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Exactly.
If it wasn't popular, music wouldn't be popular. That's just nothing but frequency.
Yeah. How do you think they get musical notes, Faustenos? With frequency?
Yes, with frequency.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You like?
So what
like
are you?
music?
What are you saying?
Maybe he doesn't like music. I don't know.
Maybe not.
I work with music.
Good, me too, man. I'm in the biz.
So why are you asking if we believe in frequencies then?
Because I don't believe it.
What?
Not in that kind of way. I work with music therapy. Did you guys heard of that?
So you work with music therapy, but you don't believe in frequencies. What the fuck are you
that you
talking
guys
about,
are
man?
saying? That not that kind of stuff that you guys are saying. That's not science.
What are we saying?
Vibroacoustica.
So we were. Are you looking at the live stream voice? Are you looking at the live stream voice text?
Yes.
Can you see those patterns that the sand make? Are you saying that's not real?
That's real, but I want to know the effect on that on the human
What are
body.
you talking about?
Just
then?
show me. Show me something.
Well, if your body is made of what 70% water.
Right.
So have you seen these
And
when they're sent into water? If I could finish my fucking sentence, we'd be all right.
yeah, but I know what you're saying. I've just
Yeah, well,
man,
maybe the audience doesn't. Maybe
This
the
is not
audience doesn't know
science.
what I'm saying. So, mate, if you keep on interrupting me, I'll just mute you, man.
Okay, you can talk.
All right. So our body is made of about 70% water. So if you send these frequencies into water, they make patterns. Yeah. So maybe we're saying maybe these frequencies could be healing.
Or damaging.
Are we allowed to say that? Yeah. Or damaging. Yeah.
Yeah, but they are not. So you can say whatever you want. It's your opinion, not science. So
All right.
keep going.
Yeah,
But I can
it's
tell you
like-
guys how we really use music in therapy. I can
Hey,
really
Foss.
tell you.
Boss,
If you have the interest, of course.
I think you just argue for the sake of arguing, man.
Right.
No, I'm saying that's known as
But
pseudoscience
why'd you
in our.
But you butt in
No,
and then you go,
yeah.
you guys don't believe in frequencies. I go, oh. You know, you don't even make sense. You come into
You
it with
you
an
don't know
argument.
what frequencies make. You just make a bunch of assumptions, like we are all water.
He makes up a
and
bunch
water
of assumptions
reacts to
about what we're
frequency.
saying,
So
and then tries to
should
take
be
us out of context.
That's right.
So frequencies can heal something. No,
Yeah, he's just making assumptions about what we're saying and then intentionally strawmanning, trying to take us out of context in order to
Yeah,
anger
exactly.
everybody and trigger an argument. I can tell this guy's an argumentative person.
100%.
So-
Looking at the water.
Faustanus, did you see that link I did post it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I know this video.
So it's from PubMedic Central.
And
It's for it talks about biomedical and life science journal literature.
okay, Miguel, I already seen this.
You are contradicting. You are contradicting
You said
yourself.
it's not science, mate.
Yeah, exactly. You are contradicting yourself, Faustanus.
Yeah.
Why?
Exactly.
I did post something and you just didn't read it.
You've
He,
got
he never
I
reads
know
anything
this.
anyone posts.
fucking mental issues, bro.
Guys, you can believe wherever you want.
You are.
Mate,
you are.
But don't pretend to be science just because of
You
that.
are
You
contradicting.
believe.
This is from the government. Did you
And?
see that?
Trust the
Point
government.
gov.
Yes, I've
and,
seen.
and
Trust the government.
it talks about science.
Really?
Really?
What it means? Just tell me, Miguel. What frequencies does to our body?
You didn't read it, so why I did care about it.
Oh, so you need to read it. You can use your own words, like the guys always ask.
Oh, I did post something and you just didn't read it. You don't just.
I read it.
Okay.
And it's not science. Sorry, guys.
You didn't read it.
Sorry.
You are contradicting yourself.
We never said it was. It's Speculation Sunday. Don't fuck up our conversation. Just leave if you're going to be lame.
Yeah, fuck off that, man.
The truth is, I've already believed in this stuff. I'm a meditating guy. I like yoga. I've done a lot. But
So what are you talking about then?
Don't interrupt me, please.
Fuck you, man.
See you guys.
Well, here you go.
See you later, you fuckwit.
Have the
Boy,
day
what
you
an
deserve,
asshole,
man.
We're just talking about like some cool shit, and the guy's like, "Oh, it's not science. You guys are full of shit." Basically, I'm like, dude, we're just fucking talking about frequencies, man. Fuck.
I know. What a dick, man.
And then he'll literally mention something that's evidence of exactly what we're talking about, which he could have contributed to the conversation and done it in a positive way. And we're like, yeah, man, exactly. But instead he had to be like, dude, fuck you guys. I'm smart. And here's why. Like, bro, we were trying. You could have just joined in and hung out, man.
Right.
Like, it was part of the conversation.
And he's going, "Oh, this isn't science." So Miguel posts a scientific paper about it. And then he goes, "Okay, you guys can have your opinion about whatever you want." And he goes, Miguel said it's in a scientific paper from the government. Like, what more do you want, man?
You've been here for like an hour or more, a while too. Just to do that.
And he's the expert in it because he works in musical therapy.
Right.
Isn't that what he's trying to do? So with music, he's trying to get the vibrations up.
Right.
Is that not what they do?
It's so weird. That was really weird, man. That's all I got to say.
What a flog.
That was so
We waited
weird.
hours to do that. It's lame.
Yeah, he was in here last night being about the same kind of.
Yeah, on 2 different accounts.
Oh, did he really? I thought that was forbidden, man. Unless you had it like your own.
Meme has kicked him, and he came back like 10 minutes later in a different account.
Oh man!
But it was an account from 2022 or something. So
yeah, he said he had.
So he'd been here for a while.
Desperate, man. Desperate.
All right.
Shout out to Flat Sabbath and Tominoid and what is in the chat, YouTube, and One Big Pond.
I wonder if he knows how to use scholar.google.com.
No, he knows how to use argue.google.com.
Yeah, strawman.google.
Strawman.org.
Steamrollconversation.com.
It was ridiculous, dude. Dude, that water frequency thing is so cool, bro. I'm looking at it right now. That is bad ass, dude. Have you guys ever, I mean, I missed it, man, but did any of you guys get a chance to go see the exhibit? It was back in like 2005, 6, 7, somewhere in there. And it was called The Human Body. And they had all these human bodies, right? And the real human bodies, people donated this for this exhibit, right? And it traveled the world, so. And you could see all the veins and the muscles and the tendons and the bones and it was just wicked, man. You could probably, Google it up and see some of the pictures. But a friend of mine got to go see it. He said it was absolutely incredible to see it up close. But did anybody ever see that?
Yeah, it maybe 3 years ago, something like that. It was in an exposition here in Portugal.
And you went to it, huh?
I didn't saw it, I just saw it.
Yeah, it was right here, man. I could have gone, but either I was broke or working or something. I don't know, man. One or the other.
My mother saw it here we have a museum called OMSI, and she loved it. Absolutely
yeah,
loved
everybody I talked to saw it. It's fucking just like the craziest thing they've ever seen. It's like so cool. But yeah, we got a lot of nerves and a lot of bones and a lot of cool stuff in our bodies, man. But some of it looks just like that seismic water there, man. Right? The way the fucking veins and shit spread out, and pretty cool, man. Good stuff.
Our brain is but a brain in a jar. Brain in a body, so the brain in a jar.
The brain in the jar? Never seen a brain up close, man. Yeah. That might freak me out.
I did found this link. It's
for the body world.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Something like that. Yeah, it was so long ago when it was here. It's traveling the world, I guess.
No, I just read the. No, oops, sorry.
What'd you read?
I forgot that I had my mic on.
Oh.
I read the YouTube thing though, and Tominoid 2 said, "Watch out for that brown note." I had about forgot about that. Yeah, you gotta watch out for that note. South Park episode.
That's crazy.
But there is a story where apparently Tesla invited whatever came. He invited somebody over, and he did use some machine to make him poop himself. Like, he pranked him though, because he had like IBS or something, and he did something that used like waves and like he basically used vibrations to. I don't know what the hell he did, but he made him crap himself.
It loosened up the sphincter just enough to cut loose, huh? That's funny.
Yeah. Yeah. It might have been one of those things where it's a prank, but also like his friend would have never allowed him to actually do it to try and help him, and he think maybe this will help him, and so he just did it to him anyway to see if it helped. For science. Make this guy shit himself for science.
I shit myself for science, bro.
Yeah, man. It's a scientific method. If it works for him, then you got to do it to a couple other people. Apparently, he did something that was like so intense that it almost brought an entire like building down. Like he had to deactivate something or whatever.
I've seen the pitch that can crack the glass. That's pretty cool. Faust is still going on about. For those who really want to know ways that music can help someone, I don't believe your science, man. How can music help anyone? What's wrong with you? What?
Nothing can help anybody.
He was like, I don't believe it. Like, wait a minute. You're in what a contradicting, that was one of the worst contradictions I've ever seen, man. Or one of the best. Whatever, depends on how you want to look at it. But
that's the thing is, he's got like a narrow-minded frequency, I guess. I don't know. But
he needs frequency treatment, man.
Well, there's a type of.
What about electric shock?
Go ahead,
maybe it's the best solution.
Yeah. Well, there's this type of bone treatment that uses like these ultrasonic waves to help it so that it can strengthen and regrow bone or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, so if that can exist, then why is he scoffing at the idea of using frequencies to be able to fix the body when there's so many? I'm sitting here looking at scholar.google and go down the list. And most of the ones that are only cited by one person, whatever, but there's a lot of ones that have like 200 or more citations on there.
Mm-hmm.
Like these are actually peer-reviewed articles that are on top of their crap.
So they found, the cats, when they do this noise, this sound,
Mm-hmm.
So they found so they measured the frequency, and they did use on patients with some weak bones, and it started to regenerate, to heal.
That's not
so
science. It's not science.
But anyway,
I'm just kidding.
there's a few machines these days that use these sound frequencies, to heal the bones.
Absolutely, man. I have no doubt, man.
Yep.
It works for sure. I threw my back out once and went to chiropractor. He put these little vibrating things on there for like a half hour or something, man. It definitely cracked me, It worked, man. That might have been just an electric shock he was giving me, but still, I mean, kind of similar, man.
Thinking about it, I actually have the device that I'm talking about. I don't know if I can find it right now, though, and it's cold outside, so I don't feel like looking for it. But it's an ultrasonic thing that's like used to heal bones. Like I have it's I'm not going to take a picture of it. I might do that later.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow or something.
Maybe another time when I decide to have a chat with Thanos.
Yeah, it's there's definitely something to the sound thing. If it didn't work, man, music would be like, yeah, whatever. Everybody likes music. Those frequencies are working, man. Working good. Yeah, not all frequencies are going to jive with you, but I listen to all kinds of music, man. So, I like most of it.
I think you get the cause and effect you want out of music, depending.
Yeah.
MCAP Ultra, they did use sounds and music, to do that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no culture without music, man. Not a single one. Whether they're beating on trees or drums or whatever, man. Everybody's playing some kind of something.
And, even Hugo Chavez, the guy that just is not alive anymore. So we did talk a little bit about technology, that can make through waves, that can make people sick. So it's not just a fantasy.
Right? Yeah.
I did
getting
something, but there's I from other sources I did get the same information. You can make a sick person, a healthy person, sick by through waves. Some waves,
no doubt. Yeah, I've heard this too. Yeah, I would prefer to not live in an electronic world, but here we are. Might as well. At least I get to hang out with you guys and gals.
Do either of you guys ever take a phone out of your pocket or out of a jacket pocket because the part of your body it's touching it feels uncomfortable, it's kind of hot or it burns?
Yeah, it gets kind of hot. Yeah. Yep.
If my phone's next too close to my stomach, my belly, I'll feel like indigestion kind of in my stomach until I pull the phone away from it and it instantly goes away.
There you go. First-hand observations are the best. Yeah. Well, they're hitting it up in the chat over here, man. They're going back and forth with Faust. Faust. It's like Klaus with an F, right? Faust.
Yeah, I've noticed that exact same thing with the gurgling stomach whenever there's an iPad or a cell phone near my belly.
Oh, this guy is in the chat, not in the live stream. Okay.
Yeah, he's in the text.
Even my my AirPod case will do that to my stomach.
Really?
Yep.
Let's see if he follows the rules.
We got like 4 testimonies in here about keeping those electronics away from your stomach.
Okay. So how much time I give to this guy? Let's see. Monday?
I'll give it a couple more minutes.
33 minutes.
30. Give him 33. Yeah, he's kind of like, well, that was like the weirdest argument I had ever heard, man. What do you do for a living? I do sound therapy. What are you guys talking about? Oh, sound frequencies. Oh, no, that's not real, man. What? It's just like, I couldn't have been more blatant if I fucking tried to make something up, That was weird, man.
33 minutes.
33 hertz, man.
Awesome.
I got an instrument here that it only plays a 33 hertz note. That's all it does. And you tap it with your foot. And if you hook it up to like a subwoofer, some, big, nice sub, you just hear this. It's this like droning bass note, 33 hertz, man. It's super drony, right? And then you play your guitar over it, which is much higher frequencies, obviously. And it just fills up in that low end that's missing from a standard guitar. And it just fills the room up real nice, man. And it sounds like a much bigger sound than you just get out of the guitar. And it's a great instrument. I love it. One note instrument, man. 33 hertz. Boom, boom. It's really low. We just lost. Matthew left. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Apparently, he's not into sound discussions. It's okay. I find that most people are willing to talk about sound. We all make sound, so that's helpful.
There was some monkeys, and they found some of them they mix some stones to hear the noise.
Yeah. Yeah. We can hear the sound, we can feel sound, and we can make sound. Everywhere. So we got pretty good, man. I think it's very important. Trifecta in my book. It doesn't work, Timbo. You're right. It doesn't work, bro. Apparently. That was a weird argument.
Faustinus doesn't like he's anti Nikola Tesla.
Okay.
Doesn't like frequencies.
There's one in every crowd, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, there's something wrong with that guy. Man, that was the weirdest argument or trying to start an argument shit I had ever seen, man. It's complete contradiction beyond anything I could come up with, man. Like, I work on pianos. Oh, I fucking hate pianos. Fuck. Like, what? Well, you shouldn't be working on them if you hate them. Like,
some people are just like that, man. They just hate stuff. There's like there's this episode of Boondocks, and there's one of the characters on there. I guess he went blind because he hated everything so much, but he literally just hates everybody.
Yeah.
Just talking mad, like he sees a rainbow, and he's like talking about how it's some bull crap. That's
a sad life to live there, man.
Just hating on every damn thing.
I heard something the other day. 1 out of 25 people are psychotic or something. I was like,
dude, I read something that really disturbed me, and this is only from between 2000 and 2015. The attention span of most people has diminished by 25%. And I'm thinking, okay, so between 2000 and 2023, I wonder how bad it's gotten now.
With the TikTok shit. TikTok,
yeah.
Attention span is, what is it, 30 seconds or something?
Between what years, Ethan?
What's that? It was
the years that
between 2000 and 2015. It diminished by 25%, and I'm thinking like a bunch of stuff, like even more rapid rate, fast-paced type things, and the eye candy and all the visualizations. Everything's moving faster and faster, and the frame rate's like, dude, your eye can pick up images like in under like 1/10 of a second. So they're cramming all this information in like so rapidly, so fast into people's heads. It's no wonder their attention span's diminishing so fast.
You lost me. What were you talking about at the beginning of the sentence?
Between 2000 and 2015, the average attention span of human beings is diminished by 25%.
Oh, okay. Thanks for summing up really quickly because it was too quick for me before.
Sorry,
I couldn't pay attention.
Fast sometimes. My bad.
No, I'm joking with you, man. I was trying to make a joke. You didn't get it.
Oh, you're trying.
I got
it. I am so used to people actually, literally, honestly, not being able to pay attention that I believed you.
No way, man. Now you speak at a perfect tempo, man. It's very understandable and you're very clear.
Sometimes when I get excited, though, I'll start sounding like a auctioneer.
Oh, you go up an octave, do you?
I just start rattling it off really fast, and yeah, I don't feel like doing it. Don't got that much energy right now.
I don't like to change octaves, man. I know I'm in trouble if I do that.
Catch me in the morning when I've drank like 2-3 cups of coffee, though.
I think he just sent me a message, man. That Mongo. He tried to DM me. Yeah, he did.
No, you're good. It did work because you got me. I'm too busy trying to think about what we're talking about that that one slipped past my own attention span.
Yeah, I mean, you can't catch everything. Yeah, that's impossible. All right, dude, you came in hot as shit, Faust, and calling these frequency things bullshit, but yet you're in the frequency business. That's all I'm saying, man. It's a contradiction, bro. And you weren't very clear in explaining yourself. It is absolutely ridiculous. So we'll give you another shot, but I don't know. That's up to somebody else, not up to me. And you just, I don't know if maybe you need some sleep, you need to eat, maybe you're confused. I don't know, but that was really weird, man.
Is he YouTube or something? He's not actually in here.
No, he fucking DM'd me. And he was talking with you guys out there in the chats.
Oh, he stopped that.
He stopped?
Yeah, he stopped a little while ago.
Anyway, we're moving on from that. So we had a bank failure Friday here in America, a big one. One that affected me personally. And it was kind of concerning, you know. Yeah. Apparently the feds are coming to the rescue, man. They're gonna bail out this bank, man. Silicon Valley Bank. So starting tomorrow morning, everything's cool with the bank, and it was a weird weekend, man. First, the feds weren't gonna do fuck all; they were gonna do shit, and they were just gonna give the insurance money. But the Fed said, "Nah, we'll take care of it. We got you covered." It's like, what? I just read that a couple hours ago. I was laughing. That's funny. Anyway, always interested to see what's going on in the financial world. Yeah. Try to pay attention to economies and markets a little bit, man. I'm not invested in it or anything. I just find it interesting because without the markets, man, none of us have any money. It would be kind of wild, like the Wild West, maybe. I don't know. Might be a little hard to get a dozen eggs where I live, man. Yeah, maybe. But might be kind of hard. It's going to be hard if nobody's working. I need those truck drivers showing up every day with the fucking shipment, man. But Ethergrass is right, man. If the whole system's shut down tomorrow, man, most of these mongers would line up at the grocery store, even though the grocery store's fucking completely empty. And they would be like sitting there waiting for the truck to show up. Meanwhile, we'd be out foraging or, hitting up our, my friend that's survivalist or whatever, going fishing. Some deer up the hill here, man. I might go take a cruise up there, man, see what's going on. Yeah. We got to start working now. And all those ladies that go to lunch for 2 hours every day while their husbands are working, man. I don't know what the fuck they're going to do and what they're going to bring to the table to help put some
Our worst case scenario advice that I would give people is it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war. And know your own state, know your own country, your area, anything that grows naturally that you can eat that's edible.
Right.
It's a good idea to know what that is. Anything that might be able to help you if you can't get medicine, that might help. Good thing to know what that is. Everything that's good comes from nature anyway. It just gets approved and passed through, and then somebody says, okay, this is this and whatever, and there's a piece of paper associated with it, and then it's official, and now that's whatever. And then they usually put it in a pill or some crap. But it all comes from nature.
Dandelion's one of the big, apparently it's a painkiller. You can have a salad. You can eat the roots.
Dude, yeah, you can make dandelion wine out of it.
You can make wine. You can make some nice teas. Yeah, I mean,
But you're right about the roots and because the leaves on it actually can be steamed and eaten.
Yeah.
Hell, there's people who they buy that shit at like fancy restaurants. It's a special type of dandelion. It's grown, but still, they buy it at fancy restaurants just to eat a freaking dandelion.
Yeah, so, I mean, and it grows everywhere, and it was just like crazy. It grows fast too. So
yeah,
good stuff. Anyway,
that's not science.
That's not science. You're right.
Eating a flower isn't science. Well, if you do it enough, and if you convince your friends to also, so you can find out what the effects are. It's got to experiment.
Well, at least you've got an independent variable as well.
Yeah. And then if somebody says, no, I don't want to, fine, you can be the control. And then science.
Well, he's still hungry. She threw up, and you pooped out a perfectly good poop. Okay.
Okay, let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
Now, let's go check the test subjects for mushrooms.
Yeah.
He's dead. He seems happy. And he's tripping balls.
That one's magic.
That one's magic. Okay, that's a good one. He's really happy. She died, and he's sick as a dog over here. What the hell's going on?
And what's
and you got somebody who's like, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're right. I was going to say, what's not science about testing frequencies?
I have no idea, man, because the variable would be the frequency, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's all we're looking at here. The phenomenon is the wave that it makes.
As a child, here's a scientific experiment I did, and it was just to find out what would happen. So I accidentally somehow picked up like some radio waves that was transmitting from another device on a TV on one of the channels that it was on that was normally static. But also when I adjusted it and messed with it, it would like make different weird visual imagery and stuff. I sat there and played with it for like an hour, just making different sound effects and playing audio through the distortion of this weird frequency thing that I'd bridged. And it was just
interesting.
I think I missed the end of that. I think he dropped out, did he?
He was. Okay, yeah, I have to repeat that. Grass.
Yeah, just the end of it. I heard Systems jump in before. Did he jump in before?
No, you heard yourself talking.
That's what it was. Repeat.
Yeah. What's happening, man?
Not too much, man.
Isn't that called feedback?
Yeah. We've got Labor Day. Is it Labor Day there for you as well?
Today? No.
Easter coming up.
You have a public holiday today.
Yeah, we got public holiday down here. So.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, we didn't get it.
No, we don't get that till May something.
Yeah.
And it's yours is Labor Day?
Today is Labor Day, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Fuck. Yeah, I love Labor Day. That's 3-day weekend, and usually the weather's good. Right at the end of summer. Boy, man.
Yeah. So we're having today's beautiful. It's like 28 degrees here and sunny. We've had a ripper weekend.
Hey, that totally explains why you live upside down from me. And because right now it's like the end of summer for you, and it's, the beginning of spring for me, man, or end of winter.
You're starting to get some nice sunny days.
I can only have it on a globe, guaranteed.
I was looking at the sun and moon angle, the angle of the moon today, because they were both up this morning at about I'm going to say 10, 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
And pretty high, and both were pretty high in the sky. And the moon angle was all fucked up.
Was it in the west?
The moon was in the west, kind of high west, and the sun was in the east. But like the
middle?
angle of the light was on a different angle.
Well,
Like if it was in that position, which I should have seen the whole front of the moon lit up.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Can't.
No, it was just the side of it. It was like half of it.
Sometimes I'll take a football and hold it up and see if it matches. And it doesn't always match.
You know what? That's a good idea. But then you get a hot spot on the ball, don't you?
Well, of course. If it's dead ball sunny, yeah. Without any clouds or anything, yeah.
Yeah, you get a focal point.
You can hold a tennis ball or football, whatever it's one. Round, anything, fucking golf ball, whatever you got laying around.
That's not science.
It's not. It's just an observation.
My internet literally cut out in the middle of what I was saying about what science is.
We got to, you were playing around with the frequencies, and then you'd get these weird pictures, and you'd sit there for like 3 hours, and then it cut out.
But then, the only reason why I did it is just to find out what would happen if I did various things, and I gained different knowledge from messing with it, which I actually use later on with other stuff, but that's not worth talking about. But the point is science is just about producing knowledge to figure things out. Whether or not, you can even use the knowledge is irrelevant. You're just curious, want an answer, get the answer, cool.
Well, it starts with an observation, yeah?
Yeah. You're like, hey, I wonder what'll happen at this. Because you notice something.
Like Timbo, my observation is that I'm hungry. Well, I need to eat some.
Yeah.
Is this good or bad? I don't know, man. Let's try it.
Yeah.
I wonder if this will settle my stomach.
These dandelion leaves look yummy. I'm hungry.
What if I only eat my favorite thing? Then you end up getting sick.
Yeah. Now I'll eat my favorite thing mixed in with something else.
I've only had
that's a little bit better.
I mean,
yeah.
I've had a few incidences what they call food poisoning, where I just have to shit a lot. I'm like, fuck. But I've never had something that took me out. Fucking laid me down for 3 days because I ate it. And that has never happened to me.
Me neither. I've got a little bit in the backside, but that's about it.
Yeah. Where it's just, oh man,
or I've thrown up and then not be sick anymore.
I shouldn't have eaten that Taco Bell shit, man. Fuck.
Well, you shouldn't be eating that anyway.
I know, but that's how you learn.
It's
science. Products.
Oh man,
science.
That was some serious science. Do not eat Taco Bell, man. For me, I mean, you can try it, but it tastes really good, man. Don't get me wrong, man. That shit, they know how to make shit taste good. It might be shit, but it tastes good.
We've got it here, but we've got so many other good, authentic Mexican places that Taco Bell's just like McDonald's. It's like McDonald's, you know.
I mean,
crap.
Yeah, it's crap. Yeah, absolutely. Where here, in California, man, we got half the restaurants are Mexican. Yeah.
Oh, you guys would have the best, wouldn't you?
We got some of the best. The best I've ever had was in New Mexico, which is like fucking so stupid good.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. They got sauces over there. There's something about their peppers, the way they in the dirt. There's something in the dirt there, man, that gives it this.
They just know. They just know how to roast those chilies properly, you know, and make them sweet and hot at the same time.
Sweet and hot, and they don't fucking wreck you, you know. And you're just like.
And the good thing about Mexican food, like they keep it simple.
Yeah.
Like you might get 2 toppings. You might get 2 things on a taco, yeah? Like meat and then some pico de gallo and some chilies.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I'll put a little I could put a little gringo style. I go sour cream, lettuce, cheese.
Yeah, I love sour cream.
One of the weirdest things.
And then with the salsa right there on the middle.
Oof, yeah.
One of the weirdest things about these different Mexican restaurants I've noticed, though, is a lot of them you can go and the menus are very, very similar, and to the point where certain things on them are identical. And it's like they all have the same great grandma or something they got the recipe from. It's the same exact thing. Like the rice is always the same.
The number one combo is that was like it's usually a taco and an enchilada with rice and beans. That's number one combo.
Like for the most part, the enchiladas will be all the same no matter which one you go to, and it's like, wait, what? Like you're like several hundred miles away from it. The same
chicken.
Yeah. Are they getting them like made in a factory and then just getting them brought in and then they just heat them up, or what?
Well,
no, they just make them there in the food truck or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the food trucks.
Hey, Timbo, man, we got these things here, man. It's been bumping for the last 10 years, and it's called a food truck, man. And they go to like different breweries, or they go outside of like a sporting event or some kind of and they're all over the place now, man. They're everywhere.
They're taking out. They're taking off here. So I drove past a place in a trendy area the other day. They had a park called Food Truck Park, and it's attached.
Park. Get out of here.
Yeah, and it's attached to a brewery. So they got a brewery there, and then they've got a big, massive car park with like 10 different food trucks, and they swap the food trucks over every week.
Oh, fuck
and then they have these big live music and stuff, and then you go in, they pour you a fresh beer out of the brewery, and you walk around and eat shit.
Fuck it, I'm moving. Fuck this shit.
It's expensive.
No, that's great. We got places like that here too, man, where they kind of like will park like 10 trucks, you know, and there's like 12 or 15 restaurants and bars around there, and music, and they have like, you know, bounce houses for the kids, and they're throwing a big party, you know. But
I think California would be a lot like Australia.
It is.
Like, you know, focused around the beach and
a lot of beach.
You know, drinking in the sun, you know, like
drinking in the sun, boating, you know, swimming, surfing, all that.
Surfing.
Yeah, we're all this very similar stuff. Yeah, you guys don't have much snow skiing, but we're pretty happening over here.
We've got a bit.
You got a little bit.
We've got the Australian Alps, which runs right down the center, right down the east coast of the country. So we got.
How far of a drive is that for you, though, man?
Oh, for me, the closest ski fields is I'd say 3 hours.
Okay, I was thinking it was farther. That's not bad.
So, and that's all right. So our ski season goes for, I think it's about 3 months.
Yeah, that's about here too. Usually, maybe you know, sometimes they can stretch it a little bit, but it's like 3 months. And it's only an hour from my house.
Oh, perfect.
And I'm on the slopes. Boom.
And you're on the coast, so an hour from the coast.
Yeah, yeah. We live in a crazy place there. It's stupid.
We don't have much snow near the coast.
Yeah, my buddy, man, world traveler, retired sommelier, fucking coolest shit guy, never married. He traveled the world and he goes, dude, man, Southern California and California in general has everything you need, dude. There's not a better fucking place. You can go
desert,
France,
forest.
you can go to Italy, you can go to fucking Australia. I mean, you can go all these great places. Yeah, they all have beautiful stuff, but if you want like a little bit of everything, it's California, man. That's where it's at.
Yeah.
And it's just weird, man. And I grew up here, you know, I always took it for granted. I know I didn't take it for granted, but I did a lot of surfing and skiing, but not as much as some, more than others. But yeah, but I'd love to go to Australia, man. Just hit that Great Barrier Reef, man. Check it out, man. Let's go snorkeling.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Fuck yeah. That would be what I'd be interested in Australia. I mean, I'm not driving to fucking Ayers Rock, man. Fuck off.
I can get a plane there.
We got here in Utah, man. We got all kinds of Ayers Rocks, man. How many you want?
Yeah.
We got a whole fucking state full of them, man. Fuck. They're so beautiful.
I think up near the Barrier Reef, like, you know, northern Queensland, I think that would be more like your kind of Florida.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hot, sweaty summers.
Like. Yeah, humid.
Warm water, yeah. But Hawaii's nice.
Crocodiles, alligators, crocodiles.
You'd love Hawaii, dude. Timbo, you'd love Hawaii.
Oh, yeah. That's on our radar. Next.
It is. I'm telling you, man. I've been there like 5-6 times, and it. Every time I'm there, man, the vibe, the air, the water, the rain. You're just like
on a big 10-foot Malibu in Waimea Bay or something, you know, like.
Oh hell yeah!
Cruising along.
Oh, I mean, it is the surf, the temperature of the water, everything's just like stupid, bro. Like,
the people, what are the people good too? Like,
well, they're mostly tourists. The locals, they hate the fucking tourists and the white man.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
I mean, they're staunch, like you know, there's some hardcore haters of the way they've treated their islands, man, and pushed them out and kicked their grandma to the fucking curb and built a giant resort on her, 3-acre plot, whatever, Just horrible stuff they've done to the locals, man. It sucks. It's just like the American Indians, they all got jacked here, Same thing. It was an interesting phenomenon that somebody mentioned to me the other day, is that when Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor in Hawaii in 42.
I had a question.
That's not the United States, bro. They didn't attack the United States, dumbasses. It didn't become a state until 1952.
I just had a question for the flat earthers. So there was an experiment done where I forgot his name, but he was a flat earther. He shined a laser across like a lake, and he kind of disproved flat Earth. Y'all see that video?
No, so you're talking about the net.
I know exactly what he's talking about, and
talking about the net.
Let me tell you, it wasn't a laser. It wasn't a laser, by the way.
Okay,
it was a torch.
It was a torch. And the reason he didn't shine the laser is because the laser he was using, that cost, I don't know, $1,200 or something, he had left it on for more than 30 minutes, and it fucking burned out, man. So
melted.
It fucking literally melted. It's a super high power laser, but he had to do something, man. So he had all these people there. He was just going to try something. And they edited that movie to make it look like he shot the laser through it, which in fact,
really?
He did not shoot a laser through it. Yes, it was a complete edit smear job, man. What they call it.
I always wondered, because I was like, dang, that would have just proved it right there.
It would have, sure. But we've got laser tests from real professionals.
I'll post some.
Yeah, post
professionals that spent it. They had a $20,000 laser, and they shot this thing across 3 different targets across water, and they hit all 3 of them.
Wait, what's a torch? What's a torch?
Oh, a flashlight.
A really, really, really bright flashlight.
Oh, I wondered why the light was so scattered. I was like, laser
it was scattered all this shit. Yeah, it was a disaster. But they edited it, made it seem like he shot the laser, and that's how he ended up there.
Yeah, because I was like, a laser wouldn't have such scattered light. It didn't make sense to me. And then I was like, well, I guess he failed. But that makes sense now.
Yeah, it was a hit job, man. It was a hit piece, they call it.
Yeah, they edited it. They edited the end as well, because it ends with him saying, "That's interesting." But that was actually taken at a different part. So
right, it was taken earlier in the day, or earlier in the evening, or whatever.
That's so annoying. Why didn't he say anything?
Well, he did.
He has, dude. He said he's done like fucking 5-hour shows about it. I mean, what are you kidding me?
Oh, I didn't know he ever commented on the movie.
Well, he did it on his YouTube channel, man. He fucking spent fucking days talking about how they fucked him over.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, days he spent on his YouTube going, here's what happened, man. Here's how it went down. This is the guy came to my house and he said, we're going to shoot this movie. And, a whole thing. He's gone through every step of every action they ever had with those movie people and how they, during the day, what time of day it was, where it was. I mean,
do you guys know any, like, what's the best? Huh?
Akachi, are you looking in the live stream?
Yeah, I just saw the video put up. I was curious, what's like the best flat Earth channel you guys know? Like just a bunch of flat Earth stuff.
This one.
Well, we would start with this one, but this one learned.
No, I mean YouTube channel.
Yeah, we're on YouTube live stream right now.
Do you guys post stuff other than the 24-hour live? Because I swear every time I go to the page.
Helio.
What are you looking for?
I'm like talking about like documentaries, just stuff to watch when I'm bored. Like I think
the best thing for you to get, like if you're like kind of newish, I'd get Dave.
Oh, I'm not new at all. I've been flat Earth since like 2016, but I just like watching it. Yeah,
I'd get Dave Weiss's app, and I think it's like $2 or something like that. And he's got all the full-length documentaries on that.
If you want
it's called.
$10.
Could you post some links?
I'll send a link to it.
Yeah, just post a link in the live stream. There used to be this website. I forgot what it was called. It had a bunch of like Bible videos and like flat Earth videos, conspiracy videos. They changed it though. They I'll post a link to the site, what it looks like now. But it used to be a completely different site, and it was like, I don't know who went in and changed it, but the interface, when you change the interface of a site, it's not as appealing anymore.
Right.
If it's not done correctly. Oh, yeah. And here, I'll post it. It looked completely different before.
I actually don't know how to share this one.
I'll tell you what, man. I mean, depends what you want to learn, man. If you want to learn geometry, I got a guy, dude, that you have to watch every single video he's ever done.
No, I'm just trying to watch flat Earth conspiracy videos. That's all it is. All I'm trying to watch.
If you want like flashy videos about, we can see too far, and they just sit around and talk about simple stuff. I mean, there's a ton of those guys. But if you love geometry and you want to know where you live and how it works, I have a guy, dude, that put out like 42 videos, and they're all short too, man. They're not like, some of them are like the longest one's like 10 minutes.
No, I'm like, here, for example, the type of stuff I like, it's called like Flat Earth. He has a YouTube channel.
Yeah. I know Flat Earth.
But
they've been around.
Kachi, did you see that link that Critical Inception posted?
Yeah, that's the app, right?
Like that Blue Water Bay. So you go on there. He's got debunking videos. He's got full-length documentaries. He's got moon landing. He's got just anything you can think of. Interviews. He's got debates. If you're looking for good debates, there's a lot on there's a lot on this channel. You're in this channel anyway. If you go down the bottom,
yeah, but I'm like looking for like videos though. You know what I mean? Like
they're in there, man. The links are in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, mate.
You gotta do a little deep dive down here, man. There's like, what are you into? Antarctica? Okay, man. There's
I'm into that.
There's probably 47.
The robot and me. I don't know about anybody else.
Wait, where? Which? I went to debate. There's no videos I see. Is it a different one?
There is. So go down to best debates.
Keep going down.
All right, let me see.
The one that says, keep going, mate. There's heaps.
We got Big Bang. We got celestial navigation. We got the Challenger disaster, circumnavigation.
Is it above additional information, or did I go to?
Coriolis.
No, keep going down, mate.
Oh, really?
Curvature. Yeah, we got eclipses, EMF, firmament. What are you into? Gas pressure, gravity.
So are you still scrolling or what?
I think I went too far down. Oh wait, here we go. I think this is what I think this is it under additional information.
Yeah, you've got additional information, and then it starts with read first, and then you've got Ether, Antarctica.
Yeah.
So all those are listed. If you keep going down, you'll find Flat Earth debates best.
Okay.
Yep. There it is. Best.
It's see the rainbow.
Here. Oh yeah, well
the rainbow there.
Oh, there's a bunch of videos. Yeah, wow.
You got them. If you're interested in laser long distance observations, you got that. A little bit further down, and 2 above that is videos on laser tests.
What we do.
So,
I'm gonna look at this Antarctica. Let me see if there's videos on this. I like North Pole. That's my favorite. The North Pole stuff.
All right.
That's just me.
So,
you checked out Smoky Gods?
You're saying
I've seen that. Smoky Gods, and there was another one. What was it called? The one where they go to Antarctica and they find like the city. I don't really believe it though. It has some Freemasonic esque elements in it, so I don't really think it's an actual journal. There's one that goes when they go to Antarctica. I don't really trust it. Oh, it's like the Iron something. The Iron.
Oh, the Iron Republic.
Iron Republic.
Yeah, that's just a storybook.
Yeah.
That's a story, bro. Not. We're into observable, repeatable sciences around here, man.
Right.
We're kind of rolling with that program right now. So, yeah, man. I mean, if you're into like flat earth debates, man, go over to Nathan Oakley's, man. Get.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos here.
Nobody comes in there and debates him anymore. He has to go tear apart other people's videos because none of them are going in there, man. I haven't heard a fucking decent debate in there in fucking almost a year, man.
You know how Rob Skiba died? Do you think he was assassinated or what?
I think
we don't know, man.
I think he was misinformed on procedures. His wife maybe talked him into doing something. Maybe I don't know, man. I'm just totally speculating. I don't know, man. But I met the guy in person, shook his hand, said thank you. I interviewed him for on a live stream for, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. Nice guy, man. And one of the he was in such good shape, dude. It was like, oh my God, this dude's like in fucking the most incredible shape, dude. You could just see it. You know, when somebody's really in good shape, you're like, damn, my boy's in shape. So yeah, I was kind of sad to see that happen to him, man. Kind of cranky, man.
Unfortunate. I don't like it.
Don't like it either, man. There are targeted individuals, man. I've noticed. I've met.
Oh wait, do you believe in gang stalking and stuff like that?
I've seen it. I've seen it happen in real time. So
I think it's real. I mean,
there's definitely something out there.
I mean, think about it. People are stalked all the time. So why not a group of people stalk someone?
Yeah, I've heard stories, man, that kind of make my skin crawl a little bit. Like, damn, really?
Right.
Dude. I mean, people I've known for years. I mean, it's not was like I just met this guy and he told me the story. No. Like, dude, let me tell you what happened to me.
That's pretty great.
Just weird shit. Like, dude, none of that shit ever happens to me. Thank goodness. I mean, knock on wood.
Right, like waking up, someone messes with your car or something.
Weird shit. Yeah, people messing with it, come home and they're moved. They're like, "Oh, fuck off, man! Really?"
Sounds like
It's so petty. It's so weird. You know, it's like what's the point of this?
Don't know, man. But when you're on the target, man, you're gonna get targeted. And I've always been a kind of guy that's like, I'm on the target, but I'm not like gonna go out and you know, start a whole business trying to point out that I'm on the target. I just hang out with you guys and say, dude, we're on target about this flat earth thing, man. We are dead balls on. But for some reason, they gave a shit enough to spend millions of dollars to try to make us look stupid, man. And that was like so obvious, man. I mean, they were doing TV shows and major TV shows and suppressing our information. And I just saw the coolest video this week, man, last week, and it's on Ben's channel. Anyway, I'll drop it. But it was this guy who was just looking into a certain topic about this doctor who was talking, and he ran into flat earth, man, through this. Anyway, I'm gonna post the video. It's not too long. It's like maybe 5 or 6 minutes, but he was so honest about how he couldn't believe that this one topic was being censored, and then he ran into flat earth, and he couldn't debunk it, and he thought that the way that Ben does his videos he's so calm, and he's a lawyer, he's super precise, and anyway, it was really fascinating to see a confession like this where the guy's like, dude, and he's just a regular dude, man, and you can just tell he's just like totally laying out the story, being honest. But I love seeing guys like that come in out of nowhere, man. Like, man, I can't believe they're censoring like flat earth, or they're censoring so many things. We can go down the list, but yeah, it's backfiring on them, censoring us and trying to make us look bad. It's backfiring. That's kind of where my point I was getting at. It's actually bringing people to us. So yeah, keep it up, boys. Keep it up.
Hey, Akachi, that one I just posted, that's one of my favorites.
The flat earth ultimate witnesses.
Yeah, if you like listening to things, like there is some kind of pictures and stuff that go with it, but the guy's a really interesting guy. And he speaks a lot of truth. So at the start, it starts off a bit slow, but he's kind of setting a scene for something.
Right.
And then and then it gets into it, and then you go, oh yeah, that's what this guy's talking about.
I'm gonna check out some of these videos, so I'll catch you guys later.
All right,
No worries, man.
We'll see you later. Yeah, I can't find it.
Yeah, so Jenna, Numicol is Faustanos. Yeah? Numicol is...
Who's... Sorry about that, Timbo. What?
No, you're right. Did you see Jenna's message?
No, I'm not. I was looking for that video. Trying to find it.
Oh. Yeah, Donato just said yes, it is. So Faustanos leaves on one account, and now he's messaging Jenna from a different account.
That's not good, man. That's like instant ban, isn't that? Instant ban shit.
I thought it was.
Well, it should be. I know that. Instaban. Welcome to Instaban. Step right up. Get yourself banned.
His real name's Eric. So has he? Has he got a YouTube channel or something, Donato?
Trolling, man. Nobody gets to troll off like that, man. Sorry, you come in here, you can talk to us straight up or don't, man. But going backdoor is bullshit, man. Fuck off.
He's Brazilian.
Sorry. I don't go for that. No, that's why we're here, and we're on the, on the mic. I want to hear your voice. I want to get your inflections. I want to understand what you're saying through not just text, man. You texting, sending me a fucking 47-page thing to read. Fuck off. Come in here and explain it. Please, thanks. Yeah. Ain't reading 47 pages. No. I figure what the hell you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, and be copy and paste and bullshit. Right, Jenna? Yeah, that's the other thing, man. That they'll just copy and paste crap all night, man. I hate that.
If you're gonna copy and paste something, at least write the something you're copying and pasting.
Yeah, there you go. If it was your own work, yeah, that'd be great. But you're just, don't be mimicking other people's shit all the time.
He posts these articles and doesn't read them.
I love that. When they get busted like that, I love that. I live for that. I love a good Freudian slip. I love those. I love a good hot mic.
This dude just... Sorry, I'm going to send... go ahead, my bad.
Go ahead, either.
You're all right. Go ahead, man.
I didn't get a chance to respond to him before he got taken out of Cogdis, but he just asked about ultrasound. Can you hear ultrasound? And I'm thinking, can a deaf person feel the bass? What does hearing have to do with sound?
Right.
What a complete turd.
He's an idiot. He's
doing it on purpose, though. I don't think he's dumb. I think that he's like a sophist he's pulling this shit on purpose.
Exactly. Eat the grass. I called it, after we pulled that shit on us, John.
Well, if you said, I like donuts, he'd say, no, you don't.
No, you donut. So, yeah, there's these Mongos out there that love to just cause shit, man. And they're out there, man. And my ex-wife was just like this. She just loved to fucking start a fight, man. I don't get it, man. She's Italian,
some people love it.
Quarter Jew. I don't know what the fuck it was, but for whatever reason, she just loved to fucking fight, man. And it didn't matter, man. Whatever it was, And
he's back in the. I'm still listening, man.
So I just learned my lesson, and it's like I can't deal. I mean, I obviously divorced her. It's like, dude, I cannot fucking deal with people that just want to start a fight. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here. Fuck off.
I think you get to a certain point where you just can't be fucked,
No, not gonna fuck with me. Yeah, you come in here and say, sound frequencies is not science, man. I'm like, well, that's not what we were talking about. We're just talking about like they make cool patterns on fucking sand with sand. That was fucking cool pattern, bro. Whether they heal you or not, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna plant my flag on anything like that, but I've talked to people that would, so there's that.
Yeah, and what we were saying wasn't untrue.
Yeah, exactly. We're just talking about like, look at that pattern on that fucking speaker's hand, and it's sand. Yeah, and then I don't believe it. I'm like, wait a minute, man.